someone's clearly been taking lessons from a sassy child, because that's the vibe that Ryan Gosling was sending off in waves while being interviewed alongside his The Nice Guys co-star Russell Crowe on Stephen Colbert's Late Night Show. In 2016, during their segment, Ryan stormed off stage after Crowe implied that he actually didn't need him for the interview, trashing Colbert's table before storming away with the house band and then joining the audience, basically interrupting the whole show. Everyone in the audience had this very shocked look on their face, wasn't quite sure if it was staged or not, but later they would go on to say that it was a bit for the show, but many people speculated that that was just their cover-up story and Ryan was being a diva. Number 2, Piers Morgan. Arguably one of the most notorious on-air exits in television history occurred in 2021 when presenter Piers Morgan abruptly left the set of Good Morning Britain. This happened after the weather presenter Alex Beresford confronted him regarding remarks he had made about Meghan Markle's interview with Oprah Winfrey during the previous day's broadcast. Alex said, "And I understand that you've got a personal relationship with Meghan Markle and she cut you off. She's entitled to cut you off if she wants to, but yet you continue to trash her." This prompted Piers to stand up and exit the studio, which would ultimately mark his final appearance on the show. And later that day, it was revealed that he would be departing immediately amidst the controversy surrounding his remarks about the Duchess. Now, as he was storming off, he said, "Okay, I'm done with this. Sorry, no, can't do this. I'm off to spend more time with my opinions." Now, just a couple hours later after that incident, ITV released a statement saying Piers Morgan has decided now is the best time to leave Good Morning Britain. ITV has accepted this decision and has nothing further to add. Number 3, the Bee Gees. In 1997, during their appearance on Clive Anderson's All Talk, the Bee Gees found themselves at the receiving end of the host's jokes about their music. Within mere seconds of commencing the interview, Clive likened the group's distinctive high falsetto to Mickey Mouse and humorously suggested that the Bee Gees, renowned hitmakers, were only one letter shy of being hit writers. The breaking point for Barry Gibb and his brothers, Robin and Maurice, came when the host actually forgot their hit records, prompting them to get up and abruptly leave the show. Number 4, Crispin Glover. Now, Charlie's Angels actor Crispin Glover's unforgettable appearance on Late Show with David Letterman in 1987 secured its place as one of the most notorious moments in the genre's history. Crispin had previously garnered attention for his captivating performances in the 1984 film Friday the 13th, The Final Chapter, also followed by his role as George McFly in Back to the Future, one of my favorites. Now, his scheduled guest spot on Late Night with David Letterman was intended to promote his latest film. However, instead of the expected promotional interview, the actor, who was only 23 at the time, delivered a very perplexing and bewildering segment that lacked a discernible purpose or direction. The catastrophic segment ended with David declaring, "I'm gonna go check on the top 10," before walking off the stage and leaving Crispin briefly alone before the show just basically cut to commercial. Number 5, Joan Rivers. In 2014, the late Joan Rivers made headlines when she dramatically exited a CNN interview. CNN host Frederica Whitfield was accusing Joan of being mean in some of her harsh fashion critiques, which appeared to ruffle the comedian's feathers. Frederica continued to challenge Joan as she said, "You're not really worried about feelings getting hurt," to which the showbiz personality replied, "Well, not when it's about dresses. It's not about them. It's about the clothing." But before abruptly walking out of her interview, Joan yelled, "Stop it with the 'you're mean' and 'you're that' and 'you're this.' You are not the one to interview a person who does humor. Sorry." She basically stormed off and left the interviewer shocked and basically in disbelief. Number 6, Chris Christie. Now, comedian Jimmy Fallon couldn't resist slipping in a wisecrack about former Governor Chris Christie's weight when the Republican presidential candidate attempted to recount a story involving ice cream. This incident unfolded during Christie's appearance in 2015 on The Tonight Show. Now, Christie was sharing an anecdote about a recent visit to New Hampshire where he and Florida Senator Marco Rubio had stayed with Utah Senator Mitt Romney. Now, during their stay, Christie recounted how they all went on a boat ride with their respective families, and upon returning to the dock, Mitt suggested that they all indulge in some ice cream. Christie described his reaction to the ice cream offer as all right, but Jimmy, making a playful reference to Christie's weight, suggested that his response might have been a tad more enthusiastic. Now, Christie caught on to the joke and, in kind of good humor, momentarily walked off the stage before returning with a comeback of his own. Number 7, Paris Hilton. When ABC interviewer Dan Harris asked Paris Hilton if she was worried about her, moment having passed, she laughed uncomfortably, then basically left. She got annoyed and walked out of the interview after he he asked her about being past her prime and kind of living in the shadow of former friend Kim Kardashian. Now, in the clip, Harris repeatedly asks her if she's worried that, time has passed, she's not really popular anymore, and actually points out the low ratings on her Oxygen reality show, The World According to Paris. Now, Hilton answered, "I've been doing this for 15 years now, so it's been a long time." So just like any other business person or someone in the industry, it's always important to reinvent yourself and come up with new projects. After several basically clipped, quick no responses, she basically sighs, looks off camera, and just walks out and doesn't return. Number 8, Naomi Campbell. During an interview with ABC News in 2010, supermodel Naomi Campbell abruptly left when a discussion veered towards a blood diamond she was rumored to have received from former Liberian dictator Charles Taylor, who was facing war crimes charges at the time. She said, "I didn't receive a diamond, and I'm not going to speak about that." As the interviewer persisted in questioning Naomi about the issue, the fashion icon rose from her seat and departed, accidentally causing a camera to even topple over in the process. Later in the same year, Naomi acknowledged that she had received the diamond while providing testimony during the trial of the former leader. Number 9, Prince. Prince was interviewed on The View in 2010, but he didn't actually stay for long, and for years since, fans have wondered how he actually really felt about the interview. Prince joked about being on the morning show and said, "These are strange hours for rock stars." He mentioned that there was a wonderful series of concerts that he was doing there, as he was at the time playing at Madison Square Garden. Now, while The View's co-hosts were all thrilled to have Prince there, since he was, of course, an icon, Sherri Shepherd was definitely the most excited. And since she was sitting right next to Prince at the famous View table, she looked super nervous. Right away, Shepherd said, "Hey Prince, could you just say, Sherri, I love you?" He did, and they hugged, and that seemed like a very sweet moment, but then things got incredibly awkward. Sherri then said to Prince, "You don't understand, Prince. I've wanted to make love to you for my entire life." Prince felt extremely uncomfortable. His eyes went really wide. He kind of comically backed away from the host, but he actually left the set for good. He basically said, "Girl, get somebody else to do it." Number 10, last but not least on my list, is Rita Ora. Now, Rita Ora walked out of an AP interview after the reporter asked her about her ex-boyfriend and musical collaborator Calvin Harris. The interviewer said, "There's been a lot of rumors about Calvin Harris not releasing some of your stuff." Ora shut it down. She said, "Thank you, bye-bye," and she replied saying that while walking away. Now, it's alleged that when she split with Calvin Harris, there were rumors that she cheated on him, that he refused to allow the album to be released because he produced it, basically completely sabotaging her career and ruining all of the momentum she had made at that time, which is why the interviewer asked her that question in the first place. So it didn't end well. Austin Butler and Drew Barrymore. Austin Butler has been known to have a gaze that sucks people in, especially those interviewing him. When he went on to Drew Barrymore's talk show, he couldn't seem to take his eyes and gaze off of her during the whole segment. Drew was explaining to Austin that she had a date coming up and how she hasn't been on a date in a really long time. Austin proceeded to offer her some dating advice while telling her that he actually has a good feeling about it for her, but also offering to be her free get out of this situation phone call should she need it. He said he couldn't wait to get updates on her date and repeatedly said she could call or text him. Fans immediately picked up on this flirtatious vibe with her, and one person actually online said, "Find you a man who looks at you the way Austin Butler looks at Drew," with another person saying, "Not Austin Butler having a crush on Drew Barrymore." Madonna and Arsenio Hall. The Madonna interview on the Arsenio Hall show back in 1990 is often cited as one of the most memorable and provocative moments in television history. Madonna appeared on the show on May 1st, 1990 to promote her upcoming Blonde Ambition World Tour. The interview started off very lighthearted, with Madonna and Arsenio joking about her music and dance moves. However, things took a very flirtatious turn when Madonna began to tease Arsenio about his dancing skills. She leaned in close, touched his leg, and made suggestive comments, leaving Arsenio visibly uncomfortable. The interview sparked controversy due to Madonna's provocative behavior and suggestive comments. Some critics accused her of being too flirtatious and crossing the line of professionalism. Madonna later defended her actions, stating that she was simply trying to push boundaries and challenge societal norms. Lady Gaga and Ellen DeGeneres. Lady Gaga's interview on The Ellen DeGeneres Show back in 2011 was one no one will forget. Gaga appeared on the show to promote her album and perform her hit single Judas. Now, during the interview, Gaga and Ellen DeGeneres shared a very playful and flirtatious moment. Ellen teased Gaga about her outrageous fashion sense, and Gaga responded by jokingly flirting with Ellen. The two shared a fake kiss, and Gaga even pretended to lick Ellen's face. Yes, so the audience erupted in cheers and applause, and the moment became a highlight of the show. Dakota Johnson and Leslie Mann. Now, while promoting their romantic comedy How to Be Single in 2016, Dakota Johnson and Leslie Mann kept each other company during the press junket. Now, according to Harper's Bazaar, the actresses couldn't help but flirt with Miami WSVN reporter Chris Van Vliet, whom they referred to as the hot guy. Along with giggling flirtatiously, Johnson and Mann told him to take off his shirts and leave the last one unbuttoned. It began, innocently enough, with Mann complimenting the journalist's, cute socks. She started off by saying, "Are you single? You're handsome." The 3-minute interview quickly spiraled out of control, with Johnson asking, Vliet if he worked out because he looked, swolled up. The co-stars then coaxed him into unbuttoning his shirt, telling him they wouldn't speak unless he did as they asked. Dakota would later go on to apologize for her inappropriate behavior, feeling like it was all just a little too much. Andrew Garfield and Stephen Colbert. Andrew Garfield was a guest on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert back in 2017. Now, after a discussion about Garfield's kiss with Ryan Reynolds at the Golden Globes, Colbert asked Garfield if he was comfortable kissing another man, to which Garfield replied affirmatively. Now, Garfield explained that, he wanted to show Ryan Reynolds that he loved him, regardless of whether he won or lost. Garfield and Stephen ended up sharing their own kiss, and Colbert actually joked about the kiss and even said that Garfield was a very gentle lover. The two ended up kissing twice. Of course, the audience, hooed and hawed, and it made headlines immediately, with many people, questioning the whole thing. Chelsea Handler and Michael Strawn. Now, Chelsea Handler appeared twice on Live with Kelly and Michael within 3 months, and things got heated between her and the host. Handler commented on Strawn's cellulite, and he replied saying that blacks just don't crack. Now, the second time she returned, the actress confessed that people thought they had chemistry during her previous appearance and that she liked black guys. Now, at the same time, Strawn stated that everybody likes chocolate, as reported apparently by Nicki Swift. Now, she jokingly said that he was throwing his body at her and that she greatly appreciated it. Now, Kelly asked if they ever thought about actually going on a date, and the two, joked, basically saying they do have quite a bit of chemistry, so maybe a possible pairing in the future we could see. Nicole Kidman and Jimmy Fallon could have been a couple. One of the most memorable moments in recent late night years was when Jimmy Fallon had Nicole Kidman on his show, and everything would change when she was interviewed. During the interview, Kidman admitted that she had a crush on Fallon when they met back in the 90s, which made for very awkward moments as the actress brought up old feelings. Nicole Kidman revealed a past date with Fallon, which he was actually unaware of, causing him to blush and cringe as she, recounted the awkward encounter. Kidman explained that a mutual friend, Rick, set up a meeting for her and Fallon, which she thought was a date, but Fallon thought it was about a possible movie role. Fallon recounts that he was actually playing video games and eating leftover Chinese food while Kidman was there, and he was completely oblivious to any romantic undertones. The incident became a running joke between the two, and they have remained, friends despite the near-miss romance. Now, many fans went on to say that Jimmy completely missed his chance and blew the opportunity to date the Nicole Kidman. Andrew Garfield and Amelia Dimondalberg, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, on an episode of Chicken Shop Date, which is her popular long-running YouTube interview show that takes place date style, over a meal at a local chicken shop in London. The pair's chat comes 2 years after their very first meet cute sent the internet into a frenzy. They teetered between leaning into the gimmick of the interview and their seemingly real chemistry, with a lot of giggling sprinkled in. Now, Amelia told Garfield in the clip, "I think that there's something going on, to the point where you've been avoiding me for 2 years because the vibes are too much for you to handle," acknowledging that they've had a couple of lovely interactions. Now, Garfield went on to say he genuinely thinks that they could have really gone on an actual actual date if it weren't for them being on her show. He said, take out all the practicalities and the logic, I actually believe that maybe we could have gone on a real date off camera. Now, the obvious current of electricity between the two has had the internet hungry for more after footage of several flirtatious encounters between the two went absolutely viral online. Kate Mara and Craig Ferguson, the former host of the Late Late Show, Craig Ferguson, was the flirting god on late night during his 9-season run. One of his, steamiest interviews occurred when Kate Mara came for her second appearance on the show and couldn't help but discuss lip gloss, making out, and the snake cut by his desk. Mara called him a dirty man when Ferguson flirted back with a sensual double entendre. Now, the first time Ferguson interviewed Mara, she seemed giggly at points, but it was mostly a pretty normal talk show appearance. However, at points during their first interview, Mara grabbed the host's hand and she spoke about how cuddly Scotsmen like Ferguson are. When Mara returned for her second appearance, her chemistry with Ferguson was on full display. Within a minute of Mara's second interview, she basically stated that she was jealous of Ferguson talking about kissing his previous guest, Morgan Freeman. Now, near the end of the interview, the flirting goes to like another level, or at least it seems to, because after the two of them are talking about horses, Mara makes a remark that even seems to take her by surprise. She says, "I'm really good at riding on the back of men's horses." She went on to say she didn't mean for it to come out that way, but audience members were not so convinced, and neither was his wife at the time, Messy. Mariah Carey and Howard Stern. Mariah's interview with Howard Stern in 1998 was quite possibly the most memorable one. While promoting her album, Carey was subjected to objectification and uncomfortable questioning by Stern. He made several lewd comments, leaving Carey visibly uneasy. The interview took a wrong turn when Stern began asking Carey about her personal life and relationships. Carey, however, didn't back down and instead called out Stern for his behavior. She later slammed Stern and his co-host, Robin Quivers, for their inappropriate interview style. The tension between Carey and Stern continued even after the interview. Carey reportedly continued to speak out against Stern's behavior, and the two had a somewhat contentious kind of relationship. Now, the two would eventually meet again in 2012 when Carey's then husband, Nick Cannon, was the host of America's Got Talent. With Stern as a judge, Cannon, developed a working relationship with the radio legend, and Cannon later revealed this connection helped actually bring Stern and Carey together after very long years of bad drama. And to throw in an honorable mention, I have Jack Harlow and Saweetie. The incident in question came as Harlow ambushed Saweetie during a red carpet interview before the ceremony. He surprised her by sneaking up on her and saying, "Hi, sweetie." He then introduced himself as Jack, to which she said, "I know." He then very flirtatiously said to her, "You don't like getting caught off guard?" To which she replied, "Why are you shaking?" The moment went viral, with many saying good for Jack for shooting his shot, although he missed. But later they would report that they are now friends. But let's see what the future holds. You never know.
Most people probably know that Robert Downey Jr. has had a history of substance abuse. He was introduced to these substances by his filmmaker father and was given stronger substances that resulted in him becoming an addict. The problem followed him into adulthood and nearly ended his acting career following a series of arrests. From 1996 through 2001, he was arrested several times on charges related to illegal substances, and he went through drug treatment programs and spent time in the county jail and prison. Thankfully though, he managed to kick the habit once and for all in the early 2000s, but people have still brought up this topic over and over again. In an interview about the Iron Man movies, Robert was asked an extremely personal question about his family and their shared history of substance abuse. Now, this wasn't the point of the interview, and Robert was not impressed with this question. He said, "I'm sorry, what are we doing? Are we promoting a movie?" and then walked out. The interviewer then apologized, but it was truly an out-of-pocket question, and I'm glad Robert walked out. Later, speaking to radio host Howard Stern, Robert said he didn't have any regrets about walking out of the interview. "I just wish I'd left sooner," he said. Jerry Seinfeld is best known for playing a semi-fictionalized version of himself in the sitcom Seinfeld, which he created and wrote with Larry David. Now, in 2007, Larry King had Jerry on his show, and at the time Jerry was filming for the B Movie and he was promoting it during filming. However, Larry asked Jerry a question about his sitcom that didn't go over too well. "You gave it up, right? They didn't cancel you, you canceled them," Larry asked. Now, Jerry did not appreciate this and sat there and stared at him with a dumbfounded candid expression before shooting back, "You're not aware of this? You think I got cancelled? Are you under the impression that I got cancelled?" asked Jerry, his voice rising. Larry then sensed the jury was behaving rather sensitively to the question. "Have I hurt you, Jerry?" he asked, and Jerry went off by saying, "I thought it was well documented. Is this still CNN? Yeah, no, I went off the air. I was the #1 show on television, Larry. Do you know who I am? 75 million viewers, the last episode." Wow, yeah, he really put him in his place. Then in 2014, Samuel L. Jackson was doing an interview with KTLA Sam Rubin, who asked Samuel what the reaction was to his Super Bowl commercial. Now the problem was Samuel didn't do the commercial, it was another actor, and Sam got it wrong. Sam looked off camera as he realized his mistake, and Samuel called him out saying, "You're the entertainment reporter for the station, and you don't know the difference between me and Lawrence Fishburne. That must be a very short line for your job outside there," he said. Now he then went on a tangent for about 2 minutes calling out the reporter, and Sam apologized profusely. Later, Sam issued an apology saying, "I indicated to Samuel that I'd seen him during the Super Bowl, and he thought I had confused him with the commercial Lawrence Fishburne had done for a car company. Of course, a Captain America ad had also run during the Super Bowl, but I immediately felt so dumb I didn't bring that up, and he gave me the slacking that was well deserved," the reporter said. He then apologized further by saying, "I pride myself on the fact that unlike a lot of people who do this kind of work, more often than not, I really do know what I'm talking about, but I didn't 30 minutes ago, and I'm really embarrassed about it, and I very much apologize to Samuel L. Jackson and anyone else who was offended for what was a very amateur mistake." Then in 2011, Mila Kunis and Justin Timberlake were at a press conference in Moscow to promote their film Friends with Benefits. Now during the conference, Mila, who speaks Russian, went back and forth with the reporter saying, "Well, if he wants to make movies and he can, why shouldn't he? What kind of question is that? Why are you here, huh?" Now the reporter responded with, "Well, I'm just doing my job," and Mila said, "Well, so is he. It's the same thing." Now I'm glad Mila stood up for Justin because the reporter was just being straight up rude. Justin then tried to keep up with the conversation via an earpiece providing a delayed translation, and afterwards he pointed to Mila and said, "This is my bodyguard." Now, Cara Delevingne was interviewed for Good Day Sacramento to promote her film Paper Towns. She was video chatting as she wasn't actually in the studio, and she was asked questions about the film, and she made a lot of sarcastic comments, obviously joking. Now the host didn't seem to understand this, and one host said that they saw her in London a couple weeks ago being interviewed, and she seemed more excited about the film, and they asked, "Are you exhausted?" which is just a crazy question to ask. Cara seemed visibly upset about this comment, saying no, she's still very excited, and that the premiere was last night and it was emotional. Now she also added that this interview was happening in the morning, so she just needed more energy. Now the host then said that she seemed irritated and said they'd let her go before saying one more line of, "Go take a little nap, have a Red Bull, how about that?" Now Cara awkwardly smiles and says, "Okay, now too far," and stares into the camera. And obviously uncomfortable, they end the feed on Cara's end as the hosts go to bash her and talk poorly about her. Now it's all just so rude and unnecessary, and she didn't deserve to be treated that way. Carmen Carrea is a model who in 2014 Katie Couric invited to be on her talk show. After Carmen discussed her modeling career as a trans woman, Katie began asking about her transition. She asked, "Was the whole process painful physically for you? And your private parts are different now, aren't they?" Now the second question caused Carmen to shush Katie. "I don't want to talk about it because it's really personal," she said. "I don't know, I'd rather talk about my modeling stuff. I'd rather talk about being in W and maybe being in Italian Vogue and doing fun stuff and showing people that after the transition, there's still life to live. I still have my career goals, I still have my family goals." Katie received backlash for her questions, and Laverne Cox, who appeared on the show after Carmen, told the host that focusing on transgender people's transitions rather than their daily lives objectifies them. Now in 2017, Katie revealed that she had the opportunity to cut the segment out of the interview, but decided to keep it as an educational moment for her audience. "I discussed it with Laverne Cox, and I wanted, maybe foolishly, to use myself as an example to really have a teachable moment on the show," she told the Daily Beast. That That was my intent, and I guess I did it at the expense of making myself seem like an insensitive buffoon, which I guess I was. Now, in 2015, Ariana Grande did a radio interview with Los Angeles' Power 106, DJs Just Incredible and Eric D. Lux. Now, unfortunately, these men decided to ask Ariana sexist questions instead of talking to her about her music and career. If you could use makeup or your phone one last time, what would you pick? One of them asked. Now, Ariana was thrown by this question and responded with, "Is this men assuming that's what girls would have to choose between?" And later in the interview, they asked her how long she could go without being on her phone, and she puts them in their place by saying she can go a long time without her phone, to which one the host replies with, "Ladies learn," and Ariana hits back with, "Boys learn. Boys and girls learn. We can all learn." Ariana was clearly uncomfortable throughout the whole interview, and the radio host should have known better, and I'm glad Ariana called them out for their behavior. And finally, back in 2012, Nicki Minaj and radio host Peter Rosenberg got into a feud after Peter declared at that year's Hot 97 Summer Jam concert that her Pink Friday Roman Reloaded single Starships wasn't real hip-hop. A year later, the pair spoke on Hot 97, and Nicki took some shots at Peter after he disrespected her music and said, "I don't know your resume, I never found you funny, I never found you entertaining, I never found you smart," she told him. "I just found you annoying." To me, it was like, who are you? You don't have enough of a resume to make those comments. Now, this didn't really matter though, because later Peter tweeted that Nicki's boyfriend threatened him and that he still stands by his comments, claiming that Nicki overreacted. She's had a lot of good moments, Starships ain't one of them, and it represents the opposite of real hip-hop, he explained. Recently, a journalist has stepped forward to talk about how uncomfortable they were interviewing Blake Lively in 2016. Norwegian interviewer Christy Flaw, who goes by Kirsty, has uploaded her 2016 interview with Blake that was so uncomfortable it made her want to quit her journalism career. Kirsty posted a video simply called "The Blake Lively Interview That Made Me Want to Quit My Job" to her popular YouTube channel earlier this week, and viewers have been left horrified by the 4-minute long footage. In the clip, Blake is promoting the movie Cafe Society and is joined by her co-star Parker Posey. Now, this movie came out in July 2016, and the interview would have taken place around the same time. Now, Blake had actually announced her pregnancy at the Met Gala that May, but appears to take offense when Kirsty starts the interview by congratulating her on her little bump. "Congrats on your little bump," Blake mockingly says back to Kirsty, who visibly isn't pregnant. And also, one of the worst things we've now found out is that Kirsty is actually infertile, so this comment hurt her even more. Appearing to purposely exclude Kirsty from the conversation, Blake and Parker seem to almost ignore her, and Blake seemingly actively avoids to make eye contact with the reporter, and even when she does look away from Parker, she's looking off camera rather than at Kirsty. Once Kirsty's interview time is up, both Blake and Parker appear to roll their eyes and pull a face as she leaves. Now, it was extremely rude and horrible, and people in the comments called them out. Now, in 2013, Jesse Eisenberg did an interview with Romina Puga promoting his new film, Now You See Me. The interview started out rough, but it seemed like Jesse and Romina were both being sarcastic and dry to each other on purpose. Now, this included Jesse insulting her, saying he wouldn't want to find her in a crowd, and that she was the carrot top of interviewers. It seemed like the two were in on it, but afterwards, Romina made a blog post saying, "So I was just humiliated by Jesse Eisenberg. When the 5-minute interview, more like self-esteem butchering, were finally over, I went behind a curtain to wait for the memory cards from the interview. I peeked around the curtain to ask Jesse about his neighborhood in New York. He lived a few blocks from where I used to live, and he immediately says, 'You're still here.'" Now, Jesse was widely slammed on social media for the interview, in which he came across as arrogant and was seen mocking the journalist's questions. Talking to NME, Jesse said he had different memories of the interview, as he found it to be quite fun. "I remember she was laughing. Even after she left, I said to the people in the room, 'What a relief.' Like, that was the most funny, interesting interview I'd had all day. She said I had made her upset. It was like the exact opposite of what my experience was, and I didn't know the appropriate way to handle something that's completely mischaracterized," he added. Now, people said there are people who found the interview quite funny, saying, "Listen, I would never want to upset someone, and if I did upset her, obviously I would have acknowledged that," he added. While walking the red carpet at the 2023 Oscars, Hugh Grant was quickly called out online after an interview with Ashley Graham on ABC's Academy Awards pre-show. When asked by the model what his favorite part of the awards ceremony was, he responded, "It's fascinated, the whole humanity is here, it's Vanity Fair." Now things only got more awkward as Hugh began unenthusiastically responding with short answers, such as saying he wasn't rooting for any nominees in particular, and stating that he couldn't remember the name of the tailor who worked on his suit. Now the interview concluded with Ashley asking him about appearing in one of the night's nominated films, Glass Onion: A Knives Out Mystery, in which he made a cameo as the partner of Daniel Craig's detective character. "Well, I'm barely in it," he stated. "I'm in it for about 3 seconds." Now on top of that, when asked if he had fun shooting the Knives Out sequel, he simply responded with, "Almost." Now Twitter went crazy calling out his behavior as it was just a plain awkward exchange. Now reflecting on the situation a few months later, Ashley told the Sunday Times, "I could tell he didn't want to be there, that was obvious. Before we were chatting, he was very pleasant, then we started rolling and he was like, I don't want to be here, and I was like, okay, work with me, I get it, but like work with me. I was trying my hardest to be my nice upbeat self and he gave me what he had," she said. In 2016, Vin Diesel derailed his interview with YouTuber Carol Maria by trying to flirt with her and insisting that she was too beautiful and sexy for him to continue, making her visibly uncomfortable. Now in the video's intro, Carol addressed the situation, saying, "He began to hit on me in the middle of the interview, saying that I was pretty, and he interrupted the interview 3 times to talk about it. I was laughing, completely uncomfortable. I was not sure what to do," she said. "I just laughed because it was a very delicate situation. I did not like it. At the time, I did not know how to react, but you will see that I was uncomfortable. It was not nice that he interrupted my work." Now in the video, Vin Diesel is seen saying, "Tell me your story, let's get out of here, let's go have lunch. My god, I love her." Now Carol attempted to get things back on track, only for Diesel to derail the interview once again over their shared love of the game Dungeons & Dragons. "Guys, really, look how beautiful she is," he said. "You guys think this is a joke? How am I supposed to sit here while I'm looking at such beauty? She's so beautiful. I'm in love with the interviewer." Yeah, that's definitely not the way to talk to an interviewer. I mean, she was just trying to do her job. Plus, he was married and had children at the time of this interview. It's just gross. Reporter Ali Fedotowsky was asked by her co-host Roxy Manning whether she had bad experiences interviewing celebrities on the red carpet. Ali then said, "Sorry Jake Gyllenhaal, I'm going to Taylor Swift you right now." She then proceeded to say that Jake showed up for the red carpet. "My first red carpet for E! News, he walks up, I'm shaking in my heels. I say to him, 'Hi Jake, who do you bring tonight? Like for a date, like who's your date tonight?' He goes, 'Bye bye,' and walked away from me." Ali then shared that she started crying, fearing that she was going to lose her job after failing to get answers from the actor. However, she then witnessed Jake give another interviewer the same treatment. "There was an interviewer next to me and her question to him was, 'So if you don't get an Oscar for this film, those tattoos should,' because he was all tatted up for his film, and he goes, 'Bye,' and walks away because he is a serious actor," Ali recalled. Now Ali worked for the entertainment news company from 2013 to 2015, and she called the position her least favorite job she ever had. She added, "It was just not for me, it really ate away at my self-confidence," and she also noted that she doesn't have patience for stars who are rude to interviewers. "I've walked so many red carpets because of The Bachelorette and done countless interviews, and I know how easy it is to be nice," she said. But hey, at least he wasn't just rude to her, but still, that's a rude thing to do, Jake. Now Joaquin Phoenix's film Joker did amazing, as it was praised by pretty much everyone, but it appears that he got tired of talking about it. Now Joaquin took home the Golden Globe for Best Actor in a Drama for Joker, but do not ask him about it. Now after his win, Phoenix claimed that he was tricked into entering the press room, and he was annoyed at journalists for asking him questions. When asked about his process for transforming into the Joker, Phoenix snapped, "Isn't this old news? I think I've talked about this for 6 months. I mean, right? I feel like I've answered these questions. You want to hear a different version of it? I can try to change it slightly, or what should I do? It was a long process, and there's so many things I just can't remember right now, but I feel like I already answered this question 6 months ago, but thanks for still asking." Then when asked about a potential Joker sequel, he got similarly annoyed, saying, "What do you mean about the possibility of a sequel? Why? I don't care who's saying that. That's awesome and I love whoever says it. I don't think that I've ever done too many predictable things. So if that came up, it's not because we're following some rulebook, it's because we feel inspired again to explore the character more thoroughly. That would be the only reason for me to do it. So that's all I can say about that." Now, we all know that they did make a sequel, but him responding to these questions like that was just awkward. And in 2017, Selena Gomez was announced to receive the Billboard Music Award for Woman of the Year. Now, she received it after she told the world about her kidney transplant, and this was a huge award for her, and it should have been made all about her. But on the red carpet, she was asked about her ex, Justin Bieber. Now, Selena has always been linked to Justin from the moment she started dating him. This understandably has been very annoying, and Selena is tired of questions about Justin. Now, during her interview, she was asked how Justin had most influenced her to be the person she was today. Now, Selena wasn't having this though, as the day was about her, so she responded by saying, "I don't think anyone truly actually cares." Now, some people may think this response was rude, but others thought the question itself was rude. Now, she'd been asked the same question about Justin over and over again, and the night was about her, but good for Selena for only discussing what she wanted to. Beyonce has stopped doing interviews, and this is why. Now, Jay-Z is a pretty big reason why Beyonce doesn't do these anymore. Now, if you didn't know, Jay-Z and Beyonce have a 12-year age gap, and they met when Beyonce was really young. Now, it seems like the couple can't make up their mind about how old she was when they met. Not to mention, whenever Jay-Z is asked about their first meeting, he gets extremely nervous. Jay-Z has a history of going for younger girls, so it really has people wondering if they're lying about when they met to make Jay look less creepy. And then there's the actual interview where Beyonce was asked about Jay-Z and how he could have cheated on her in 2005. You see, prior to their marriage, rumors swirled that the couple had broken up secretly in 2005. The reason for their separation was never confirmed, but at the time there were rumors that the rapper was having an affair with his protege, Rihanna. And though the rumors were supposedly spread by PRs to boost Rihanna's profile, Beyonce wasn't sure what to make of the situation. "Tell me if I'm crossing the line," the interviewer says in the interview as he begins to ask a question about her relationship with Jay-Z. In response, Beyonce lets out a loud, uncomfortable laugh. "Ah, you crossed the line, buddy," she says. "Really?" he asks. "Yes, I don't want to talk about it. You gotta hear the album to figure that out," she says, referencing her 2008 album, I Am Sasha Fierce. Now, it also makes sense that she wouldn't want to do interviews right now, as she and Jay-Z are already under public scrutiny due to their connection to Diddy. Now, Diddy and the couple were really good friends, but they're trying to hide that now that Diddy has been arrested for unspeakable crimes. Now, Beyonce and Jay-Z would always go to his parties and would even play unreleased music there. Now, in December 2024, Jay-Z was accused of committing a crime with Diddy in the year 2000. This caused a lot of outrage, and a lot of people were upset with the star. Now, Jay-Z denied all of this and Beyonce stood by him. A day after the accusations were made, it was the premiere of the film of The Lion King that Beyonce and their daughter were in. Now, Jay-Z joined them on the red carpet to get their photos taken, but there were no interviews done because they didn't want to be asked about Diddy and Jay-Z's involvement. Now, some people say that Beyonce is actually too famous now to give interviews. After she released her self-titled album in 2013, she stopped giving any interviews to conventional media outlets. Since then, she's appeared in various magazine profiles, but either submits her own personal essays or doesn't say anything at all. Now, after conducting an interview-free profile of Beyonce for a 2015 issue of Vogue, writer Margot Jefferson told the New York Times that the performer has to be studying how effective her interviews have been so far. They may have decided that they do not contribute as dazzlingly to the portrait of Beyonce than the other stuff. Also, Beyonce has received weird requests while doing interviews in the past, like the one time when Barbara Walters paid her $5 to sing to her. Yep, when Beyonce was doing an interview with her, Barbara brought up that Beyonce said when she was a kid, she would sing for her neighbors if they gave her $5. Now, Beyonce confirmed that this was true, and so Barbara then gave her $5 and told her to sing anything at all. Now, Beyonce seemed a little taken aback from this, but decides to sing a little bit. Honestly though, this whole part of the interview is just awkward. And since Beyonce hasn't done interviews in a while, she could be asked about some crazy things, like the whole "thank you Beyonce" trend. Now, fans have brought up the fact that when a lot of people in Hollywood win major awards against Beyonce, they always have to thank her or mention her in some way in their speech, and if they don't, they have an untimely passing or an accident. I mean, some people even claim that Kanye West saved Taylor Swift from Beyonce's wrath when he stormed the stage at the VMAs to interrupt her. Now, I'm sure Beyonce doesn't want to talk and deal with all of that in an interview. Beyonce has had some strange moments with Ellen DeGeneres over the years, so it makes sense that she would stop doing interviews with her. Now, one year at the Grammys, Beyonce was presenting an award with Ellen, but when she was speaking, Ellen dramatically kept looking at Beyonce, and it was just really weird and awkward. Beyonce lets out a little fake laugh and continues on reading off the teleprompter, but it was just so weird that Ellen did that, and a lot of people called out Ellen for her behavior. In the comments, people are defending Beyonce, with one person saying, "You just know after this, Bey told her people to never book her anything with Ellen ever again." Although her words didn't say it, her eyes definitely said, "Get out of my face," like a true lady. Now, we all know that Ellen did not always treat her guests with respect, so this could be a reason why Beyonce was never seen with Ellen again. Beyonce has also been asked weird questions while doing interviews, and I can't blame her for not wanting to deal with that anymore. A clip has recently resurfaced of Destiny's Child being interviewed about the foot and mouth epidemic back in 2001. Now, the girl group had just hit the red carpet at the Brit Awards when they were quizzed about the news, and even they were weirded out. They didn't know what it was, and when it was explained to them, they didn't really seem to care that much. "We don't know anything about that, all we know is we just got here," Beyonce replies. Now, Kelly Rowland chimes in, "Some tests should be run so this can stop." But yeah, it was just a weird question to be asked. One person commented on the clip, "We need to bring back normalize, I don't know anything about that," as a valid response for whenever someone asks a celebrity a question like this. Now, I wonder if Beyonce herself ever looked back at this video and wondered, "Damn, I said that, WTF was I on, LMAO." But yeah, this was a very strange question for sure. No singer is perfect, but Beyonce has been caught lip-syncing a lot in her career, and she's been called out for it. Now, this especially drew criticism when she performed the national anthem at the 2013 presidential inauguration, as it was later discovered that she was lip-syncing. Now, she later admitted to this in an interview, which is pretty embarrassing. She said she's a perfectionist and wanted her performance for President Barack Obama to be a memorable one. She called the day emotional and said, "I practiced until my feet bleed, and I did not have time to rehearse with the orchestra. Due to no proper sound check, I did not feel comfortable taking a risk. It was about the president and the inauguration, and I wanted to make him and my country proud, so I decided to sing along with my pre-recorded track, which is very common in the music industry. And I'm very proud of my performance," she said. At other performances, she's been caught lip-syncing certain songs as well, but people think that's due to the difficulty of some of her songs. Now, regardless, she's been caught many times, and owning up to it and her mistakes is hard for her. Then one time when she was being interviewed on 60 Minutes, she was asked if Sasha, her alter ego, would ever do an interview. Beyonce then fake laughs and says no, she never has and never would. And I understand that because, again, that's weird. Now, if you didn't know, Beyonce has an alter ego. She's named Sasha Fierce. She's been Sasha since at least 2003, and it seems like the Fierce was added in 2008 for her album. Now, Beyonce said that she originally created created the alter ego Sasha Fierce to keep that stage persona separate from who she really is. She described Sasha Fierce as being too aggressive, too strong, too sassy, and too sexy, stating, "I'm not like her in real life at all." But in February 2010, she announced in an interview with Allure magazine that she was comfortable enough with herself to no longer need Sasha Fierce. And not to mention, when celebrities do interviews, their words can be twisted by the media. Beyoncé is very particular about her image and only shows things she wants to. By doing an interview, that could change and she could lose control, which isn't something that she wants. Not to mention her fans and stan Twitter can be kinda crazy, and there would be so many fights over what she said, and it would create bad press. It would be best if she just avoided that entire mess before it happens.
I have different personalities, you know what I'm saying? Nobody knows who's coming downstairs in the morning.
Oprah Winfrey has been tied to so many awful people, and the things that she's done throughout the years have only been in service to certain people.
That was a crazy one. What am I doing?
With all this new alarming news of Diddy coming out, people are looking back at his old interviews, and one he did with Oprah where he refused to answer a question is concerning to say the least. Now, Diddy has gone by many different names. His legal name is Sean Combs. He then changed his middle name to Love at one point. He's gone by Puff Daddy, Puffy, P. Diddy, and Diddy. Why all these names? It's honestly so confusing, but it seems like Diddy will never share why. Now, in 1996, under the name Puff Daddy, he released his first commercial vocal work as a rapper. He then changed his stage name from Puff Daddy to P. Diddy in 2001, and on August 16, 2005, he announced on Today that he was altering his stage name yet again. He'd be calling himself Diddy. He then said fans did not know how to address him, which led to confusion. He changed his name again on November 5th, 2017, when he announced that he'd be going by the name Love, stating, "My new name is Love, aka Brother Love." 2 days later, he told the press he had been joking, but on January 3rd, 2018, he announced on Jimmy Kimmel Live that he had changed his mind again and would be using the new name after all. Now, the change became official in 2022. Many people have been confused by what to call him and why he's had all these different names that constantly change. Now, in 2006, while making an appearance on the Oprah Winfrey Show, Oprah tried to get to the bottom of his stage names, why he changed them, and what they meant. Diddy, though, was not going to give up that information. Diddy said, "It's a nickname somebody gave me. I've never told anyone that, but I know you get people to tell you everything, Oprah. But I can't look you in the eye and explain that one." Now, he shoved the question aside and said, "It's just a silly name." It was made pretty clear here that he didn't want to share the deeper meaning and significance of his stage name. Now, what is strange is that Oprah did not probe him anymore and just accepted that she wouldn't get an answer. Diddy then said, "I'll answer every other question except that one." Now, in his other interviews, he's opened up about his many nicknames. He told Jet magazine in 1998 that he had a temper when he was younger, and his friends started calling him Puffy. While speaking with CNN, he shared, "I've had different name changes because I only just grew up in a neighborhood where everyone had nicknames. My first nickname was Puffy," and he said he was given the nickname Puff as a child because he would huff and puff when he was angry. Now, it seems like his name will remain just one more secret that Diddy keeps from the world. Now, I don't know why he's making it such a big deal though. It honestly makes him even more suspicious. I mean, why wouldn't he want to share it unless it was something bad, right? And of course, this isn't the first weird interview that Diddy has had. In 1999, he did an interview with Entertainment Tonight where he practically told us he was up to no good. He said, "They won't even give me a permit for the parties no more, but we ain't gonna stop. We're gonna keep on having fun, bringing people together from all walks of life. You're gonna hear about my parties, they're gonna be shutting them down, they're gonna probably be arresting me, doing all types of crazy things just because we wanna have a good time. Whenever you bring up a different element into people's environment, things that broaden people's horizons, people get intimidated," he added about the parties. It's a lot of people out there that feel intimidated by it. It's cool. It doesn't make me feel any way special. It doesn't make make me feel like a bigger person, it just makes me feel like I know how to throw a party. Then there's his multiple Ellen interviews. Now I feel like every time he was there, he said something that was a red flag. In 2009, Diddy came under fire for lending his home to Chris Brown and Rihanna after their infamous fight. Ellen invited the mogul on her show to explain his actions, as she found them irresponsible due to the risk of sending the wrong message to young fans. Now, Diddy immediately took a defensive stance following Ellen's remarks, saying, "Because I know both of them and it's my house, and I'm allowed to give my house to anyone I want to. I'm the type of person who doesn't cast judgment on somebody, so if friends ask me for a favor, then I'ma be there for a favor, as long as I know the energy of the favor is positive." Now, in between his answers to Ellen, Diddy is seen on camera visibly upset and scowling at the audience. After the segment though, Ellen and Diddy decide to break into a dance number, and it's honestly just so weird. Now, the fact that Diddy was defending the situation with Chris and Rihanna isn't that surprising, considering everything he did to his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Him and Cassie dated on and off for 10 years and broke up officially in 2018. In November 2023 though, Cassie filed a lawsuit against Diddy for mistreating her and taking advantage of her during their relationship. Mr. Combs vehemently denies these offensive and outrageous allegations, he said at the time. But after the case was settled, less than 48 hours after it was filed, I may add, his attorney put out another statement saying, "Just so we're clear, a decision to settle a lawsuit, especially in 2023, is in no way an admission of wrongdoing," he said. Mr. Combs' decision to settle the lawsuit does not in any way undermine his flat-out denial of the claims. He is happy they got to a mutual settlement and wishes Miss Ventura the best. So yeah, Diddy claimed he was innocent and that Cassie was lying, but earlier this year, hotel footage leaked of an incident Cassie described in the lawsuit. It was proof that she was telling the truth and that Diddy really was a monster. Now, after this was leaked, Diddy made an apology, but was he really remorseful? People don't think so. He was just sorry that he got caught. Now, honestly, the CCTV footage was extremely disturbing, and it showed us that there was something seriously wrong with the star. Now, I can't believe that Cassie had to go through so much mistreatment. It's disgusting what he did to her, and I'm glad he's in jail. Then, in another interview that's been raising some eyebrows is from 2012, when Tour interviewed Diddy for Fuses on the Road, discussing the entertainer's career thus far. Now, as the interview closes, Tour asks Diddy, "Do you think that people really know you?" To which Diddy dramatically responds, "Nah, people don't really know me, and that's by design." Tours then becomes curious and asks, "So who is this person, the Sean Combs we don't know?" Diddy's consistently maintained smile then disappeared before he offered an answer with a deadpan look, "We have yet to find out. You have to come along for the ride. That's the whole part of the journey. That's the whole part of entertainment. You don't rock with a brother for 20 years and stop. Now you gotta see this movie all the way through, baby." Yeah, so that just really proves that Diddy was able to trick the public into thinking that he was a great person while he knowingly did horrible things behind the scenes. Now, Diddy finally got arrested in September though for his involvement in a crime ring that dates back to 20 years ago. Since he's been locked up, more details about the case have been leaked, and hundreds of victims have come forward with lawsuits against the star.
Number 10. Cara Delevingne. Cara is a gifted actor and overall seems like a pretty solid human being, so much like the rest of us, she gets tired and annoyed from time to time. Unfortunately, that feeling took place on live television while she was promoting her movie Paper Towns. While making an appearance on the early morning show Good Day Sacramento, the interview did not get off to a great start. The program's anchor called her Carla, and she then spent the next few minutes trying to get info out of Cara but was failing miserably. Falling deep into the anchor role, she pulled out the old, "Hey, wow, you know, that's amazing. Listen, Carla, did you read the book that this thing's based on, or did you even have time because you're so busy?" She was having none of that. She was very sarcastic with each and every answer to the fairly generic questions. Do you relate to the character? What was your favorite moment? It was then that a third anchor abruptly popped in and asked Cara if she was exhausted, as she seemed a bit more excited to speak about the movie a few weeks prior in London. She giggled and said that she was fine. Apparently the premiere of the film was the night before, which she claimed to feel like the end of an era. But the anchors do not not know when to quit. One of the anchors then suggested that she may be irritated, or maybe it was just them. They then cut the interview short and told her to take a nap and get a Red Bull. She can be heard saying, "Well, that's too far," before the anchor screeches over her and shuts her down. According to Cara, there really was no bad blood. She was just sick of answering the same questions over and over again. Following the interview, the man who popped in and gave his 2 cents was actually fired for causing such a tense situation on live television. Number 9. Robert Downey Jr. Being a part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe means being in a ton of interviews. Robert had the fortune of playing Iron Man for over 10 years, being featured in 11 movies during that time. While doing press for his second round with the Avengers in 2015, he had the misfortune of speaking with a legendarily terrible interviewer named Krishnan Guru Murphy on Channel 4. Now, I've talked about this guy in another video for making Quentin Tarantino walk out of an interview, and he's making a return for something pretty similar. The interview is uncomfortable from the very beginning. Krishnan stumbles through his questions as quickly as he can, with Robert doing his best to keep things going along. But instead of asking questions about the movie, Krishnan decided to probe Robert on his life in prison and with substance control issues. Now, at first he's okay and he answers the question, but then Krishnan brings up his father and asks if he feels that he has escaped from his dark past. Robert is visibly anxious and he begins breathing heavily to keep himself calm. He asks what they're doing and the team says goodbye. He said Krishnan seemed nice, but things were getting a little bit too Diane Sawyer. This was one of the most uncomfortable interview moments in Robert's career, not even close to the worst for Krishnan. Number 8. Sofia Vergara. Fans of the show Modern Family will surely recognize Sofia as Gloria, aka Manny's mom, who is absolutely hilarious and heartwarming at the same time. Now, while speaking with Ellen in 2017 about her career and some new projects, Ellen decided to play a game called English Word of the Day. Claiming to be learning Spanish with 1 word a day, she wished to teach Sofia one as well. Before the segment, Sofia is roasting Ellen for her dislike of cotton, but when Ellen asks if she wants to learn the English word with her, Sofia scoffs and is visibly annoyed, claiming that she speaks English very well. Ellen gives her the word flabbergasted and asks her to define what it means. Not only does she pronounce it correctly the first time, but she knows exactly what it means. Ellen follows up with discombobulated, which left Sofia confused and thinking very hard, which she butchered the word. While she seemed to be taking things in stride, it turns out that Sofia was absolutely frustrated with participating in the game, as she's a bit self-conscious when it comes to her accent. Many considered the segment to be a little racist and more cringe-inducing than fun. I've seen the clip. That's accurate. Number 7. Zac Efron. Zac is one of the Disney kids that eventually made a name for himself as a legitimate performer, starring in comedy movies like Neighbors and 17 Again, as well as some more dramatic roles like in Charlie St. Cloud. In 2017, Zac starred alongside Hollywood heavyweight Dwayne Johnson in a revival of the Baywatch series. While promoting the film, Zac stopped by the Ellen DeGeneres show. Oh, look, it's Ellen again! Ellen thought it would be fun to bring out a wax figure of Zac Efron that was on its way to be displayed in a real Hollywood wax museum. The figure is based on his Baywatch role, meaning that he's shirtless and his abs are present. Zac picks up his own shirt to show the audience the strange similarities, at which time Ellen just rubs his tummy for a moment. Zac then spends a few moments flexing and comparing himself to the statue before complaining that, oh man, it's bigger than he is. Seeing Troy from High School Musical flexing next to a statue of himself? Cringy. Number 6. Rachel Zegler. Rachel Zegler's comments about the upcoming live-action Snow White remake could have a massive impact on ticket sales and the overall project, according to branding experts. The 22-year-old actress has received plenty of backlash after she admitted that she actually hated the original 1937 movie and branded the storyline as weird, while referring to the Prince character as just a straight-up stalker. The backlash occurred after several videos of Rachel speaking negatively about the original movie in various interviews last year resurfaced online, where she talked about her version of the character. She said she's not going to be saved by the prince, she's not going to be dreaming about true love. While Disney may just be trying to modernize the classic, the comments have caused her to be labeled as a fake feminist by a lot of people in Hollywood. Some critics accused Rachel of gaslighting, and even one marketing consultant has warned Disney might need to be careful about how they have portrayed Snow White. Because, you know, Snow White has already been suffering from backlash well before Rachel made her comment, comments, because Peter Dinklage actually spoke out about Disney not using true dwarf actors for the new film, instead opting to use heavy CGI on Hollywood elites, because that always looks great. Rachel's role as Snow White is currently in the air while she is still casted in the role. Who knows, maybe this whole Hollywood strike thing might be the exact situation the studio needs to kick her out and get someone who's more in line with their themes. Number 5. Robin Williams. We lost one of the greatest performers in our lifetime in 2014, but even 9 years later, his co-stars are still gushing about how impactful this man was in their lives. Robin and Nathan Lane starred together in a film called Birdcage. Now, I've personally never seen it, but considering the cast and ratings for this movie, it's on my list now. Nathan and Robin did interviews together for the film and took some time to sit down with one of the greatest TV hosts of all time, Miss Oprah Winfrey. The interview was on the right track, but then Oprah asks Nathan how he is able to get into the character so well. Nathan, of course, playing a drag queen in the film. At the time, Mr. Lane was not an openly gay man, and he felt like there was no way to tiptoe around this topic without eventually being outed on Oprah's show. After an awkward moment, superhero Robin swoops in, just diverts the conversation to a new topic, and they move on. In interviews from the past couple of years, Nathan has mentioned the Oprah incident and knows there's no ill intention on her part and considers Robin to have saved him from what could have been a very, very awkward moment. Number 4. Dakota Johnson. When Dakota Johnson was a guest on the Ellen DeGeneres show in 2019, she took a more subtle and pulled back approach to addressing an issue with the host. Ellen asked Johnson when her birthday was, and then claimed that she had never received an invite for the party. Then the 50 Shades actor quickly smiled and revealed that she actually had in fact extended the invite to Ellen, but received no reply. Ellen was baffled, asking Dakota if she was sure, and that there was no possible way, to which she replied, "Ask literally anyone here, specifically your producer Jonathan." Following the comment, Ellen is seen searching the room for Jonathan with this mean expression on her face, which is understandable, she just got outed as a liar on her own show. Unfortunately for Ellen, that wouldn't be the last time, as only a few months later, a bunch of news stories and rumors started to circulate about her mistreating her staff, eventually leading to the show's cancellation. Looks like Dakota delivered her 50 shades of oops. Number 3. Brie Larson. Brie was announced as the newest member of the Marvel Universe in 2019, starring in the film Captain Marvel as the titular superhero. At first, people were pretty excited to see what Marvel would do with the property. Captain Marvel is one of their original superheroes. However, when the movie was actually released, fans were very upset with her performance. According to them, she was stale and seemed bored from start to finish. When asked about the online hate at D23's red carpet last year, Brie said she's not sure if she'd even continue to play the character beyond her upcoming Captain Marvel sequel, The Marvels. She's aware of all the hate surrounding her character and defends the role by telling people that that's how she was told to play it, but it's also Brie Larson, she's always been stiff, but it's kinda why she's funny. The moment was extremely uncomfortable, with many fans calling for her to be fired from the role if she hated it so much. It's not that she hates the role, it's that she hates the people who hate her. Number 2. Paris Hilton. Paris is the originator of the phrase famous for being famous. This woman made headlines many times over the years for a little bit of everything. In 2011, Paris appeared on ABC to discuss her career, personal life, and the recent situations that she had been dealing with involving stalkers. During the interview, she revealed a few things about her life that had previously just been speculated, like the fact that she used a higher-pitched baby voice on her show Simple Life, but had a much deeper and more serious tone in real life. But the conversation eventually ventures into uncharted waters. The interviewer asks Paris if she felt that her former friend and protege Kim Kardashian had overshadowed her in the eyes of the media. Paris says nothing, looks to her publicist, and then goes to stand up. They almost wrap the entire interview, but eventually things simmered down and they were able to clear things up. However, the moment stuck with fans of Hilton immediately and begged the question, why is she so uncomfortable to talk about this? Is it because it's true? Well, it turns out the world answered that question for her, as Kim's show Keeping Up with the Kardashians made it big, and Paris Hilton's show, well, it was cancelled after one season, so yikes. Number 1. David Letterman. After many years of being extremely odd towards his female guests, I could not pick one single interview. So the number 1 spot just goes to David Letterman in general. There are several examples over the years of David being a little bit too intimate with his guests, including a time when he would not stop telling Jennifer Aniston how good her legs looked in her dress. He literally told Madonna to go kiss a man in the audience for fun. He called Keira Knightley a lovely offering. He told Dolly Parton he wanted to see her sweaty. The list goes on. It took way too long for someone to realize that this dude was just a bit too open at times, sharing just all the information that's just too much, way too much. One thing he continued to do right up until he retired in 2014 was show revealing or intimate photos of his guests without their knowledge, like when Emma Watson was forced to explain a wardrobe malfunction after David pulled out a photo from a recent red carpet event. He brushed people's hair, he made dirty jokes. Like, seriously, this dude was obsessed with legs. In fact, one of the last interviews that ever took place on his show was the previously mentioned Jennifer Aniston incident, where he just sat there commenting on her looks for like the entire thing. While his career was never actually destroyed, I thought it would be a nice mention because, hey, this is a list of people who have done some pretty weird stuff on interviews, so David's not an exception.
Starting off our list today at number 10, we have Ariana Grande. When Ariana Grande was minding her own business on Ryan Seacrest's radio show, out of nowhere, Ryan decided it would be a good idea to ask Ariana about her relationship with Mac Miller, when he brought up a photo of her wrapped around Miller's neck. Ryan then went on to tell Ariana that she confirmed the pair's relationship, to which Ariana responded by saying, "Oh, is that what I did? Is that what Instagram means to you?" When Seacrest then continued to press Ariana for details, she simply then clapped back by saying, "If I post something, then that's what I'm willing to share at the moment. It doesn't mean that to you, Ryan Seacrest, with millions of listeners, are entitled to more information." Hopefully next time Ryan will think before he asks another question like this again. Number 9, Taylor Swift. Back in 2014, when Taylor Swift was promoting her album, she stopped by Australia's 2Day FM, where she was asked to share her feelings with regards to the critics who claim her songs only pertain to her romantic relationships. And to no surprise, Taylor wasn't happy with the question, as she responded by saying, "You're going to have people who are gonna say, oh, you know, like, she just writes about her ex-boyfriends." And I think, frankly, that's just a very sexist angle to take. No one asked that about Ed Sheeran. No one asked that about Bruno Mars. They're all writing songs about their exes, their current girlfriends, their love life. No one raises a red flag there, which was honestly a pretty solid point. Today it just seems like everybody wants to forget it needs to be like a double standard situation, and I just don't get why women still have it harder than men. Hey my little peaches, are you liking this video so far? If so, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and, you know, subscribe to the channel. Coming number 8, we have Rihanna. When Rihanna was speaking to MTV News at the launch of her new fragrance in Atlanta, she would admit that she loves the way it smells on men, and that she was excited for the chance one day to spray it on her new boyfriend. But the star also didn't mind the fact that she didn't have a man. But that didn't mean she couldn't treat herself to the scent in the meantime, when she said, "Of course, now I need a man to put it on. Now I have to wear it myself." What started off as this really cute interview, however, would soon turn sour after the interviewer asked her if she was single, to which Rihanna would confess that she was happily single and that she wasn't really looking for a new romance, and sort of like clap back at the interview when she said, "I'm not looking for a man, let's start there." Number 7, Zendaya. While eFashion Police provides a platform for fashion commentators to discuss the stylistic choices celebrities make on the red carpet, from time to time the commentary does tend to go a little too far, especially when the host is Juliana Rancic. During one of the events, Juliana decided it would be a great idea to write some less appropriate things about actress Zendaya, which is a little miraculous considering the actress is one of the most beautiful people on the planet. But at the 2015 Academy Awards, when Zendaya showed up with her hair styled in dreadlocks, the choice didn't go over so well with Juliana, as she went on to say that the style made her feel like Zendaya smells like patchouli oil or weed, which is an absurd comment. Not only did Rancic's comments spark outrage with viewers and online, but Zendaya also took to her Instagram to clap back at the host by stating certain remarks cannot go unchecked, while calling the comments outrageously offensive and a large stereotype. Number 6, Megan Fox. So during an appearance back in 2009 on Jimmy Kimmel Live, Megan Fox rehashed her time as a Bad Boy 2 extra, a role she landed when she was only 15 years old. Because Fox wasn't old enough to legally hold a drink or sit at the bar, director Michael Bay came up with an alternative plan. Instead, he had her dress up in a bikini and 6-inch heels to dance underneath a waterfall. She would then tell Jimmy that this was sort of a microcosm microcosm of how Bay's mind was working. In response, Jimmy then went on to say, well, that's really a microcosm of how our minds work. Some of us have the decency to repress those thoughts and pretend they don't exist. He then went on to laugh. Later, when the interview resurfaced on Twitter, 11 years later, people were appalled by Jimmy's reaction to Meghan's story, and they even demanded an apology from the late night host. Number 5. Scarlett Johansson. When Scarlett Johansson sat down with her co-star Jeremy Renner for an interview with Extra in 2012, out of nowhere, the reporter went on to ask the actress if she wore underwear underneath her Black Widow costume. Scarlett then responded to him by saying, "You're like the 5th person that asked me that today." The actress then went on to continue to say, "What is going on? Since when do people start asking each other in interviews about their underwear?" The interviewer then went on to justify his question by trying to explain that he only asked the question because she was wearing a costume that was skin tight. Having enough of the question, Scarlett cut him off and said, "I'll leave it up to your imagination, whatever you feel like I should be wearing or not wearing under the costume." But honestly, why are men like this sometimes? Number 4, Anne Hathaway. While Anne Hathaway was speaking to Extra with reporter Jerry Penacoli about her role as Catwoman in the 2012 film The Dark Knight Rises, Anne had to unfortunately keep her cool as she tried to navigate through a series of questions about her body. After Jerry decided to talk about Anne's feline fitness routine by noting that Anne had to be in perfect shape for the film, Anne would then respond to Jerry by saying it wasn't about being in perfect shape, it was about being able to do the stunts and fighting perfectly. When Jerry went on to ask Anne about the form-fitting costume she wore, she would then patiently tell him that the suit didn't feel like sweatpants, and then shifted her attention to her male co-star, Christian Bale, saying he had it worse since his costume covered his ears. Question about her body then continued, and Jerry asked her about her diet and exercise routine leading up to the film, which Anne responded by saying boring before clapping back at Jerry saying, "Are you trying to lose weight? What's the deal, man? You look great." Number 3. Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj has no time for your rudeness, and she clearly has strong opinions. While Nicki did an interview with New York Times Magazine, when the reporter asked the rapper if she enjoyed the drama of all the feuds surrounding her life before naming the drama between Meek Mills and Drake among others, she definitely didn't get the answer she was looking for after Nicki said, "Why would a grown woman thrive off drama? What do the 4 men you just named have to do with me thriving off drama?" Nicki then went on to tell the reporter who was asking her ill-advised questions that she was disrespectful and she didn't care to speak to her anymore, which was a pretty iconic statement on how women in the industry should be shutting down rude questions like a total boss. Number 2. Dakota Johnson. So back in 2019, Dakota Johnson appeared on Ellen DeGeneres' show, but little did she know that she would go down in history after the standard interview swiftly took a chaotic turn when Ellen decided she would throw some shade at Dakota because she didn't invite Ellen to her birthday party, which happened 2 months prior to the interview. When Ellen went on to say, "You turned 30, how was the party? I wasn't invited," to which Dakota quickly responded by saying, "Actually no, that's not the truth, Ellen." She then went on to say, "Last time I was on the show last year, you gave me a bunch of hell about not inviting you, but I didn't even know you wanted to be invited. I didn't even know you liked me." Visibly startled, Ellen then replied by saying, "Of course I like you. You knew I like you. You've been on the show many times. Don't I like the show? Like?" Dakota then swiftly doubled down on her stance by adding, "I did invite you, and you didn't come. Ask everybody," before turning to Ellen's producers for backup, and they confirmed that the host was indeed invited to the party, and she just chose not to come. And coming in at number 1 today, we have Fifth Harmony. So when Fifth Harmony announced Camila Cabello's exit from the group, it didn't stop journalists from all over the world trying to create drama when it came to the reason to why Camila left. When the Sun associate director Dan Wootton had an interview with the group, he continued to ask questions after questions about Camila. He then went on to try to get shady responses out of them. Dan would then go on to say, "Camila seemed to say that she was upfront and honest about why she wanted to leave, but you guys said those conversations hadn't taken place." There was then this really awkward pause before one of them replied, right now, we're really focused on each other. We're so excited in the now, and we have so much to look forward to. The publicist then jumped into the conversation to get Dan to talk about the band's new music, and then you could hear all the girls kind of mumble in the background when they said things like, "What is this?" and so shady. At number 10, Vincent Gallo. You always have to be mindful of the things that you say. Your words have a lot of impact and can either make someone's day or ruin it. You must be especially careful with your words when you're trying to get ahead in your career, because one wrong move can set you back significantly or even ruin your career altogether. This is what happened with actor Vincent Gallo, as after one too many failed interviews, his career went down the tubes. Vincent was known to be a little outspoken at times, and he had a history of speaking without a filter, but in 2000, during an interview with a New York Post Page 6 columnist, Vincent said some things about a former co-star that landed him in some hot water and effectively ended his career. During the interview, the columnist asked Vincent about Christina Ricci, who starred alongside Vincent in the 1998 film Buffalo 66, and when the actor spoke about his co-star, he didn't have the nicest things to say. He told the interviewer, quote, "It was okay when she wasn't drunk on the set. I think she's an alcoholic. It was either that or she was on cough syrup the whole time. I don't like her. She's an ungrateful C-word. But it was okay. She's basically a puppet. I told her what to do and she did it." End quote. After this interview, he faced some minor backlash for making such mean comments, and his film career just wasn't the same after that. At number 9, John Lennon. The Beatles were a huge hit at the height of their fame, but members of the band also faced scandal and backlash, as every celebrity does. John Lennon had his share of controversies, but one that did quite a lot of damage to the band's career for a little while was when he said that the Beatles were more popular than Jesus. In 1966, John Lennon did an interview where he was asked all sorts of questions, like how he lives and his interests and so on, but his comments on Christianity is where things got heated. In the profile, he said, quote, "Christianity will go. It will vanish and shrink. I needn't to argue about that. I'm right and will be proved right. We're more popular than Jesus now. I don't know which will go first, rock and roll or Christianity. Jesus was alright, but his disciples were thick and ordinary. It's them twisting it that ruins it for me." End quote. Now, when this profile was first released in the UK, no one really thought anything of his comments about Christianity, but when the article was republished worldwide a few months later, things got messy when it hit the US. A radio station in Alabama got a hold of John's comments and proposed a ban on the Beatles, refusing to pay their music and smashed their records. This anti-Beatles mindset began to spread further, angering more people, until eventually Lennon apologized and things died down, making for a chaotic few months. Now, before I carry on with the list, I would like to ask you guys to consider leaving a big old thumbs up on this video if you're enjoying it so far, because it really does help the channel out. At number 8, Tom Cruise. After doing an interview with Matt Lauer back in 2005, Tom Cruise had a bit of a career setback that affected him for a while. During this interview, Tom made some pretty controversial comments about mental health, psychiatry, and made some harsh criticisms about actress Brooke Shields. All of this was caused by Tom's belief in Scientology and the fact that he doesn't believe in medication or therapy. While on the Today Show, Tom and Matt were having a discussion about how the actor criticized Brooke Shields for taking antidepressants for her postpartum depression, and Tom would keep trying to shut down anything Matt would say to defend psychiatry, also going on to say, quote, "You don't know the history of psychiatry, I do," end quote. A lot of people took offense to the comments that he made on this topic, saying that it was uncalled for and that someone's mental health shouldn't be discussed, and so he lost some support from fans. Between that and his position in the Church of Scientology, he lost a lot of popularity, leading to some box office bombs that affected his career for a while afterwards. At number 7, Miles Teller. Actor Miles Teller is a very good actor, but apparently he kinda sucks when it comes to doing interviews. He was set up to have a very promising career after starring in the 2014 award-winning film Whiplash, but after a series of underwhelming interviews, his career started to decline. The first of his interview bombs came in 2014 when he spoke badly of his fellow actors, where he said, quote, "I feel like a lot of actors of my generation are not proper actors. I want to break out of that whole group of actors in their early 20s and really start to put stuff down that lets you know I take this seriously," end quote. Also in that same interview, he spoke harshly of actor John Cusack, where he said, quote, "I guess we look alike. We did some similar movies. He was a leading man that wasn't traditionally good looking, who was offbeat and quirky but confident. I get it, but I don't want his career," end quote. The more bad interviews he gave, the more people started to see Miles as arrogant, cocky, and rude, which certainly did not help his career. At number 6, John Mayer. I feel like we really don't hear much about John Mayer these days, and that could very well be due to a 2010 interview that tanked his career and made him receive a lot of hate. During an interview with Playboy magazine, John made a lot of rude, crude, and racist comments that ruined his public image. At one point during the interview, John dissed his ex-girlfriend Jennifer Aniston and also spoke in too much detail about his other ex-girlfriend Jessica Simpson, and honestly, I would rather not repeat what he said because it was really gross. On top of that, John also proceeded to say the N-word several times throughout the interview, as though it was the cherry on top of this whole mess. After facing a lot of backlash for what was said during the interview, he tweeted an apology, but his career just wasn't really the same. At number 5, Alex Pettyfer. Actor Alex Pettyfer was riding a pretty good wave of success after starring in I Am Number 4 and Magic Mike, but behind the scenes he was ruffling feathers in Hollywood after he was described as, quote, surly, arrogant, and disrespectful by The Hollywood Reporter. This entertainment news source exposed what Alex was really like after someone who worked with him on set came forward to share their horror stories with the actor. At one point, Alex's career took a pretty big hit, but things became worse after Alex did an interview with V-Man magazine that really set his career back. During this interview, he called out the entirety of Hollywood where he said, quote, LA is growing on me a little bit, but it's still a hole. I think it's this insidious pool where nearly everyone lives in fear. Geographically, it's fantastic, but socially, it's disgusting. I wish they'd run all the C words out, end quote. After these harsh words and the fact that he's a nightmare to work with, Alex's career just wasn't the same. He wasn't welcomed back to reprise his role in the Magic Mike sequel, and since then, he hasn't really been a part of any major projects in the industry. At number 4, Shia LaBeouf. Shia LaBeouf has been having a pretty rough time in Hollywood lately. A few months ago, he was facing backlash after his ex-girlfriend, FKA Twigs, issued a lawsuit against the actor for physically harming her, but before that, Shia had also faced backlash for his unruly behavior both on and off set. What really did him in at one point was an interview he did back in 2008 where he blasted Steven Spielberg after working on Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. This movie itself got mixed reviews at the time of its release, but Shia criticized the film's director, and that's when the hate began for the actor. He told the Los Angeles Times, quote, I think the audience is pretty intelligent. I think they know when you've made crap, and I think if you don't acknowledge it, then why do they trust you the next time you're promoting a movie, end quote. He also went on to say, quote, I'll probably get a call, but Spielberg needs to hear this. I love him. I love Steven. I have a relationship with Steven that supersedes our business work, and believe me, I talk to him often enough to know that I'm not out of line. And I would never disrespect the man. I think he's a genius. I think he's given me my whole life. He's done so much great work that there's no need for him to feel vulnerable about one film. But when you drop the ball, you drop the ball, end quote. Shia ripped on the director later on in 2016 as well, but at that point, the damage was already done. Looks like you can't criticize one of Hollywood's greatest directors and come out unscathed. At number 3, Wilmer Valderrama. Back in 2006, That 70s Show actor Wilmer Valderrama was a guest on Howard Stern's show, and he said some things that he surely regretted saying because after this interview, his career took a pretty big hit. While on the show, the actor shared some information about his private life that frankly, nobody asked for and was very inappropriate. The actor exposed a lot of details about the people that he slept with, going on to reveal that he had slept with Mandy Moore, and even described the experience that no one really needed to know about. He also went on to rate his relationship with actress Jennifer Love Hewitt, and again, nobody needed that information. Wilmer just really exposed a lot of personal information about himself, but faced scrutiny because of how the people he talked about were impacted. A lot of people pointed out how the comments he made were uncalled for, uncomfortable, and inappropriate. It took the actor years to issue an apology for what he said during that interview, but by that time, the damage to his career was already done, and he never quite bounced back. At number 2, Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen was riding a pretty good wave back when he was a star of 2.5 Men, but after his horrible interview on 2020, his career was destroyed and he never fully recovered. After having a hugely successful career, making millions of dollars per season on 2.5 Men, actor Charlie Sheen started to have a downward spiral. Everything sort of came crashing down for him after the interview where he ranted about the 2.5 Men creator, Chuck Lorre. This interview was all over the place with Charlie behaving frantically, going on tangents, and even calling Chuck Lorre, quote, a turd and a clown. This interview was all over the news because it was chaotic, Charlie was put on blast, and his career just came to a screeching halt. Not only that, but as a result of the comments Charlie made during the interview, he was fired from 2.5 Men, and that was a pretty big deal since this is how he was pulling in so much money. The actor pretty much hit rock bottom after that and never really made his return. And finally, at number 1, Megan Fox. Megan Fox is only now starting to make her way back to Hollywood after she was essentially blacklisted from the industry after she faced backlash for speaking badly about Michael Bay in an interview.
interview. Meghan criticized the Transformers director during a 2009 interview with Wonderland magazine when she was asked about what it was like to work with Michael Bay. In response to the question, Meghan told the source, quote, "He's a nightmare to work with, but when you get him away from set, he's not in director mode. I kinda really enjoy his personality because he's so awkward, so hopelessly awkward. He has no social skills at all and it's endearing to watch him. He's vulnerable and fragile in real life, then on set he's a tyrant. Shia and I almost die when we make Transformers movies. He has you do some really insane things that insurance would never let you do." End quote. Because of what she said, Michael Bay fired her from future Transformers films and made Hollywood turn against her by telling them that Meghan was a nightmare to work with. She had a hard time making it in Hollywood until recently when she came out to reveal the truth about how she was being treated in the industry. She's on her way back to Hollywood's good graces, but for a while there, her career was ruined.
And at number 10, Princess Diana. The royal family is one of the most secretive organizations in the world, so everyone couldn't believe it when Princess Diana decided to expose all of her dirty secrets on TV in 1995 in an interview with BBC journalist Martin Bashir. The interview was after her divorce with Charles, when she was the most scared of the family. During the program, she revealed her struggles with disordered eating after Prince Charles made comments about her weight, along with talking about her postpartum depression and the affair she knew Charles was having with Camilla. Diana even talked about her own love affair with her writing instructor, James Hewitt. Even worse, it was exposed years later that the reason Diana gave such a detailed interview is because she was being blackmailed by the journalist Martin Bashir. Bashir acted in a quote deceitful way and faked documents to obtain the interview, an inquiry by the BBC discovered. And at number 9, Drew Barrymore. Drew Barrymore exposed herself, literally, during an interview with David Letterman. While doing the interview, Barrymore asked if she could dance for him. Letterman said yes, and all of a sudden Drew was on top of his desk dancing around, and then she suddenly flashed him. She had her back turned to the audience who didn't see, but it was quite a shock to Letterman. Apparently it was Letterman's birthday, and Barrymore said this was her present to him. This was during the time that Barrymore was having a rebellious streak, and she had just posed for Playboy and was feeling very open about her body. Barrymore revealed years later that the moment was not planned, and while they were talking she had a lightbulb moment and wanted to dance. And at number 8, Jason Segel and Paul Rudd. During a promotional interview for the movie I Love You Man, Segel and Rudd admitted to being totally stoned. And if you watch the interview, it's honestly not that difficult to tell. In the beginning, the pair start talking about other movies with a bromance storyline, going back and forth naming the best ones. And funny enough, all the movies they named have the word stone in it. Coincidence? I think not. The pair then start talking about Segel's imaginary friend and can't stop laughing while thinking about it. The interview was hilarious, but I'm sure the studio was not happy with how unprofessional that it was. And at number 7, Paula Abdul. Paula Abdul had a great public reputation because of her role as a judge on American Idol. But that good reputation went down the pipes after this eyebrow-raising interview. In 2007, she was live on air with Fox to talk about the upcoming season of Idol, but it was derailed almost instantly. In the interview, Paula was nothing like the woman we saw on Idol, and honestly she seemed drunk. She was slurring her words, behaving erratically, and just acting like a basket case. Paula later denied she was drunk, and a spokesperson claimed that there was a sound issue during the segment. 2 years later, the singer failed to renew her contract with American Idol and basically disappeared into obscurity. And at number 6, Katherine Heigl. Katherine Heigl was blacklisted from Hollywood after she called out the director of the hit comedy Knocked Up. In a now infamous Vanity Fair interview from 2008, Katherine Heigl slammed director Judd Apatow and called the movie a little sexist. She went on to talk more trash about her character in the film, adding, quote, "It paints the women as shrews, as humorless and uptight. It paints the men as lovable, goofy, fun-loving guys." This incident, along with some other drama with the Grey's Anatomy production, put a huge axe in her career and forced her to apologize. Many years later, Heigl spoke to the Washington Post about being branded as difficult after the comments and blasted the idea that a different opinion made her difficult. She was blacklisted from the industry for a few years, but is back working again and has admitted to her past mistakes. Halfway number 5, Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise's reputation has taken a dive for many reasons over the years, but one moment that really shocked fans was his interview with Matt Lauer. In the interview, his temper changes dramatically, showing the world that Cruise has a very short fuse. In the 2005 interview, Lauer asked Cruise about his comments criticizing Brooke Shields for taking antidepressants for her postpartum depression.
The thing that I'm saying about Brooke is that there's misinformation, okay? And she doesn't understand the history of psychiatry. She doesn't understand in the same way that you don't understand it, man.
Cruise kept going on that he doesn't agree with her decisions. When asked why, Cruise added, quote, "You don't know the history of psychiatry. I do," along with getting more combative as the conversation went on. That, in part with his sketchy divorce from Katie Holmes, made public opinion of him tank. And at number 4, Justin Bieber. An interview that Justin Bieber did with Mojo in the Morning was a complete disaster, for many reasons unfortunately. It started off on the wrong foot, when the interviewer said that Bieber's new music sounded like Justin Timberlake's. Later on, the interviewer asked, quote, "Do you worry about Harry Styles of One Direction around your mom since he likes older women?" Which is a really strange question to ask someone, like, who would even think of that? Justin obviously thought it was very strange as well and clapped back, telling the reporter, quote, "I think you should worry about me around your mom, bro." Since it was just a phone interview, Justin did not waste any more time and just hung up the phone. And at number 3, Quentin Tarantino. Quentin Tarantino can be quite controversial, and a lot of his movies get some sort of backlash. After the release of his hit movie Django Unchained, Tarantino did the media rounds to promote the movie. One reporter asked about the real-life implications of violence that the movie portrays. Instead of giving a thoughtful answer, Tarantino was annoyed about the question and firmly defended the movie. He replied, quote, "It's just a movie, it's just a fantasy," brushing off the question. When the reporter continued to press, Tarantino just straight up refused to answer and replied, quote, "I'm shutting your butt down." A little immature if you ask me. And at number 2, Mark Wahlberg. Showing up drunk to a live TV interview is probably the worst thing a celebrity can do, because there's nothing worse than revealing all your secrets because you're under the influence. While Wahlberg was on the Graham Norton show, he actually admitted that he was pretty drunk, most likely from the drinks he was given backstage in the green room. Wahlberg asked Norton, quote, "Why would you allow people to drink alcohol and come on a show?" Wahlberg tried to keep it together, but after some time he started doing the craziest things. At one point he sat on Norton's lap while rubbing his chest seductively. Obviously viewers loved it, but it was very inappropriate. And finally, number 1, Kourtney Kardashian. This one is super strange, and I'm not sure why this even took place, but either way it's probably the weirdest interview moment that I have ever seen. Back in 2016, Kourtney was being interviewed on the Australian talk show Today Extra. Kourtney answered some simple questions, then the reporters asked about how Kim was doing after her intense robbery situation. Kourtney then started to answer, but then it looked like someone on her team started talking to her because Kourtney totally ignored the question and looked off camera to someone else, then just said okay. The reporters then asked Kourtney the question again and made it seem like she might have just been breaking up or something. But then Kourtney just sits there blankly looking off screen while the interviewers try to think of something else to ask her. When the host asked if someone else is talking to her, she said, "Yes, sorry." Then I guess the interviewers just cut Kourtney's feed and got on with the program.
Starting off our list at number 10 is Katherine Heigl. We gotta be honest here and say there's probably a few interviews that affected her career, but one back in 2008 pretty much landed her on Hollywood's blacklist. She took the lead in the 2006 movie Knocked Up, and the movie, as well as her performance, was well received. Apparently not by the actress herself though, who opened up about how she felt about the movie later on in 2008. In the January issue of Vanity Fair, she said the movie was, I quote, "a little sexist. It paints women as shrews, as humorless and uptight, and it paints the men as lovable, goofy, fun-loving guys. It exaggerated the characters, and I had a hard time with it some days. Why is this how you're portraying women?" This interview alone was enough for people in Hollywood to turn away from wanting to work with her, but it was sealed when she did another interview in 2008 where she dissed the writing in her show Grey's Anatomy. The actress has to figure out a way to either keep her mouth shut or just choose her words wisely.
I'm not a rude person. I'm not an unkind or mean person. I would never go out of my way or consciously try to hurt anyone's feelings or make them feel bad or uncomfortable or not be professional and do my job. I like my job.
And at number 9 is Paula Abdul. Back in January 2007, the American Idol judge did an interview that went viral instantly. Throughout the video, which happened to be filmed, she slurred her words, wobbled, swayed, and spoke a bunch of nonsense, basically. News anchors from Q13 Fox News Live streamed Paula from New York to do a live interview with her, but because of how she was acting, they thought there was some sort of connection issue.
Oh, I don't know if she can hear us right now.
They kept saying there must be a problem and that she can't hear them properly, but that wasn't really the case at all. Even when she did respond to their questions, she was acting like she was highly intoxicated. She was closing her eyes, slurring her words, just acting kind of all manic and weird. Later she tried to explain, saying that there was a connection error at first and they had a station from Alabama in her ear along with the Fox News at the same time. But once they fixed it, she blamed the rest of the erratic behavior on just being tired. She
said, fatigue and exhaustion just added to the whole thing, looking so disoriented. But no alcohol and no drugs. Absolutely no. The interview had a huge effect on her career. 2 years later, she wasn't able to land another contract with American Idol. The world didn't see much of her for years until she snagged a judging role on So You Think You Can Dance. However, her career just hasn't been the same ever since. Sliding into the number 8 spot on our list is 5 Seconds of Summer. Back in 2015, the band managed to alienate both their fans and a lot of fellow artists and celebrities in just one interview. And since then, the world hasn't heard much of them since. In December 2015, their interview with Rolling Stone left people really pissed off. Michael Clifford, who admitted during the interview that he was hungover, bashed the American Music Awards, which they performed at the night before. He said the show was compromised and had, I quote, a lot of fake people. He also called out Justin Bieber and said he thinks he hates them for no apparent reason at all. Luke Hemmings from the band left fans and parents feeling disgusted after saying, when you put 4 young dudes on a tour bus playing theaters then arenas, you're going to have sex with a lot of girls, I guess. We had a good time. The interviewer awkwardly joked back, asking if they slept with multiple girls in one night or at the same time, and he responded with, I feel like I shouldn't say. You can say the possibility of that is high. People were pretty repulsed by their interview, and things just haven't been the same for their stardom since that day. Next up at number 7 is R. Kelly. He did some major damage for his career back in 2008 when he made comments about being with underage girls. But this interview came after he went to trial for being accused of child pornography. Kelly was accused of making a 27-minute sex tape with an underage female, but after going to trial, the jury declared him not guilty on all 14 counts. People were all feeling some type of way about him, some believed him and some didn't. But his interview after the trial didn't help paint a very good self-portrait. During an interview with BET, he was straight up asked, do you like teenage girls? After everything that went on with court, you would think his response would be an immediate no. However, he responded by saying, when you say teenage, how young are we talking? He went on to say that he has some 19-year-old female friends, but none that are technically illegal. After the interview was aired on BET, Kelly's team saw it and demanded that it never be shown again. It was already too late though, the damage had already been done.
This is not me, y'all. I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my.
And at number 6 is Miles Teller. The actor had a promising career, especially after his role in Whiplash back in 2014. But it was after an interview in 2015 where his career took a hit and began to stall. In August 2015, he did an interview with Esquire, and he thought it would be appropriate to tell the female writer, and their waitress, that the bar glass was modeled after his private parts. He obviously used a much more vulgar term, but I'm definitely not going to repeat it. He was pretty sassy too, trying to demand the writer to cut his meat for him when their food came. The interview didn't paint the actor in a very positive light and says that things were changed around. After receiving tons of backlash from it, he told Vulture, I quote, if how that story made me look was how I really was, I'd think I was the biggest douchebag too. I know who I am, and it's not who I was in that story. Since then, he hasn't been able to book movies like he used to and has only about 6 credits to his IMDb in the last 4 years. Some of you might not even heard of any of them. Halfway through the list at number 5 is the Chainsmokers, another time when a band tried a little too hard to be edgy and just came off as super lame instead. Back in 2016, Billboard did a cover story on the band where they said things that people weren't too thrilled about. Andrew Taggart told the magazine, I quote, we rage every night. My mom's going to hate reading that, but she already knows. But his DJ partner Alex Pal said that they were pros, saying, but you'll never see us getting carried out of a club. We're way too good at drinking. Both band members continued on with the interview and thought it was appropriate to bring up their groupies, even though they both had live-in girlfriends at the time. Alex said even before success was number 1. And then Andrew chimed in saying, like, why am I trying to make all this money? I wanted to hook up with hotter girls. I had to date a model. We're just frat bro dudes, you know what I mean? Loving ladies and stuff. And drum roll please for the worst part of the entire interview, the boys also revealed the size of their private, saying that they measured from tip to tip. Classy. Here we are at number 4 with Gary Coleman. The actor sadly passed away at just 42 years old, so this is in no way to disrespect him, but to share what happened leading up to his very controversial death. The actor always had
had medical issues but often didn't like to speak on them. On May 26, 2010, the actor fell down the stairs while at home with his wife and had to go to the hospital after cracking his head. He was treated, but the next day he went unconscious and landed on life support, where he died on May 28th. People were suspicious as to what actually happened, and rumors began to fly saying that his wife had actually pushed him down the stairs. Now, the only reason that they thought this was because they went to court after she accused him of physically abusing her. The couple was always known for their altercations, and even appeared on the show Divorce Court. This is what led to Gary having an interview that impacted his career in a very negative way. One of the female hosts on The Insider asked him if he abuses his wife, and when he wouldn't flat out deny it, she begins to question if it's true or not, and that's basically when he lost it. He ended up saying to her, I quote, "Go F yourself. I don't know you, I don't care about you, your life doesn't matter to me. If you get hit by a bus tonight, I'm not going to care."
There is no abuse that goes on in my house. Now, if people believe that I'm waffling, then they can go do what they need to do.
Did you abuse your wife? Did you abuse her? Did you lay your hand on her?
And you know what? You can go the same place.
Then he storms off the set and tells all of the hosts to go f themselves. People were stunned by his anger and reaction, and he wasn't very well received after that. Alright guys, at number 3 is Megan Fox. It is no surprise to anyone anymore that her career started to fizzle away after the Transformers incident, when she publicly bashed the director. In 2009, Fox told Wonderland that the director of the film series, Michael Bay, is, I quote, like Napoleon, and he wants to create this insane, infamous madman reputation. He wants to be like Hitler on his sets, and he is. She went on to call him a nightmare to work with, and said that he has no skills at all. As a result, from her interview remarks, she was fired from Transformers: Dark Side of the Moon and was only booking smaller roles and cameos. It wasn't until she later apologized to Bay that she was allowed back in the director's blockbuster movies, which is how she got to start in his Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle franchise. However, Bay told GQ it was actually Steven Spielberg who demanded that he hire Fox, and added that she may not have been the most professional actress on set. I thought Michael Bay was someone you don't want to be on bad terms with, but if the real issue is Steven Spielberg, that's even worse. And at number 2 is Charlie Sheen. He has a list of things that all play a factor on why his career came to an end. One of them was his ridiculous and totally inappropriate behavior during his interview with ABC when he confessed to still being on drugs. Actually, when he asked if he still uses drugs, his exact response was, "I am on a drug. It's called Charlie Sheen. It is not available. If you try it once, you will die. Your face will melt off and your children will weep over your exploded body." He went on to talk about sleeping with prostitutes and said that they are the best at what they do, and has no problem admitting that part of his sex life. The entire interview is manic and whack, but no one could ever forget his famous line when asked about how he survived his huge drug binges. He responded with, "I have tiger blood in my veins." Since then, it's been an ongoing joke, along with his career. However, rumor has it that he has sobered up, and it's possible he will be making a comeback. Taking the number 1 spot on our list is Tara Reid, only because it was so shocking. The sweet blonde shocked the world after showing up drunk to an interview, or so it appeared. Back in August 2018, she did an interview with Today Extra on Australia's Channel 9 to promote her movie The Last Sharknado. But throughout the interview, she was slurring her words, spoke very quietly, and often just trailed off. When you watch it, there's moments when you feel like she might actually fall asleep.
It really makes sense from the first one. It really does it makes a complete circle. And
after the interview, rumors started that she was drinking again, which was a problem from her past. She released a statement afterwards, not giving any kind of reasoning for her weird behavior, but insisted that people have no reason to worry about her health. However, people were still very much worried. Starting off our list at number 10 is Jesse Eisenberg. The actor has always been called socially awkward and has always shown this not so welcoming attitude when it comes to the press. One of his awkward and demeaning interviews went viral back in 2013 when he did an interview with Romina Puga from Univision about his new movie coming out called Now You See Me.
Yeah. I'll tell you the problem with the trick is that the thumbs don't look like an end of a finger.
You just have a fat thumb though.
No, my thumb's fine, thank you, but
Romina had a few notes written on her hand so that she could remember them during the interview, and he had no problem calling her out on them, saying that she can't remember a simple question, and also told her that she is a horrible interviewer.
What did you write on your hand?
Nothing.
Well, I saw there was a lot of things. What was it?
A lot of things.
Are they questions?
No.
Are you secretly hiding questions for the interview? You're wondering what it's like to work with Morgan Freeman and you can't remember that?
His exact way of saying it was, he asked her if she knew the comedian Carrot Top. She responded with, yes, horrible. And Jesse said, I quote, well, you are like the Carrot Top of interviewers. The interview awkwardly continued on, where he continued to make comments about the interview being over soon, and also said that if she was trying to find her way in a crowd, he wouldn't actually want to find her and that he'd rather be alone.
Do you know the comedian Carrot Top?
Yes, horrible.
Well, you were like the Carrot Top of interviewers.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah. No, it's a good thing. It's
I'm
a good
gonna
thing.
go cry now.
No, don't cry now. Cry after the interview's over.
Well, isn't he just a ray of sunshine? People haven't received his interviews very well, and the majority of them can't get on board with his whole attitude and behavior. In at number 9 is Paris Hilton. This interview was more of a chance for her to have a comeback in her career, which was already destroyed, but she just kind of blew it. After her career started to fade out, we didn't really hear much from her until 2011, when she signed up for an interview with ABC, which was meant to give us a look into her life and what she's up to now. The interview took place at her home, which started out great. We got to see her home, her dogs, and she just seemed to be in good spirits. That was until the reporter, Dan Harris, began to question whether her celebrity status was running out and being taken over by her close friend, Kim Kardashian. He worded it as nicely as possible, but she just couldn't handle the thought of it. He brought up the fact that her show, called The World According to Paris, had received a low rating and asked if that upsets her. You could clearly tell that it does, but she responds simply by just saying no. She begins to talk to her publicist, who is standing offset, saying that she wants to be done with the interview. She ends up walking off, but her mic was still on, and she told her publicist that she doesn't want any of this footage being used.
Do you ever worry about your moment having passed? You want to wrap up?
When I was curious about one thing going back to...
So, what do you guys think? Do you think she was acting like a diva by giving one-word answers and leaving? Tell me down in the comments. Next up at number 8 is John Mayer. Back in 2010, he did an interview with Playboy where he sparked a heated debate among his fans, and people lost a lot of respect for him. His relationships with stars like Jessica Simpson have all been documented in the tabloids, but he dished on their relationship in a very strange and disrespectful way. When asked about his ex, Jessica, he started to speak about their sex life, saying that she was like crack cocaine to him. Sexually. He said he wanted to snort her and would sell his belongings even if she charged him $10,000 to sleep with her. He continues to share how many people he's been sleeping with since the breakup, and says he also spends a lot of his mornings watching porn in bed. If the sex talk wasn't enough to set off his fans, his comments about race would. He said, I'm just very. And if you can't handle my very, then I'm a douchebag. That's why black people love me. He went on to say that he gets a hood pass and refers to them as the N-word. Immediately after his interview was published, it caused tons of controversy, where he was called an asshat and became a trending topic, but not for the reasons that you really want to be trending. Sliding into number 7 is Tom Cruise. We've seen him lose his temper on a few different occasions, so it's not much of a surprise that he's wound up on this list. He made comments that people didn't appreciate, like the time he criticized Brooke Shields for taking antidepressants. She took them for postpartum depression, but since Tom is a Scientologist, he doesn't believe in those kinds of drugs or therapy. So, during an interview back in June 2005 with NBC's Today Show, the reporter Matt Lauer asked him about his criticism, and he didn't like that it was brought up. The actor ended up calling him a glib and told him he doesn't know what he's talking about. In anger, he said, "You don't know the history of psychiatry." I do. He continued to discuss his Scientology beliefs, which causes enough controversy in itself, and said that because Lauer admitted to using psychiatric drugs in the past, he was actually advocating the use of Ritalin and that it's wrong.
I've never agreed with psychiatry, ever. Before I was a Scientologist, I never agreed with psychiatry. And then when I started studying the history of psychiatry, I started realizing more and more why I didn't agree with psychiatry.
His anger, defensive mechanism, and attitude isn't a shock really, but it just still isn't necessary. At number 6 is Joan Rivers. The woman is known to be a harsh critic when it comes to her time on Fashion Police, but is it harsh if it's true? That is the real debate. Some people appreciate her brutal honesty, while others think that it's just straight up rude, which is the main reason why she went into a rage and walked out in the middle of a CNN interview back in 2014. She was doing a live stream interview with CNN host Frederica Whitfield, who started off by joking around saying that her show Fashion Police was mean, and that was enough to trigger Rivers. Everything from that moment on just escalated very quickly. CNN asked her why she fights to end animal cruelty while she still wears fur, and her response was, "Are you wearing leather shoes? Then shut up."
The cover of your book, you're wearing a fur, and you knew that there would probably be animal rights activists.
You know, this whole interview is becoming a defensive interview.
No! Are you wearing leather shoes?
Yes,
shut up.
She then continued to go on a rant saying that the interview is turning into a defensive one, and she insults the lady one last time before storming off set. She said, "You are not the one to interview a person who does humor. Sorry," and rips off her earpiece before leaving.
And you do this, and you're mean, and you're that. You are not the one to interview a person who does humor. Sorry.
Are we serious? However, she didn't turn off her microphone, and after leaving the set, they recorded her calling the host the C word. Her exit strategy wasn't thought out very well. Halfway through the list, at number 5 is Jerry Seinfeld. Fans were shook when the hit TV series Seinfeld came to an end, and everyone was pointing the finger at Jerry, wondering what exactly happened. He didn't like that very much, and he lost his cool on Larry King back in 2007 when he asked him about it during an interview. He was live on CNN for the interview and was actually there to promote his new project, B-Movie. Larry ends up asking him if he cancelled the show or if the network cancelled him. A pretty standard question to ask since the show was around for so many years and was coming to an end all of a sudden. But rather than simply answering him, he got extremely offended and started to become a bit ignorant. He made it clear that he had 75 million viewers and that it was his choice to quit. Larry tries to move on from the question when he sees his response, but Jerry continues to interrupt him, even to a point where he can't cut to a commercial break when he is supposed to.
75 million viewers last episode.
Boy, you don't take it so bad.
Well, that's the big difference between being canceled and being number one.
Okay, I'm sorry.
He even says the famous line, "Do you know who I am?"
Do you know who I am?
Jewish guy, Brooklyn.
Yes.
Okay.
Fans responded to the interview saying that he overreacted and could have simply just answered the question gracefully. There was no point to prove. We clearly all know that your show was a success. Alright you guys, at number 4 we have Mel Gibson. Are you shocked? No, didn't think so. He's known for having anger issues, and the majority of them it has been well documented through audio recordings or videos, so it's not like I'm just assuming all of this. One of his interviews went viral back in 2010 when we got to see a piece of his angry side come out. He was doing a live stream interview with WGN News, and the reporter Dean Richards asked him about some incidents from his past, like his alcohol use and bad temper. 4 years prior to the interview, he was arrested and got a DUI, so he asked if he feels the public would receive him differently now. Mel was outraged by the question, which he showed by the expression on his face. He responded by saying, "That's almost 4 years ago, dude. I mean, I've moved on. I guess you haven't." He ends up continuing and says, "Let's move on, dude, come on." He doesn't say goodbye or anything as Dean ends the interview. He just gives a thumbs up and sips his coffee. And right after the interview ends, he calls Dean an not knowing that the video was still recording.
It's good to see you back in the saddle and doing what you do best. Thanks a lot for joining us, Mel. Take care.
Bye-bye.
In spot number 3 is Tracy Morgan. It's hard to forget about the interview he did in 2007 when he was clearly drunk on camera.
Ladies, my Mercedes, I'm the ooh child.
The reporter, Robert Holguin, seemed super uncomfortable and out of his element when dealing with him throughout the interview on ABC7. But he remained professional and was a good sport about it, laughing and making jokes with Tracy, who was completely out of control. Morgan took his shirt off, which ultimately ripped his microphone off, and began slapping his belly, calling it a loaf of bread, and said it was his mating call. Robert tried hard to keep the interview going and talking about his upcoming show, but Tracy was in his own little world. After the interview cut to commercial, you could hear Robert saying, "I am going to get fired." At number 2 on our list is Roseanne Barr. She had an incredibly successful career, but it crumbled after she tweeted out some racist comments. She lost everything, including her ABC sitcom called Roseanne. She tweeted out a comment where she compared Barack Obama's advisor, Valerie Jarrett, to a character from Planet of the Apes and linked her to a group called Muslim Brotherhood. During an interview with Inside, she spoke about the incident with a cigarette in hand and lost all control of her emotions and began to scream. Like literally scream. She went off the rails yelling, "I thought the was white." She continues to scream out different curse words and in between takes a puff from her cigarette, maybe in hopes to try and calm down, which clearly didn't work.
I thought the was white! Damn it!
This is her back? Seriously?
Throughout the interview, she looks totally out of it and at time asks the producer, "Are you filming?" The producer can't help but laugh at her erratic behavior and just keeps repeating himself, telling her that she's already explained this to them 300 times, but she just keeps going on about it, and not gracefully. Taking our number 1 spot is Michael Jackson. Over 10 years ago, he was charged on different allegations of child sexual abuse that were filed against him. A documentary about his life, including these charges, was released and showed an interview where he made inappropriate comments that left people stunned. When speaking about his own children, he admitted during an interview that he allowed their friends to come over and sleep in his bed with him. Ain't nothing normal about that. He explained that he doesn't see any problem with it because, I quote, "It's all very charming." The interviewer was baffled that he would be saying these things considering the allegations that were against him, but Michael stood firm on his beliefs and referred to the young children as his friends. He simply didn't see anything wrong with a grown man being friends with young children. After hearing these things come out of the singer's mouth himself, his reputation was never really the same after that.
In at number 10, Megan Fox. If you want to keep your job, it's probably best not to compare your boss to Hitler. During a 2009 interview with Wonderland, actress Megan Fox did just this while describing her boss, the Transformers director Michael Bay. Not only did this result in her immediate firing from Transformers Dark Side of the Moon, it also led to the actress being blacklisted in Hollywood for the next few years until she apologized to Mr. Bay. Upon reflecting on her being kicked out of the Transformers franchise, Megan told Cosmopolitan magazine that this was absolutely a low point in her career, but without saying what she said, she wouldn't have learned as quickly as she did. She knew that in order to get her career back, all she had to do was apologize, but she still refused. Fox blames her attitude on being very self-righteous at 23 and not being able to see that this was for the greater good. Probably the greater good of her bank account, I'm imagining. In at number 9, Katherine Heigl. Katherine Heigl seems to be the type of celebrity that just says yes to every opportunity, and then when she regrets it later, she just openly bashes her decisions in the public eye. The main example of this happening was when she co-starred opposite Seth Rogen for the Judd Apatow film called Knocked Up. When Seth Rogen was asked about this, he said that Katherine and him had a great time while working, but mainly because she was improvising a lot of her own stuff, which was overall great for the film. However, not too long after that, she did an interview with Vanity Fair and expressed just how much she hated the entire movie. Heigl said, "It was a little sexist. It paints the women as shrews, as humorless and uptight, and it paints the men as lovable, goofy, fun-loving guys. It exaggerated the characters and I had a hard time with it. On some days I'm playing such a why is she being such a killjoy? Why is this how you're portraying women? 98% of the time it was an amazing experience, but it was hard for me to love the movie." Well, Katherine, now it's hard for anyone to really trust you being in their movie, especially after an interview like that.
She had some commentary about Knocked Up after it came out.
What'd she say?
She didn't like it.
She didn't like it?
But she was so awesome in it, so it was confusing.
In number 8, Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen is the exact polar opposite of what you should do when pursuing a career in Hollywood. He carries with him a terrible offset and on-set reputation, and the debacle that he went through in 2011 even led to his contract termination from the show 2.5 Men. For a while, he was all over the news for everything: substance abuse, domestic violence, and even when he revealed that he was HIV positive. With his history of flying off at the drop of a hat and trying to get people fired who speak ill of him, Sheen has had a very difficult time rebuilding his career. Although it's hard to put a pin in just one interview in particular that really ended Sheen's career, there are certainly a bevy of bizarre ones to choose from. Perhaps the worst was when he was on the Today Show for a very candid conversation.
People that aren't special, people that don't have tiger blood and, Adonis DNA.
Strong people have relapsed. Strong people have started using again. How do you avoid that?
Fools. Trolls.
In at number 7, Tom Cruise. During an interview in 2005 with former Today Show host Matt Lauer, Tom Cruise wanted to make it very clear to the host that he knew more about the history of psychiatry than Matt Lauer did. This interview came at the height of the publicity about Tom joining Scientology, which became the painfully awkward main subject for a majority of their discussion. The highlight of the interview, though, was when Tom Cruise was asked about his previous criticism of Brooke Shields and her use of antidepressants, for which the megastar actor responded by calling her a glib. Anytime that Matt wanted to argue how antidepressants actually have helped people in the past, Tom would constantly dismiss him and just ask that they move on.
Do you understand that?
The difference is this was not against her will, though. But this wasn't against Brooke's will.
Matt, I'm asking you a question.
I understand there's abuse of all of these things.
No, you see, here's the problem. You don't know the history of psychiatry. I do.
In at number 6, Miles Teller. Miles has been involved in more projects following this disaster of an interview, but only because he made a public apology for what he did. For a while following this interview, though, his career seemed to be over. I mean, it really was that offensive to the interviewer that fans condemned the actor for his rude behavior. The young Whiplash actor had plenty of potential until he seemingly closed the door on all future roles with just a single interview. Throughout the 2015 Esquire interview, the actor compared his private parts to a glass, then asked the writer to cut his meat for him at the restaurant where the interview took place, and that he believes that he's better looking than the public thinks he is. Looking back, he admits to being a huge jerk, which is a bit of an understatement to say the least. In at number 5, Jesse Eisenberg.
Do you know the comedian Carrot Top?
Yes, horrible.
Well, you were like the Carrot Top of interviewers.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah. No, it's a good thing. It's
I'm
a good
gonna
thing.
go cry now.
No, don't cry now. Cry after the interview's over.
While promoting the film Now You See Me, Jesse Eisenberg just could not contain his utter disdain for this interview. Right out of the gate, he was on the offensive. The interviewer refers to Morgan Freeman simply as Freeman, for which Jesse then takes real offense to. He then, as you saw, remarks that she's the Carrot Top of interviewing, which insults the interviewer so badly that she just hurries Jesse to complete a magic trick or whatever so that they can just wrap this whole thing up. The entire interview is just one of the most uncomfortable things that I've ever seen, and this is only number 5 on the list. Trust me though, if you haven't watched this full interview, you must. It is just such a terrible exchange back and forth between an actor and an interviewer. A true masterclass of what not to do in press interviews. In at number 4, Billy Bob Thornton. As great as a career that old Billy Bob has had as an actor, he is also in a band called the Boxmasters. Although oddly enough, whenever he does interviews now, he insists that they only talk about the band and never ever bring up his acting career, which is really weird considering how prolific this guy was as an actor. You'd think if the interviewer was even a little bit of a fan of his, he would be really disappointed to get this demand before starting the conversation with him. The biggest blow up by far that was viewed as one of his most awkward interviews was when he and his band were on the show called Q for CBC in Canada. The interviewer tried his best to talk to Billy, but he always answered in a very confusing and confused way, which left the band feeling awkward to answer the questions on his behalf.
I wasn't instructed to. I'm not really instructed. You guys are here as a band. You're performing, but
the producer was instructed.
Right,
so, but somewhere along the way.
I mean, that was one of the rare times that he actually spoke with the interviewer, and I actually can't believe that he just told the interviewer how he was instructed not to call his music career a hobby. Like, no wonder this guy's had 5 different marriages. All failed. All failed. What a rude dude. In at number 3, Tony Danza. Before an interview with a local news station even began, Tony Danza was caught just slamming the local news in very colorful language. Unbeknownst to him, everything he was saying was all airing directly to live television. And then to make matters even worse, the news anchor is desperately trying to get him to just shut up for a second, and when she finally got his attention and gently reprimanded him for his words, Tony Danza didn't even bother apologizing for the unkind words that he was using regarding this woman's profession.
Kim, I'm telling you, this is crazy. I don't want to do this.
Tony.
I want to be part of the local news. How exciting.
Nowadays, he would probably beg to be part of any news segment or interview for that matter, considering how this one stunt really sullied his acting career. In at number 2, Hugh Grant. While some English accents may sound charming, Hugh Grant's personality canceled out all of that for Jon Stewart at The Daily Show. After appearing on the show, Jon Stewart said that he was banning Grant for being a big pain in the Stewart continues saying that he would never grant him back on the show. Pun intended. During an onstage Q&A, Jon remarked that they've had dictators on the show, but Hugh Grant was still his least favorite guest. Apparently, Hugh spent most of the day just complaining that he even had to be there, and even flat out said that he had better things to do. For which the staff of The Daily Show didn't really care to hear, nor did Jon Stewart. So, thanks to his high maintenance attitude, he was banned from the show with 0 apologies. Last but certainly not least, in our number 1 spot, Pamela Anderson. I don't know if she was wasted or what, but right from the very beginning of this interview in 2006 with the comedian John Rope McManus, it was a disaster. Upon her introduction, she came running out with more energy than that time Tom Cruise jumped on Oprah's couch. Pamela greeted the crowd with a hair flip and then proceeded to toss a handful of green candy, I think they were M&Ms, doesn't matter, grabbed the whole handful, tossed them into the crowd. Candy that was plucked from a bowl at the table of the interview. Take a look at this.
Today. And that's not all, by by the sounds of things.
Although the real nail in her coffin was the drama that led up to this bizarre interview with the former Baywatch star. According to John, the show runs live and Pamela was late, so he actually had to start the show before she was even in the building. When she finally did show up, she really seemed like she was doing everything to hurry up the process and just get out of there. Multiple times he genuinely asked her if she was okay, but that only made things even more awkward, and thus her career was finished. In at number 10, Tom Hiddleston. Back in June of 2016, it was announced that America's favorite villain, Mr. Tom Hiddleston, was romantically involved with Taylor Swift. They were dubbed a celebrity name of Hiddle Swift and all seemed, well and good. Although in August of 2016, they were fighting over his scheduling with Thor Ragnarok in Australia. Then by September of 2016, they were over and both sides alleged that they dumped the other one. Tom said it was because he wanted to go more public with their relationship, and Taylor Swift alluded to another reason for it ending in a song of hers, I guess. Either way, Tom was a bit shaken up by the whole situation, and during an interview with GQ magazine, he kind of burned himself. I mean, he was trying to distract from the topic of Swift by sharing his recipe for bolognese, but Tom still managed to talk way too much about Taylor Swift. Even after the interview had finished, he apparently visited the reporter's door at 6 a.m. to further clarify things that he had said about her in the interview. In at number 9, Paris Hilton. Paris Hilton not only became famous for being the great-granddaughter of the guy who created Hilton Hotels, but she also invented the idea of influencers. She would tell the paparazzi where she was going to be and then end up all over page 6 whenever she did something crazy at a nightclub. Although she also had a brief stint acting in reality TV shows. In fact, for a while, she believed that she was the world's top reality TV star, even though her former friend Kim Kardashian was kind of on the come up. During one interview with ABC in 2011, she was doing her very best to stay calm as a reporter grilled her with questions meant to discount her worth in society. Then Paris was asked by the reporter if she felt like her career was over, and in response, she just walked right out of the interview. I mean, people were already feeling that her career was done, but nobody, I guess, had the heart to tell her. So when she found out just as much, she left the interview, which kind of answered the question for us. In at number 8, Kathie Lee Gifford. Kathie is best known for her 15-year run on the talk show Live with Regis and Kathie Lee, which she co-hosted with Regis Philbin. She has also done some acting in a few films, but her primary focus has been working for live entertainment news shows. Although after she maybe had one too many glasses of wine, I don't know, I think they do a Today Show happy hour, she conducted a very embarrassing interview with Martin Short. Martin was coming on the Today Show to promote, and it looks like Kathie didn't do her research beforehand. Martin's wife had passed away 2 years prior to the interview, and Gifford had no clue. She threw multiple questions about his wife and his relationship, but at no point did he have a chance to actually correct her. Although right before the commercial break, he definitely had to update her. I mean, she apparently profusely apologized for this big gaffe, but her career was already tanked at that point. And if not her career, at least her reputation. In at number 7, Crispin Glover. While Crispin Glover has never really been considered a typical leading man, he has certainly distinguished himself as one of the more intriguing personalities in Hollywood. His unusual characters and personal projects have inspired a cult-like following that has dubbed him both a madman and a genius. However, an interview back in 1987 stunted his career a little bit, and we wouldn't see him on many late-night interviews for a while. While speaking with David Letterman, Crispin showed up as Ruben. Ruben was a character that he was portraying in an upcoming film called Ruben and Ed. Although not a single soul told Letterman that this was the intended plan, so he was completely surprised when it happened. Sometimes that works, I mean, but in this case, it was a disaster. The entire interview was just Dave trying to keep up with Crispin and his Ruben rants, but ultimately ended in Letterman just walking out of the interview. In at number 6, Gary Coleman. First and foremost, rest in peace, Gary Coleman. It was terrible to see this great actor's career be taken down and then ridiculed when he had to go get a regular job. I mean, before he passed, Gary did an interview in 2010 with The Insider, and things got very heated. One of those hosts started asking him questions about his ex-wife Susan Price, but Coleman did not take this well. He began yelling expletives at the mortified host as he immediately departed the interview. It must have been a very touchy subject, but this is also a reminder of why it's important to brief guests with the questions that they'll be asked. I mean, these curveballs from reporters rarely lead to anything good, and Gary's interview is kind of proof of that. In at number 5, Cara Delevingne. Let's just say her dry British humor was not really received by these happy-go-lucky morning news anchors at CBS Sacramento. I mean, at the start of the interview, she was asked some very dumb questions. For example, the film Paper Towns was based on a book, so they asked her if she had read the book, and then immediately after made a snide comment about her probably not having enough time to read. Now, Cara obviously takes offense to this, judging by her body language, but instead decides to flip it into a joke, saying that she didn't even read the script, just winged it.
No,
No, I never read the book or the script, actually. I kind of winged it.
And the interviewers actually take this as factual for a moment before her laughing kind of cuts the tension. That's not even the most awkward part of this interview, though.
I think it probably is us.
Well,
then on that note...
We figured as much. We figured as much.
We'll let you go then. How about that? We'll let you go take a little nap, maybe get a Red Bull. How about that?
After one interviewer asked her why she isn't as excited as her other interviews, she remarks that it's very early and that she thought it was going well, so again, jokingly, she said, it must be you. And the lady in the middle, oh my god, she sounded so bitter. We'll let you take a little nap and have a Red Bull? How about that? Yes. How about that level of professional journalism? Good morning, Sacramento. Although ever since this interview, we haven't really seen Kara in any more movies, and even the ones that we have seen her in, it was like, yeah, whatever. In at number 4, Robert Pattinson. When the Twilight series was at its peak, Rob had to do a ton of press to promote the film, and his agent made it expressly clear to every single interviewer not to mention his rumored relationship. People were already speculating that Pattinson was dating co-star Kristen Stewart, but they definitely wanted to keep things as private as possible. However, when he went on air with Ryan Seacrest, things went sideways. As soon as Seacrest started asking about his rumored relationship, Rob's agent gave him the cue to leave the interview. Now, this didn't exactly destroy his career, but it certainly put a bad light on the actor for being kind of so dodgy with questions. I mean, if he had have just stayed in the interview and just told Ryan that he didn't want to talk about it, I bet Ryan would have just moved on. I mean, Seacrest has been in that business for so long that he knows how to keep things professional. But I guess he missed the memo on not talking about the relationship thing.
What can you tell them about it?
I also just love that you can see his agent in the back giving the old wrap it up signal to Ryan, and he is definitely ignoring her. In at number 3, Jim Carrey. While at the New York Fashion Week in 2017, Jim Carrey made a rare appearance, and while walking down the red carpet, he did his best to avoid an interview with E! News. At first, he kind of tried to twirl around a few times and not really stand still, hoping that would work, but man, she was persistent. Carrey then says that he wanted to find the most meaningless event that he could go to, and that's how he ended up there. The interviewer tries to keep the integrity of the event high and claims that it's a celebration of icons, for which Jim says, icons don't exist. I don't believe in personalities. I don't believe you exist, but there is a wonderful fragrance in the air. Before departing from this awkward interview, he leaves her with this nugget of truth.
It's not our world.
None of this is real?
Nope.
It was a while before we saw Jim Carrey again after that, but we're sure he wants it that way. I mean, it probably made keeping the Sonic live-action film quiet a lot easier. In at number 2, Mel Gibson. While promoting his film Edge of Darkness in a 2010 interview with WGN-TV, Mel Gibson appeared like he really didn't want to be there. I mean, the best part was that he wasn't even physically there. He just was appearing via satellite because it was probably the fastest way to do this press run. Although, among all of the questions that annoyed the actor, it was when he dove into Gibson's drinking that kind of really set him off. The reporter got even more bold by asking him about his previous anti-Semitic remarks, to which Mel replied that was 4 years ago and he had already apologized for that. And the reporter, sensing that Mel was about to cuss him out on live air, he kind of shifted back to promoting the film. Good move. Although Mel Gibson thought that the interview had disconnected, which resulted in some very troubling remarks to air live.
Thanks a lot for joining us, Mel. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Last but certainly not least on our number 1 spot, Courtney Love. Courtney Love has been a mess forever. She does not handle interviews with any ounce of grace, and her crashing an interview with Madonna kind of proves my point. Back at the 1995 MTV VMAs, the interviewer was engaged in a discussion with Madonna when he notices Courtney Love yelling from down below. He then invites her onto the interview platform, even at the behest of Madonna, and things immediately turn to the worst case scenario. She starts drunkenly throwing small items at Madonna, and then she kneels down on the ground, and at that point Madonna just walks off the stage. Courtney then stays and hijacks the entire interview, going on more drunken rants and just being generally all over the place. I mean, literally all over the place. And it turns out the guy should have just listened to Madonna and had security keep Courtney back. Then we wouldn't have had this.
Number 10, Mike Tyson. So I had trouble landing on just one interview to mention when it comes to this man. He is someone who seems to just bounce back after every single heinous thing he's done. So we're gonna run through a few of them. The first time Mike really hurt his career was in the 80s, and it wasn't even something he said. He was doing an interview with his then girlfriend Robin Gibbs. When the topic of Mike's behavior came up, she said herself that Mike had an extremely volatile temper. Recent reports had also surfaced of Mike getting loud and physical with Robin, something she seemingly confirmed, while Mike just stared at the interviewer the entire time, giving him an evil look. Now that was one of the first little notches on his belt. That wasn't really a meltdown. As the years went by, more and more controversies came to light, and during a press tour for his latest bout in the early 2000s, he lashed out at a fan in the crowd, hurling a slew of insults and calling them the British word for cancer sticks. It starts with an F and it rhymes with maggot. The clip became viral overnight and placed his career in jeopardy, but he finally drove that nail into the coffin on CP24's Breakfast Television in 2014. After somehow maintaining enough relevance to get a one-man show, Mike was sitting down with host Nathan Downer to promote when the interview took a hard left and went from "So, what's the show about?" to "So, should you even be allowed on stage, you monster?" That's not what he actually said, but apparently that's what Mike Tyson heard, because he stopped answering questions and would instead hurl sarcastic insults. The F word is once again his favorite and just throws it at him. I don't know if you've noticed, but Mike hasn't been on the news much since then, and probably for a good reason. Number 9. Paula Abdul. Q13 Fox News. In 2012, famous judge and British bad boy Simon Cowell decided to fire his fellow X Factor judge after she went on Fox News and made herself sound like a little bit of a fool. During an interview with Q13, things started out a little rocky thanks to some audio issues causing Paula to hear a station in Texas instead of their own. When they eventually got everything up and running, Paula was just as confusing as she was with the original issues. The interviewers were trying to ask her about her visit to Seattle, where Simon claims that the worst singers that he has ever encountered dwell. Instead of defending the city, Paula doubled down and agreed with Simon. It's not the statement though that landed her in the hot seat, it was actually just the way that she was speaking. Paula had always been a little bit animated in her life, using arms a lot when speaking to people, but she was particularly slurry and seemed like she was under the influence of something. This was just one of several interviews where Paula is noticeably woozy. Simon Cowell has actually claimed the only reason she was invited to host on the X Factor in the first place was to see if she would bring in the American Idol viewers, and when that didn't pan out, he realized the right move to make was to let her go because she's not great on television. Of course, Paula was mad about this and confronted Simon several times, only making that meltdown bigger and bigger. Number 8. Robert Downey Jr. Being a part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe means a ton of interviews. Now, Robert had the fortune of playing Iron Man for 10 years, being featured in 11 movies. While doing press for his second round with the Avengers in 2015, he had the misfortune of speaking with a legendarily terrible interviewer, Krishnan Guru Murphy, on Channel 4. Now, I've talked about this guy in other videos for making Quentin Tarantino walk out of an interview, and he is making a return for something pretty similar. The interview is uncomfortable from the very beginning. Krishnan stumbles through his questions as quickly as he can, with Robert doing his best just to keep things smooth. Instead of asking questions about the movie though, Krishnan decided to probe Robert about his life in prison and with substance control issues. Now, at first, he's okay and answers the questions, but then Krishnan brings up his dad and asks if he feels that he escaped his dark past. Robert is visibly anxious and begins breathing pretty heavy to keep himself calm. He asks what they were doing there, and then the team said goodbye. He stood up and walked out of the room, and he said that Krishnan seemed nice, but things were getting just a little bit too Diane Sawyer for his taste. This was one of the most uncomfortable interview moments in Robert's career, and it's not even close to the worst one for Krishnan. Number 7. Sofia Vergara. Fans of the show Modern Family will recognize Sofia as Gloria, aka Manny's mom, who is just absolutely hilarious and heartwarming at the same time, even outside of Modern Family. Now, while speaking with Ellen in 2017 about her career and some new projects coming up, Ellen decided to play a game called English Word of the Day. Claiming to be learning Spanish with one word a day, she wished to teach Sofia one as well. Before the segment, Sofia is roasting Ellen for her dislike of cotton, but when Ellen asks if she wants to learn the English word with her, Sofia scoffs and is visibly annoyed, claiming that she speaks English very well. Ellen gives her the word flabbergasted and asks her to define what it means. Not only does she pronounce it correctly the first time, but she knew exactly what it meant. Ellen follows it up with discombobulated, which left Sofia confused and thinking pretty hard. Now, she butchered the word, and while she seemed to be taking things in stride, it turns out Sofia was so frustrated with participating in this game, as she is a bit self-conscious when it comes to her accent. A lot of people consider the segment to be a little bit racist and more cringe-inducing than fun. I've seen the clip. That's accurate. Number 6, Joaquin Phoenix. We understand a dedication to your craft, and Joaquin Phoenix is just a prime example. This dude's acting career has been going steady since he first appeared in the 1989 comedy Parenthood when he was in his teens. Now, while he is seen as one of the greatest actors in recent history, his reputation on set was a little tarnished thanks to a freak out while filming the 2018 solo flick Joker. He appeared on Jimmy Kimmel Live to promote the shoot when Jimmy plays a behind-the-scenes clip of Joaquin getting loud and angry at a man named Larry, and the constant whispering behind the cameras before dropping a few F-bombs and storming off this set. When the cameras came back to the studio, Joaquin was frozen in shock and clearly not expecting that clip to ever see the light of day. He is not having a good time. He explained that Larry was a cinematographer who teased Joaquin off set earlier in the day, calling him a diva and referring to him as Cher. In fact, if you're watching the clip and during the outbursts, you can actually hear him say, "You want to call me Cher? How is that an insult?" He then explained that there is a lot of pressure on set, especially in a closed space, like the apartment from the scene that they were filming. He apologized to the audience for having to see him behave like that, which, was met with applause. Because at the end of the day, he's a performer and no harm came from the outburst or the meltdown, and honestly, if Larry's cool with it, so are we. Number 5, Nicolas Cage. The most unhinged man in Hollywood history. One of the few people who somehow managed to star in billions of movies, but has barely seen or kept a cent of that money. During a press junket in 1990, Nick went on a talk show called Wogan to discuss his latest project, Wild at Heart. When the host Terry Wogan announced Nick Cage, he entered with karate kicks, a front flip, somersault. He threw wads of cash at the audience because, hey, he's Nick Cage, why not? And when he finally sat down, moments before the interview actually began, he asked if he could take his jacket off. He proceeds to take his jacket off and the shirt underneath of it, because if people thought Nick Cage was all together, they were proven wrong during this interview. Despite the content being relatively tamed, the entire time you can just see sweat glistening off of Nick's chest, because guess what? Wearing a leather jacket on your bare chest is beyond uncomfortable, especially when there are lights aimed at you. Now sure, it might look cool until you take it off and you just have a heat rash. Nick's always been unhinged, but this meltdown during this interview was truly unique. His behavior in the 90s was apparent and well documented thanks to him literally being in like 2 movies a year. Number 4, Christian Bale. Christian is a very versatile actor, physically and of course skill-wise. He's able to shrink and grow his physique seemingly at will. He's played everything from a skinny substance addict to Batman in 2008. Christian starred in the 3rd film of the Terminator franchise, Terminator Salvation, and while he was filming a scene, director of photography Shane Holbert apparently just moved into Christian's eyesight, and this caused Christian to snap out of character and into defense mode. The now infamous audio clip of Christian screaming at Shane to make matters worse, anyone trying to calm Christian down were met with an equally swift verbal lashing. While the cinematographer was just checking a light to make sure that it was in the right place, like doing his job, Bale made it his mission to share his intense feelings with the entire crew. When the audio leaked, Bale apologized for his actions and told the world to praise the crew for their work. Now while the movie turned out okay visually speaking, the project as a whole is remembered as a terrible Terminator movie, and he gets pretty uncomfortable when he talks about it on stage. Number 3, Paris Hilton. Paris is the originator of the phrase famous for being famous, because this woman made headlines many times over the years for a little bit of everything. In 2011, Paris appeared on ABC to discuss her career, her personal life, and the recent situations she had been dealing with involving stalkers. During the interview, she revealed a few things about her life that had previously been speculated, like the fact that she used a higher-pitched baby voice on the show Simple Life, but had a much deeper and serious tone in real life, but the conversation eventually ventures into uncharted waters. The interviewer asked Paris if she felt that her former friend and protege, Kim Kardashian, had overshadowed her in the eyes of the media. Paris says nothing, looks to her publicist, and goes to stand up. They almost wrapped the interview entirely, but eventually things simmered down and they were able to clear up the air. However, the moment stuck with fans of Hilton immediately and begged the question, why is she so uncomfortable talking about this? And it's because it's true. Well, it turns out the world answered the question for her, because Kim Kardashian's show, Keeping Up with the Kardashians, made it big, and Paris Hilton's show was cancelled after 1 season. So, there you go. Number 2, Tom Cruise. Matt Lauer is not just a terrible person who turned out to be a creepy creepo. He was once a popular talk show host in the early 2000s. During an interview with Tom Cruise in 2005, the topic of his scientific beliefs came up that quickly sent Tom into a rant about psychiatry, and somehow the topic got into Ritalin and pseudosciences. I don't know, Tom yelled at Matt about knowing more than him about psychiatry, like he had some inside information that he was secretly a therapist, who knows. The interview came at the height of Tom's pretty public descent into chaotic badness, becoming very famous for his outlandish beliefs and his wish to push them onto other people. The highlight of the interview came when Cruise was asked about his previous criticisms of Brooke Shields taking anti-sad time pills, to which he responded by calling her a glib. I looked up the definition of that word and it means fluent and voluble, but insincere and shallow. But this was only one of the several interviews from 2005 that I wanted to discuss today, especially with Tom Cruise. Good lord, that was a rough year for him. When he was with Katie Holmes, he was a nutcase. Just ask Oprah. I mean, ever since the mid-2000s, his career has mainly been Mission Impossible, with only a few small roles to fill the gaps here and there, not the Hollywood superstar that he was aiming to be. And at number 1, my favorite entry, Bobcat Goldthwait. Allow me to start the entry by doing an impression of Bobcat. Thank you. Bobcat may not be much of an actor these days, but in the 80s and 90s, this man was dominating the film and comedy scene. His zany brand of over-the-top, high-energy performance was so well received by any and all who saw him. I can still hear his voice echoing in my head whenever I think of Police Academy. In 1994, comedian Arsenio Hall invited his longtime buddy Bobcat onto his talk show, which unfortunately was in its final days on the air. When he heard the cancellation, Bobcat decided to send a message to the big brains that made the decision, because he spray painted the word Paramount on the wall behind him, throws furniture around, breaks TV screens, all the while Arsenio is just sitting back and laughing. When they returned from commercial, the set was in ruins, and despite that, Arsenio joked that he was like, "The worst part is I have to pretend like I'm mad at him." Joke's on him, that wasn't the only talk show meltdown he partook in. A few years after this, Bobcat set a chair on fire on the Jay Leno show for no reason, just for fun. Like he was standing there just going, fire. He was fined over $3,000 and made to replace the chair. Oh, and in case you haven't noticed, he hasn't been asked to be on any talk shows recently. Number 10, Megan Fox. Megan has been featured in several films over the years, but it was an interview about her time working with Michael Bay on the set of the Transformers movies that canceled her career for good. The original live-action Transformers movie came out in 2007 and co-starred Megan and Shia LaBeouf in the leading roles. It was a fun movie on screen, but behind the scenes there was a ton of tension on set. According to Megan, who had previously worked with Michael on Bad Boys 2, working for Michael was like working for Schmittler. Fun fact, if you add sh to someone's name, you can say it online. Loophole. Of course, Michael didn't appreciate being compared to, you know, one of the worst men in human history, so many speculated that her being left out of third Transformers movie may have had something to do with behind-the-scenes drama. She went on to call him bland and claimed that he had no personality or social skills of any kind. Like, hey Megan, that's just a little bit harsh. It's a little personal. When the comments were made public, her career began to slowly suffer. Not only was she written out of the Transformers series, but she was forced to make a public apology and actually retract her statements following the massive slew of backlash from fans. She took a few years off, but Michael himself later acknowledged the misstep on Megan's part and not only accepted the retraction, but the pair were able to patch things up and work together on the live-action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies from 2014. Yay! Number 9, Cara Delevingne. Cara is a gifted actor and overall seems like a solid human being. So much like the rest of us, she gets tired and annoyed from time to time. Unfortunately, that feeling took place on live TV while promoting her new movie, Paper Towns. While making an appearance on the early morning show, Good Day Sacramento, the interview did not get off to a great start. The program's anchor called her Carla, and she then spent the next few minutes trying to get info out of Cara, but was failing miserably. Falling deep into the anchor role, she pulled out the old, "Hey, wow, that's amazing. Hey, listen, Carla, did you read the book that this thing's based on, or did you even have time to read because you're so busy?" She was having none of that. She was very sarcastic with each answer to the fairly generic questions. Do you relate to the character? What was your favorite moment? Blah blah blah. It was then that a third anchor abruptly popped in and asked Cara if she was exhausted, as she seemed a bit more excited to speak about the project a few weeks prior in London. London. She giggled and said, "No, I'm fine." Apparently the premiere of the film was the night before, which she claimed to feel like the end of an era. But the anchors do not know when to quit. In fact, one of the anchors then suggested that she may be irritated, or maybe it was just them. They then cut the interview short and told her to take a nap and get a Red Bull. She can be heard saying, "Oh my god, too far," before the news anchor screeches over her and shuts her down. According to Cara, there was really no bad blood. She was just sick of answering the same questions over and over again. Following the interview, the man who popped up and gave his 2 cents was fired for causing such a tense situation on live TV. Number 8. Mike Tyson. Now, I had trouble landing on just one interview to mention when it comes to Mike. He's someone who seems to bounce back even after the most heinous of controversies, so we're just gonna run down through a few good ones. The first time Mike really hurt his career was in the late 80s, and it wasn't even something that he said. He was doing an interview with his then girlfriend Robin Gibbs when the topic of Mike's behavior came up. She said herself that Mike had an extremely volatile temper, and recently reports had surfaced of Mike getting loud and physical with her. Something she seemingly confirmed while Mike was just staring the interviewer down the entire time. Very intense. That was the first little notch on his belt, but as the years went by, more and more controversy came to light. During a press tour for his latest bout in the early 2000s, he lashed out at a fan in the crowd, hurling a slew of insults at him and calling them the British word for cancer sticks. It starts with an F and it rhymes with maggot. The clip became viral overnight and placed his career even further into jeopardy than it already was. But he finally drove the nail into the coffin on CP24 breakfast television in 2014. After somehow maintaining enough relevance to get a one-man show, Mike was sitting down with host Nathan Downer to promote when the interview took a hard left and went from, "So, what's the show about?" to, "So, should you even be allowed on stage, you monster?" That's not what he actually said, but that's what Mike heard. He stopped answering the questions honestly, and he would instead hurl insults sarcastically. The F word is once again his favorite. I don't know if you've noticed, but Mike hasn't been on the news much since that day, and for very good reasons. Number 7. Rachel Zegler. Rachel Zegler's comments about the upcoming live-action Snow White remake could have a huge impact on ticket sales, according to branding experts. The 22-year-old actress has received plenty of backlash after she admitted that she hated the original 1937 movie and branded the storyline weird, while referring to the Prince character as just a straight-up stalker. The backlash occurred after several videos of Rachel speaking negatively about the original film in various interviews last year resurfaced online, where she talked about her version of the character. She said she's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. While Disney may just be trying to modernize the classic, the comments were causing her to be labeled a fake feminist, with some critics accusing Rachel of gaslighting, and one marketing consultant has warned that Disney will need to be careful on how they have portrayed Snow White. Snow White has already been suffering from backlash well before Rachel made her comments. Peter Dinklage spoke out about Disney not using dwarf actors for the new film, instead opting to use heavy CGI on Hollywood elites. Rachel's role as Snow White is currently up in the air, because while the film is set to be released in March of next year, the writer's strike may be the exact situation that the studio needs to recast and rewrite its oldest character. Number 6. Liam Neeson. Liam may have spent a long time as a dramatic action star, but his most dramatic moment yet came during an interview published by The Independent. He was promoting his new film Cold Pursuit, which follows his character seeking retribution after his son is slain. When he was asked how his character turns to anger, he replied by telling them something primal kicks in when someone close to you is a victim of violence. He then shared a true story about a close friend of his admitting to a physical altercation with another man a few years prior. When he heard the news, he said something took over him. When he asked her if she knew what his name was, she said no, but she knew what color his skin was. After using some very offensive language to describe this man, Liam then admitted to spending the next week carrying around a small baton and praying that, quote, a random black man would cross his path. The article began circulating fast, and Liam received a tidal wave of backlash. Since 2019, he has starred in a few films, but nothing as high budget or universally liked as his previous roles. Number 5. Katherine Heigl. Kathy was riding high back in 2007. The former Grey's Anatomy star not only won an Emmy for Best Supporting Actress in a Dramatic Series, but she also began transitioning into the big screen with the success of her first feature comedy, Knocked Up, alongside comedy legend Seth Rogen. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, her rise to the top quickly became a free fall into a volcano following an ill-fated Vanity Fair interview the following January. In the interview, Catherine made a move that still has people scratching their heads to this day. She openly bashed the film that made her famous, claiming that it painted women as shrew, humorless, and uptight, while also placing blame on Seth for writing the men as lovable, goofy, fun guys. The film still sits at an impressive 89% on Rotten Tomatoes because while she may claim that the project was problematic, the final product was a fun love story filled with some pretty solid jokes, and performances, and a great story. Seth felt betrayed by the comments as they never had a fight on set, and it never seemed like she was uncomfortable at any point. These comments, combined with some negativity towards her Grey's Anatomy writers, caused her agents to drop her as a client, and her time in Hollywood slowly came to a halt. These days she stars in the CBS comedy Our House, but it's looking like she may never return to the big screen. Number 4. Brie Larson. Brie was announced as the newest member of the Marvel Universe in 2019, starring in the film Captain Marvel as the titular superhero. At first, people were pretty excited to see what Marvel would do with this property. Captain Marvel is, after all, one of the original cosmic heroes in comic book canon, and I know I'm a nerd, leave me alone. However, when the movie was actually released, fans were pretty upset with Brie's performance. According to them, she was stale and seemed bored from start to finish. When asked about the online hate at the D23 red carpet in 2022, Brie said she's not sure if she's going to continue to play the character beyond her upcoming Captain Marvel sequel, The Marvels. She's aware of all the hate surrounding her character and defends that role by telling people that's how she was told to play the role. But it's also Brie Larson. She's always been stiff, but that's kind of part of why it's funny. Go watch Scott Pilgrim, you ninnies! Overall, she doesn't sound as terrible as some of the other entries on this list, but the way she has responded to interviewers in the past has pegged her as a Miss Marvel meanie. Number 3. Paula Abdul. In 2012, famous judge and British bad boy Simon Cowell decided to fire his fellow X Factor judge after she went on Fox News and made herself sound just a little bit like a fool. During an interview with Q13, things start out a little rocky thanks to some audio issues causing Paula to hear a station in Texas instead of the one that she was trying to talk to. When they eventually got everything up and running, Paula was just as confusing as she was with the original audio issue. The interviewers were trying to ask her about her visit to Seattle, where Simon claimed that the worst singers he has ever encountered dwell. But instead of defending the city, Paula doubled down and agreed with Simon. But it's not the statement though that landed her in the hot seat, it was the way she was speaking. Paula had always been a little bit animated in her life, using her arms a lot when speaking to people, but she was particularly slurry and she seemed like she was under the influence of something. This was just one of several interviews where Paula was noticeably woozy. Simon's actually claimed that the only reason she was invited to host on the X Factor in the first place was to see that if she would bring in the American Idol viewers. When that didn't pan out, he realized that the right move to make was just to let her go and move on to greener pastures. Of course, Paula was mad about this and confronted Simon several times, only digging herself further and further into that hole. Number 2. Tom Cruise. Matt Lauer is not just a terrible man who turned out to be a creepy creepo. He was once a popular talk show host in the early 2000s. During an interview with Tom Cruise in 2005, the topic of his scientific beliefs came up that quickly sent Tom into a rant about psychiatry. Somehow the topic got into Ritalin and pseudosciences. I don't know. Tom yelled at Matt about knowing more than him about psychiatry. Like he had some inside information that he was secretly a therapist or something. The interview came at the height of Tom's very public descent into chaotic badness, becoming very famous for his outlandish beliefs and his wish to push them onto other people. The highlight of the interview came when Cruise was asked about his previous criticism of Brooke Shields taking anti-sad time pills, to which he responded by calling her a glib. And I looked up the definition. That means fluent and voluble, but insecure and shallow. This was only one of several interviews from 2005 that we could discuss today. When he was with Katie Holmes, he was a bit of a nutcase. Just ask Oprah Winfrey. Ever since the mid-2000s, Tom's career has been mainly in the Mission Impossible movies, with only a few small roles to fill the gaps here and there. Not the Hollywood superstar that he was aiming to be. And at number 1, Lance Armstrong. 7-time Tour de France winner Lance Armstrong has gone down in history as a man who was unable to ride a bike without his chemical training wheels. In an interview with Oprah Winfrey in 2013, Lance was brought on to discuss the allegations floating around regarding his status as a Tour de France winner. Several sources claimed that Lance had taken performance-enhancing substances to win each of his races, as well as a type of transfusion involving the red life juice that flows inside all of us. Armstrong went on air and fessed up to every single thing that they were claiming he had done. However, he did deny the notion that he was some kind of a mastermind who would control his teammates and force them to join in his extracurricular activities. But amidst his admission of guilt, say that 10 times fast, there was a moment where he tried to pin the situation on his battle with cancer. He wraps it up by saying that he should have tried harder to cancel the culture rather than create more of a problem. He was stripped of all 7 Tour de France titles, and he has since lived in exile among the cycling world. Number 10, Zac Efron. Zac rose to fame as a Disney darling, playing the leading role of Troy Bolton in the popular High School Musical series. Since his Disney days, Zac has lent his face and voice to several projects, but the red carpet event that we're talking about today was for the animated Dr. Seuss movie The Lorax, which Zac, who voiced the main character of the film, was walking the red carpet when he suddenly handed his assistant something from his pocket. As he handed them the product, something fell out of his pocket and onto the carpet. Now that something is a word that I can't say online. Let's just call them love tubes. Love tubes. I like that. Zac's love tube wrapper was flat on the carpet right there for the world to see. He quickly picked it up, but the damage had already been done. In the first interview following this incident, the interviewer asked Zac if there was anything unplanned that had happened. He then explained that this was a complete accident. There was no pre-show pocket check or anything that could have prevented it. Well, Illumination did not like that excuse, and they also didn't like their main star being associated with such an adult product. So, when the plans for a Lorax sequel were brought to the studios, Zac's name was left out and replaced by somebody else. I guess whoever they picked wasn't famous enough though, as the project was ultimately shelved by the studio, and thankfully Zac found work somewhere else. In Baywatch. Number 9, Taylor Swift. If there is one thing that should be known about Taylor Swift, it's that she can end an entire career with one single conversation. In 2015, Taylor was on the red carpet for the Grammy Awards when she was interviewed by a woman from Entertainment Tonight. The interviewer started the interview by asking her cameraman to pan up and down and literally checking her out as this massive camera just followed her. You know, that's not weird at all. After going along with the bit for a bit and telling the camera about her dress, the woman who was interviewing her said that she honestly just wanted a shot of Taylor's legs because she said before the show that Taylor is going to be going home with more than a trophy. Maybe a man. Ooh. Taylor didn't appreciate that comment or that assumption. She did not laugh and proceeded to tell her that she would be going home with no men, just hanging out with her friends and then home to her cats. While the majority of the interview went well, the interviewers were reprimanded behind the scenes by Taylor herself. The news of Taylor's dislike for them made its way up to the top, where the ET executives decided to keep him off the red carpet from now on. Keep your creepy camera gestures to yourself, lady. Number 8, Rachel Zegler. Rachel Zegler's comments about the upcoming live-action Snow White remake could have a huge impact on ticket sales, according to brand experts. The 22-year-old actress has received plenty of backlash after she admitted that she hated the original 1937 movie and branded the storyline as weird, while referring to the Prince character as a straight-up stalker. The backlash occurred after several videos of Rachel speaking negatively about the original film in various interviews last year resurfacing online, where when she spoke about her version of the character, she said that she is not going to be saved by the prince and that she is not going to be dreaming about true love. As well as being labeled a fake feminist, some critics have accused Rachel of gaslighting, and one marketing consultant has warned that Disney will need to be very careful with how they have portrayed Snow White. Snow White has already been suffering from lots of backlash well before Rachel made her comments. Peter Dinklage spoke out about Disney not using true dwarf actors for the new film, instead opting to use heavy CGI on Hollywood elites. Rachel's role as Snow White is in the air as of filming this video, because thanks to her comments, the studio is rethinking the situation. While the film is set to release in March of next year, the writer's strike may be the exact moment that the studio needs to recast and rewrite its oldest character. Number 7, Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey is known for his hilarious personality on and off screen, but he gave Kat Sadler from E! News and Daily Pop a very awkward interview on the red carpet at Harper Bazaar's party in 2017. The interaction started with Jim slowly circling Kat as she attempts to express her confusion and excitement. Jim Carrey was at a Fashion Week event. Was the man known for being an incredible artist, bringing his talent to the fashion world? No, he was just really mad about stuff. By 2017, Jim had made a name for himself as an oddly serious man who tended to venture into the realm of energies and universal concepts when getting into deep conversations. He started the conversation with, "This is meaningless." And then he continued to say that he wanted to find the most meaningless thing that he could attend that evening. The event was a celebration of icons and celebrities, according to Kat, to which Jim said he did not agree, as in he didn't agree with the concept of icons. He continued to give a small speech about not believing that people truly exist, and that we are all just a field of energy, and that peace lies beyond personality, man. The entire time this interview is taking place, Kat is visibly uncomfortable, just counting down to the moment that Jim says something funny or even remotely related to fashion. Instead, he just shares his thoughts, tells her that she has a nice fragrance, and walks away. While Jim's career had already started to slow down at that point, the clip became viral and studios were wondering if he was going to be a good fit for anything anymore. Many scripts with his name on them were rewritten or simply just kept to themselves, right up until 2020 when he made a small comeback in the surprisingly fun Sonic the Hedgehog movie. Number 6, Will Smith. That's right, Will Smith is on this list for hitting somebody, and it's not Chris Rock. Today we're talking about an incident on the red carpet that left one paparazzo with a massive red mark on his face and a fired sign stamped on his forehead. Will was walking the red carpet giving people interviews when a Ukrainian comedian named Vitaly Sejik approached him, a man who is unfortunately world famous for being an absolutely disgusting person towards celebrities. He pretended to be a reporter and began interviewing Will Smith. He suddenly pulled Will towards him and tried to kiss him on his cheeks and mouth. Well, Will obviously did not like that and shoved him back and gave him a little love tap. Just a little backhand to the face. A team of security following Mr. Smith picked this guy up and carried him away like a little toddler that he was. Who knew Will was practicing for his Oscar slaps all the way back then? Sejik was finally reprimanded for his actions, and he was actually made to pay a hefty fine for attempting to force himself on Will Smith. Needless to say, that guy works for himself now. Number 5, Hugh Grant. In 2013, the world was gifted with an awkward interview between model Ashley Graham and Dungeons & Dragons star Hugh Grant. Ashley was trying her best to give a good interview and asked Hugh the hard-hitting questions, like who was he wearing? Was he excited to be there? Did he hope anyone he knew won? You know, good old generic questions they tell you to ask on the first day of work. Hugh was not budging, to the point where she just kinda gave up and let him loose. One of her last questions to Hugh was regarding his cameo in the Netflix film Glass Onion, which he said was barely a full day on set. The incident sparked a ton of backlash, mainly aimed at Hugh for making Ashley's job more and more difficult. But then the narrative switched to, why wasn't she asking him better questions? ABC decided to give the hosting gig to somebody else for next year's Oscars, and it's looking like she won't be making any more interview appearances anytime soon. Number 4, Amy Schumer. In the mid-2010s, comedian Amy Schumer was named one of Time magazine's top 100 most influential people and was made to attend a red carpet event to celebrate with her fellow influencers, 2 of whom were Kanye West and Kim Kardashian. Now, while discussing the incident on the Graham Norton show, she revealed that there was a planned prank on Kim and Ye. Her goal was to get them to crack and smile and get some good fun pics for the event, but Kim and Kanye did not find this situation funny and continued to walk past her as she fell in front of them. Like she just followed forward trying to make a nice little thing out of it. While the moment was meant to create a fun scene, it instead made Amy look like she had a grudge towards Kim and Kanye. While not an interview, the incident on the red carpet did force Comedy Central to postpone a season of her show until things were sorted out with Kim. It turned out that not only did Kim not care, but she did end up finding the incident kind of funny in the end, with these two apparently now being close friends, and Amy even made a cameo on Kim's new reality series, The Kardashians. Number 3, Rashida Jones. The star of comedy giants like The Office and Parks and Rec is an expert at evading uncomfortable and just strange questions. During the Screen Actors Guild Awards in 2015, she was being interviewed by TNT's Danielle Dembski when the actress was told she was very tanned. Well, Rashida replied with a small pause and then told the reporter that she was ethnic, so, you know, duh. Danielle burst into laughter before ignoring the dumb question and moving on, but TNT did not forget. Her producers made it very clear that she needed to do more research before making comments or asking questions to anyone on the carpet. According to TNT, she was let go after the meeting went south and Danielle didn't realize what she had done wrong. Gee, let me think. Number 2. Silke Sibbin. While attending the Dutch premiere of his rom-com Music in the Lyrics, Hugh Grant, making another appearance, got the shock of a lifetime after a fan got a little bit too excited and took their admiration to a whole new level. Television journalist Silke Sibbin approached Grant and he thought it was an interview, but then she handcuffed herself to him. For about 10 minutes, the patient but frustrated Grant was just waiting and watched as several onlookers started snapping pictures left and right. After the fire department finally released them, Sibbin was taken by police. And while this may have seemed like your average Hollywood interaction, the news station that she worked for did not appreciate this gag and she was fired immediately. And at number 1, Ryan Seacrest. Ryan was the man with the mic for a very long time, hosting not only talk shows, but reality game shows as well. Eventually though, he found a nice comfy gig interviewing celebrities on and off the red carpet. In 2018, things changed drastically after allegations of misconduct were brought forward by a former female employee named Susie Hardy. Susie was his personal hairstylist and the job was perfect for a very long time. But according to her, Ryan became very aggressive on several occasions, claiming that the only reason she never said anything was fear that she may lose the financial stability that the job had provided for herself and her daughter. In 2013, the situation finally ended when she expressed her concerns to someone at Human Resources and her employment was terminated. Now, while this was happening, Ryan was still employed as a host and a presenter, so he took to the red carpet that year to interview celebrities and he was met with cold shoulders and sarcastic comments. After the red carpet event, the decision was made to put Ryan on hold for a while until the investigation into the allegations were complete. 3 months later, they concluded that there was insufficient evidence to prove the claims and Ryan got reinstated. I'm not sure why a single mom would lie about something like that. I'm pretty sure Ryan's hiding some shady stuff, but who knows for sure?
At number 10, we have thinking Kate Hudson won an Oscar. In the world of Hollywood, winning an Oscar is one of the biggest career-changing moments. So when ABC reporter George Penicino said, "Kate, you know what it's like to win an Oscar?" To which she was uncomfortable and replied, I've never won an Oscar. For some background information, Kate Hudson starred in movies like Glass Onion, Mother's Day with Jennifer Aniston, as well as How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. So I can understand why he thought she would have won. But when you're an interviewer, it's important to have a base of knowledge on the people who are going to be there, so as to not embarrass yourself. And this was no exception. Thankfully for George, he wasn't fired because of his little live television slip-up, but it's safe to say that he has learned his lesson about making assumptions.
Number 9. Zac Efron's Love Tubes. Zac rose to fame as a Disney darling, playing the leading role of Troy Bolton in the popular High School Musical series. Since his Disney days, Zac has lent his face and voice to several projects over the years, but the red carpet event that we're talking about today was for the animated Dr. Seuss movie, The Lorax. Zac, who voiced the main character of the film, was walking the red carpet when he suddenly handed his assistant something in his pocket. As he handed them the product, something fell out of his pocket and onto the ground. That something is a word that I can't say online, so let's just call them love tubes. Zac's love tube wrapper was flat on the carpet right there for the world to see. He quickly picked it up, but the damage was already done. In the first interview following this incident, the interviewer asked Zac if anything unplanned had happened to him recently, and he then explained that it was a complete accident, that there was no pre-show pocket check, anything that could have prevented it. Well, Illumination didn't like that excuse, and they also didn't like their main star being associated with such an adult product. So when the plans for a Lorax sequel were brought to the studios, Zac's name was left out and replaced by another star. I guess whoever they picked wasn't famous enough because the project was ultimately shelved by the studio and Zac was able to find work somewhere else. In Baywatch.
At number 8, we have Jim Carrey's existential rant. Jim Carrey is a character who has had many varying roles. From the Grinch in the iconic live-action version of How the Grinch Stole Christmas, he was in The Cable Guy with Matthew Broderick, and he most recently played Dr. Eggman in the live-action Sonic the Hedgehog movies. His IMDb spans on, but something important to know about him is that he had really bad depression, and really let himself go over the years. One of those moments, we really saw how the mind of a genius works was when he was on a rant during an interview at the 2017 Harper's Bazaar Icons party. No one really knew why he showed up in the first place if he was so unhappy to be there, but former E! reporter Kat Sadler came up to him to ask him questions. He leaned into the mic and he said, "There is no meaning to any of this." When she asked why he was attending the party, he said that he wanted to find the most meaningless thing he could come to and join, and there he was. Sadler tried to pry about other things and what the term icon meant to him, but he continued to spew existential nonsense that made everyone uncomfortable aside from him. It may not have been gross, but his career did begin to decline, both before and after this.
If there is one thing that should be known about Taylor Swift, is that she can end entire careers with one conversation. In 2015, Taylor was on the red carpet for the Grammy Awards when she was interviewed by Entertainment Tonight. The woman who interviewed her started the interview by asking her cameraman to pan up and down, literally checking Taylor out with this massive camera. It's not weird at all. After going along with the bit for a moment and telling the camera about her dress, the interviewer said that she honestly just wanted a shot of Taylor's legs because, as she said before, Taylor is going to be going home with more than a trophy. Maybe a man. Well, Taylor didn't appreciate that comment or the assumption. She did not laugh and then proceeded to tell the interviewer that she would be going home with no men, just hanging out with friends, maybe some of her cats. While the majority of the interview went well, the interviewers were reprimanded behind the scenes by Taylor herself. The news of Taylor's dislike for the interviewers made its way up to the top, where the ET executives decided to keep them off of the red carpet for a while. Remember, keep your creepy camera gestures to yourself, lady.
At number 6, we have David Letterman with Jennifer Aniston. David Letterman used to be the host of The Tonight Show before Jimmy Fallon took over. He's also a comedian who was successful for many years, and some comedians can take a sketch too far, or commit to a bit that makes people uncomfortable. And that's exactly what happened to a young Jennifer Aniston while on the show with him. They were making conversation, as one does, but then he got up and tried to eat her hair. I understand that you can really like someone as an actor, but when you are actively trying to eat their hair on live television, that is just too far. However, like the true professional she is, she let him. And there are photos out there of David Letterman leaning over Miss Aniston with her hair in his mouth.
Number 5, John Mayer. John may be known for spending time with the ladies, but it's not all peaches and cream. The musician was doing an interview with Playboy magazine in 2010. Now I know it involves Playboy, who are notoriously provocative, but even they thought this interview was just a bit much. John gets into some pretty graphic depictions of things that he wanted to do to Jessica Simpson, using language that cannot be repeated online. But he then ventures off the physical intimacy thing and instead begins to speak about his, and I quote, hood pass, claiming that he had become so popular among black people that he could get away with anything he wanted, and he then called it the N-word pass. Yeah, not a great moment for this guy. Following the interview, fans were beyond upset at his behavior and his attitude towards women and honestly just people in general. Many turned on John, making a massive dent in his career, rightfully so, and nowadays this is one of the only things that he is remembered for. Well, that and his really bad cameo in Get Hard.
At number 4, we have Jay Leno questioning Kanye West. Jay Leno was the host of yet another late night show, and back in 2009, he had Kanye West on his show. You see, the event that caused this was Kanye West interrupting young Taylor Swift's mid-acceptance speech for the best music video, I might add, to say that Beyonce had the best music video and should have won, in front of an audience on TV. For some context, Kanye's mother had passed away in 2007, just a couple years prior to the incident. Jay Leno knew this, and he said that he was fortunate enough to have met his mother. So, Leno, in a very disrespectful fashion, asked Kanye if his mother would have been disappointed in him for doing that, and asked if she would have lectured him. You can see how shocked he is and how hurt he is hearing those words. He almost had no response. Whether or not you're a fan of him, that was still so unprofessional and cruel.
Number 3, Amy Schumer. In the mid-2010s, comedian Amy Schumer was named one of Time magazine's top 100 most influential people and was made to attend a red carpet event to celebrate with her fellow influencers. Two of them were Kanye West and Kim Kardashian. While discussing the incident on the Graham Norton show, Amy revealed that there was a planned prank on Kim and Ye. Her goal was to get them to crack a smile and get some good fun pics from this event, but Kim and Kanye did not find this situation funny and continued to walk past her as she fell in front of them in a dramatic fashion. The best picture is just Kim staring at Amy for a moment being like, okay, and then just moving on. While the moment was meant to create a fun scene, it instead made Amy look like she had some kind of grudge against Kim and Kanye. While not an interview, the incident on the red carpet forced Comedy Central to postpone a season of her show until things were sorted out with Kim. Well, it turned out that not only did Kim not care about this, but she did end up finding the entire thing funny. With the two apparently now being close friends, Amy even made a cameo on Kim's new reality series, The Kardashians.
At number 2, we have the Marvel interview. I use such a vague title because there is a lot to unpack about this interview with Robert Downey Jr. He had a very rocky upbringing, and he was involved in a lot of illegal activities, had substance issues, and has an internet-famous mugshot. But he's been clean for years, all thanks to his wife. So when the man doing the interview for a Marvel movie pressed about his past, it made him very uncomfortable. And it wasn't just asking some surface level questions, he asked about his relationship with his father and mentioned how he has opened up about his issues with liquids and substances and his upbringing. He then went on to ask RDJ if he really thought he was free from all that, or something you think about. This was when RDJ cut him off, left the room, and walked away from the interview. Imagine the audacity the interviewer must have had to even think about asking Robert such a thing, and even though he had been clean for so long and had finally gained the confidence to speak up about it.
And at number 1, Will Smith. That's right, Will Smith is on this list for slapping someone, but it's not Chris Rock. Today we're talking about an incident on the red carpet that left one paparazzo with a massive red mark on their face and a fired stamp on their forehead. Will was walking the red carpet in 2013 giving people interviews when a Ukrainian comedian named Vitaly Sejik approached him, a man who is unfortunately world famous for being an absolutely terrible person, especially towards celebrities. He pretended to be a reporter and started interviewing Will Smith, but then he suddenly pulls Will towards him and tries to kiss him on his cheeks and his mouth. Well, Will obviously shoves him back and gave him a little, "Hey bud, no thank ya," just a little backhand to the face. A team of security following Mr. Smith picked this guy up and carried him away like the toddler he was. Who knew Will was practicing for his Oscar slap all the way back then? Sejik was finally reprimanded for his actions and was actually made to pay a hefty fine for attempting to force himself on Will Smith. Needless to say, that guy works for himself now.
Number 10, Beyonce. Wendy Williams once sent her fans on a frenzy after she decided to mock the way Beyonce spoke in her HBO documentary Life is But a Dream. Taking to the Wendy Williams show, what started off to be a sweet moment when Williams gushed over the star's music. It quickly turned sour after things got a little awkward when the audience started to turn on her after she said Beyonce couldn't talk. During the episode, Wendy would say, "I am a Beyonce fan. I'm going to be watching this documentary even if she doesn't introduce us to new stuff. I'm watching because fortunately one of the TVs in our kitchen has closed captions, so I'll be able to understand what she says. You know, Beyonce can't talk. Beyonce sounds like she has a 5th grade education. She can't talk." When the audience started to turn against Wendy, she would then continue on with her rant by saying, "Excuse me, I just said I was a fan, but we have to call a spade a spade. I mean, honestly, and we really have to do the closed captioning just for times like that." Number 9, Ariana Grande. In 2015, Wendy would land herself in hot water with a number of Ariana Grande's fans after she made a few controversial comments about her. The talk show host found herself on the rampant end of criticism after she seemingly body-shamed the singer on the Wendy Williams show. The audience initially laughed after the television personality star said, "She's 21, she'll forever look 12. Things would soon take a sharp turn when she said, "And I don't mean that in a good way. It's nice to look younger than you are, but when you look too young and then you're short, well, she's only 4'11". 2011. I don't look at her as like a woman. Her comments would soon prompt the hashtag cancel Wendy Williams to trend on Twitter, and fans of Ariana band together to try and get her show taken off the air. And even Miley Cyrus would take to the comments and say standing up for Ariana Grande by using the hashtag cancel Wendy Williams show is not petty. It is showing people like Wendy Williams that it is not okay for people to be belittled in any way. We all know that Ariana will never say something back to Wendy for fear of it becoming another tabloid headline. So we are here to stand up for the one we love and we will never back down. Hey guys, are you liking this video so far? If so, please don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Number 8, TMZ. One thing about Wendy is that she never tippy toes around anything. So when she sat down with TMZ to talk about her ongoing medical struggles and starting a new career, she sparked some major concern among her fans. When the star joined TMZ for a live interview, she would tell the outlet why she was turning her back on TV and instead choosing to produce her own podcast. And for her, it really came down to time and money. Things then took a bizarre turn when she made a bizarre revelation. She shared what her battle with lymphedema was like, having no issue holding up her foot to reveal just how swollen it was from the condition. She would go on to tell viewers that she can only feel about 5% of her feet, but she also explained how she wasn't going to let it slow her down. But from her slurred speech to her shifty eyes, Wendy appeared as though she was trying almost too hard to concentrate on what she was trying to say. At one point, she was just unknowingly repeating and even explaining the word podcast. It was pretty concerning. Number 7, CNN. In an interview back in 2022, Wendy would admit that she was reluctant to remotely film the Wendy Williams show after watching other TV hosts work from their home. In an interview with CNN, Wendy would say that her competitors at home look disgusting, before she explained to the news outlet that she eventually gave in and decided to film at her apartment after having a few conversations with her production team. At first, not having a live studio audience felt weird, but then she remembered her years working as a radio personality. She said, "I've so enjoyed that, but it is much easier for me as a host to be here at home with no audience, because it's always been about description. You know, I've been a radio host longer than I've been a TV host, so yes, right, thank God for the radio." But the fact that she said other TV hosts look disgusting when compared to her working at home was just a little too far. Number 6, Alyssa Milano. Alyssa Milano once had a disagreement over how women choose to feed their young ones in public. After the outspoken breastfeeding advocate had a dispute with the TV host on Wendy's show, Wendy confessed to her that she did not share her views on breastfeeding in public. She said, "I don't need to see that." She then went on to say that she would personally take her kid to the car before allowing people to see her feed them in public. She said, "I just don't want to." Alyssa then suggested that society thinks too much of this when it comes to things like this, as it only happens during a particular amount of time. Alyssa then drew big applause from the audience after she went on to close the discussion and said, "You're lucky the baby is not here. I'd whip them out and feed him right on your show." She went on to note that breastfeeding is an amazing process and that women are the most perfect machines ever made. Number 5, Michael Jackson. The Leaving Neverland documentary highlighted two people's stories when it came to Michael Jackson making unwelcome advances on them. It left fans, supporters, and fellow celebrities on opposite sides of the fence. Back in 2019, Wendy would even weigh in on the issue when she offered up her opinions on the 4-hour documentary, denouncing all the claims that had been made on her talk show. When introducing the hot topic to her audience members, Wendy didn't bite her tongue. She went on to share her thoughts. With Michael being accused of engaging in intimate relationships with people much younger than him, the radio host went on to reveal that she believes these revived accusations were brought into play for an ulterior motive. She said, "I do believe that this is a money grab for families, but with the topic being such a sensitive issue, many fans called her out as it just shouldn't have been spoken on TV. And if you didn't see what she said, please go and look it up because it was honestly just too gross to hear." Number 4, Marcus Scribner. Back in 2018, Wendy decided to go straight for the birds and the bees conversation when she sat down with actor Marcus Scribner, who is known for his role on the hit show Blackish. With Marcus being a relatively private person, it was rumored that he was in a relationship in 2020, and he was not one to give away much about his personal life. Marcus appeared as if he didn't want to share any details about the mystery woman in his life, but many fans were curious to know all the details about everyone he is dating. Fortunately for fans, Marcus would briefly touch on the topic when he made an appearance on the Wendy Williams show. He told Wendy, "Currently, it's complicated. We've got stuff going on. We've got, yeah, I'll leave it at that." He then refused to add any details, even after Wendy asked him if he has ever had a bird and the bee intimacy level with anyone. Feeling uncomfortable by her question, Marcus would go on to say, "Wendy is trying to hit me with the difficult questions. I'll leave it a mystery for the audience. However, that's just a creepy question for any 50-year-old to ask an 18-year-old. Number 3, Drea Michelle. When Drea made an appearance on Wendy's show, she became a hot topic in the tabloids, as Drea really handled all of Wendy's digs like a champ. And I personally would put Wendy in her place if she ever asked me some of the questions that she asked Drea. In the interview, she would pretty much imply that Drea gets around when she went on to ask her, "How many basketball players have you been with?" Wendy then tried to embarrass her even further in an attempt to shame her for her intimate choices. She turned to the audience and said, "If you don't watch the show, that seems like Wendy you're crazy, but she's been this girl that's gotten around." Dre would then clear up the rumors by saying it's been over 3 years since she's dated any basketball players, and that she wasn't afraid of her past, as anything you do in your past can be cleaned up. Number 2, Dionne Warwick. In December of 2020, Wendy would come under fire after she made fun of Dionne Warwick. The star, who had been tweeting about artist stage names, would say that she has never been involved in the Twitter sphere. Instead, she watches TV, sings songs, reads books, socializes, or moisturizes her hair. Before going on to say, "I think if you're a person of a particular age, you need to be on social media and you need to get down sometimes and talk to these kids. Not to talk to them, but you really do need someone young in your family just to make sure that you're coming off correct." She then responded to Wendy's statement on Twitter, saying, "A friend alerted me that Wendy Williams was spending a lot of not nice time speaking to me. I tuned into her show to catch the last few minutes of her speaking about me, and as in the past, she seems not to be able to speak without making malicious comments. My hope is that my name will refrain from being spoken or thought of by her, as this conversation was held a few years ago, letting her know that there would not be any need for her to say my name. I don't believe anyone has to be mean to get noticed." And coming in at number 1, Keke Palmer. The actress is well known for being outspoken, and that's why we love her. So when Wendy tried to discuss the incident that surrounds Keke and Trey Songz, it would prompt her to tell Williams directly that she disagreed with how the host presented the story. After stopping by on the talk show to promote her new book, Keke would bring up the incident with Williams while putting her on blast for how she chose to defend Songz. She went on to say, "I will say, Wendy, I would have loved to turn on your show and see you be a little more compassionate and a little less accusatory." After a bit more awkward conversation, Keke went on to remind her that it matters how hosts and other late night profile figures speak about certain issues, and said it wasn't right to tell girls it was okay for them to feel weird and awkward in situations, and that people need to start saying no when things don't feel right, because it's okay to say no.
Number 10, Hugh Grant. In 2023, the world was gifted with an awkward interview between model Ashley Graham and Dungeons & Dragons star Hugh Grant. Ashley was trying her best to give a good interview and ask Hugh the hard-hitting questions. Like, who was he wearing? Was he excited to be there? Did he hope anyone won? You know, the generic questions they tell you to ask on day one. Hugh was not budging, to the point where she just kinda gave up and let him loose. One of her last questions to Hugh was regarding his cameo in the Netflix film Glass Onion, which he says was barely a full day on set. The incident sparked a ton of backlash, mainly aimed at Hugh for making Ashley's job more and more difficult because he wasn't even responding to that first round of questioning. But then the narrative switched to, why wasn't she asking him better questions? ABC decided that the hosting gig was going to go to somebody else next year, and it's looking like she won't be making any more interview appearances anytime soon. Number 9, Rachel Zegler. Rachel Zegler's comments about the upcoming live-action Snow White movie could have a huge impact on ticket sales, according to branding experts. The 22-year-old actress has received plenty of backlash after she admitted that she hated the original 1937 movie and branded the storyline as weird, while referring to the Prince character as a stalker. Not wrong. The backlash occurred after several videos of Rachel speaking negatively about the original film in various interviews last year that resurfaced online, where she talked about her version of this character, saying that she's not going to be saved by a prince and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. While Disney may just be trying to modernize the classic, these comments were causing her to be labeled as a fake feminist. Some critics accused Rachel of gaslighting, and one marketing consultant has warned that Disney will need to be careful with how they've portrayed Snow White. Snow White has already been suffering from backlash well before Rachel made her comments. Peter Dinklage spoke out about Disney not using true dwarf actors for the new film and instead opting to use heavy CGI on Hollywood elites. Rachel's role as Snow White is in the air as of filming, because while this film is set to release in March, the writers and actors strike set production back, so who knows, maybe they recasted her in the background while we weren't paying attention. Number 8, Adam Driver. Adam Driver is an incredible actor, and I personally got to see him perform for the first time in a little rom-com alongside Daniel Radcliffe called The F Word. If you've ever seen that, check it out, it's a great movie. And then I saw Star Wars. Okay, don't worry, I know that he's Kylo Ren. This year, Adam had the chance to play one of the creator of one of the fastest and most recognizable car brands in the entire world, Enzo Ferrari of Ferrari cars. The film has been receiving some pretty solid reviews, following in the shadows of films like Ford v Ferrari from a couple of years back. It seems like we might get a cinematic universe of stories behind popular car brands. There's a DeLorean movie, there's this movie, they should just make a movie about Subarus next. My parents love Subarus, they're great cars. While doing press for the film, Adam was involved in a Q&A that resulted in one of the best Adam Driver clips to ever exist. A man in the audience asks Adam how he feels about stunt racing scenes, as they are pretty intense, harsh, and honestly, in their opinion, cheesy. Cheesy? Adam doesn't like that word. He sips his water, and with very little hesitation, he says, I don't know, F you. Next question. The clip became viral very fast, and people are actually praising Adam for his response. People at these events are given a rare chance to speak with actors, directors, and everything in between, so when someone takes that precious time just to tell you how they feel about something and to see if you agree, it's just a waste of time. Number 7, Pedro Pascal. Pedro is another treasure in this world. Not only has his energy and genuine personality been showcased in his TV and film roles, but he's become one of the most recognizable faces in meme culture. He's also been involved in projects from every genre: comedy, action, horror, and now live-action video game adaptations thanks to the Last of Us series. Earlier this year, he was attending the premiere of Season 3 of The Mandalorian, and an interviewer stopped him on the red carpet and asked if he might like to read some thirst tweets to the camera. This was unprompted and never confirmed to be okay with Pedro beforehand, before he was put on camera. Pedro took the piece of paper that he was handed. It contained the tweets. He giggled, took a moment to read it over, and with a big smile on his face just gave them a sincere no, and then called the comments too dirty to read. But being the man that he is, he told them that they were doing a great job and that those were some thirsty tweets. He was not insulted by this interaction at all, and if anything, it's just another clip that showcases how much of a gem this man really is. Number 6, Dax Shepard. In September of this year, an individual named Jonathan Van Ness, or JVN, made an appearance on Dax's podcast, Armchair Experts. JVN rose to fame after appearing on the series Queer Eye and has continued to work in several sections of the beauty and fashion industry for years. While speaking with Dax, known best as a comedic actor for movies like Employee of the Month and Idiocracy, he actually ended up bringing JVN to tears thanks to his comments towards the concept of transitioning and gender-affirming care. During the conversation, Dax wished to debate both sides, to which JVN responded with several well-researched points. Dax's views have always been questioned, as they seem to be based in misinformation and are actually anti-trans in general. Towards the end of the conversation, and after JVN basically had to defend their beliefs over and over again, Dax apologized and acknowledged that he should not have put JVN in that position. Jay expresses their exhaustion of having to justify these comments and fight for the rights of younger people who are transitioning. JVN is just very passionate about youths, especially being accepted and involved in as many activities and interests as possible in their lives. Dax has been called out for his comments when the entire point of the podcast was to discuss JVN's own podcast, so you might say he went a little off topic. Number 5, Tony Danza. Modern audiences may not know much about Tony Danza, but if you're a fan of the 80s and 90s, this man will have come across your screen once or twice. Starring in shows like Taxi and Who's the Boss, Tony dominated the sitcom scene for a solid portion of his career. Earlier this year, at the Broadway premiere of New York, an interviewer named Rye Myers asked Tony a question about New York that left Danza branded as one of the rudest celebrities in the world. He was simply asking Tony what his favorite NYC staple food was. Pizza, hot dogs, what makes Tony tick? Instead of answering the rather simple question and just moving on, he took a moment to pause and tell Rye that he should get better questions, and even told him to relax. The clip went viral and people quickly began supporting Myers. Even the great Michael Bublé chimed in to let him know that he loved him and was ready to share a pizza with him at any time if Tony wasn't invited. Tony actually reached out later on and apologized for his response, deciding that he ultimately wanted to squash the beef. Things were patched up, but that is still an extremely rude and awkward moment. Number 4, Doja Cat. The Met Gala always seems to bring in some truly memorable moments. Whether it's an outlandish outfit or an interview where they just meow the entire time, it's a weird place to be. Yes, Doja Cat went to the Met Gala in 2023 dressed as a cat. She literally had prosthetic nose on her face and prosthetics on her eyebrows, all the while wearing a sparkly silver dress with little sparkly ears on top. Emma Chamberlain decided that Doja was the woman that she needed to interview. No no one else, Doja Cat was the one, which ended up being a very bad decision. Great, well, bad for her, great for us. Doja responded to every single question that this woman asked with a resounding meow. At one point, she actually attempts to tell a story and meows a few times with different tones, like meow, meow, meow. The entire time, the guy who is standing with her is just kind of like, yeah, that's Doja Cat. She's been doing this for a month now. The moment was honestly more entertaining than rude, but I'm not sure if this was planned beforehand or not. If it was, great meme, good job. If it's not, this is horrible, and Doja, you need to chill. Number 3, Liam Neeson. Liam may be known for his serious roles and for being, one of the worst parents in cinematic history, but this year he was known as an uncomfortable man thanks to his appearance on the show The View. Appearing to discuss his career and potential projects coming down the line, the conversation shifted after one of the hosts, Anna Navarro, jabbed Joy Behar about her crush on Liam Neeson, saying that there was at least one woman on this panel that would love to be taken by Liam. Ew. The show then played a supercut of all the times that Joy has spoken about Liam, including a time when she said that she would want to have her ashes sprinkled over him, and another bit where she admitted to getting a little aroused when she saw him on screen. Liam joked at first, asking Joy if she received the checks, insinuating that she gets paid every time she talks about him. Following the interview, Liam felt the whole thing to be a little bit of a waste of time. The segment about the crush was long and is a crush that materialized like 15 years ago. Eventually, he had a normal conversation, but overall it was just a little uncomfortable. Number 2, Chloe Fineman. For anyone who does not know Chloe Fineman, I'm sorry. She is currently working as a cast member on Saturday Night Live, and she's genuinely doing a great job and is hilarious. Fortunately, earlier this year, she was involved in a red carpet interview that proved how little she actually knew about some of the celebrities involved with the event she was at. Fineman hosted the Vogue live stream of the 2023 Met Gala alongside Derek Blasberg. The pair were eventually joined by Aubrey Plaza, Madeline Klein, the designer of many dresses from the evening, and Stella McCartney. As the interview began, Fineman attempts to introduce the women that she's interviewing, but fumbles all of their names, one of them on purpose. Instead of calling them by their first names, she refers to Madeline and Stella as McCartney and Klein. She then calls Aubrey Plaza Audrey, and Plaza improvised her own last name, Slutburn, which may have to be bleeped out, but I really hope it's not. Chloe and Aubrey actually know each other very well and have worked together in a few times. Chloe and Aubrey actually know each other really well, and they've worked together a few times in the past, so this was clearly just an inside joke. McCartney was having none of these shenanigans though. Chloe instinctively laughed when someone makes a joke, so when the women kept responding to the questions, "What are you wearing?" with each other's last names, she had to giggle. McCartney asked her if she was taking this seriously, and the tension dissipated only when she asked McCartney about taking over for Karl Lagerfeld, the designer that the night had been themed after. Yeah, I don't know how to say his last name, please don't comment about it. The moment was tense, and we're sure Chloe was happy to get back to World of Sketch Comedy as soon as possible. And at number 1, Jada Pinkett Smith. Every single interview that this woman has ever done has had some kind of shade or hidden meaning behind it, whether it's trying to patch things up with someone on her own little Facebook talk show that hurt her, or just telling the world every single dirty detail about Will Smith that she knows. This woman is a menace who makes for uncomfortable interviews and moments every time she is on screen. This year alone, she outed her marriage as a sham, claimed Tupac Shakur was in love with her, and wrote a book about everything in between. Don't buy it. Number 10, D23. Brie was announced as the newest member of the Marvel Universe in 2019, starring in the film Captain Marvel as the titular superhero. Now, at first, people were pretty excited to see what Marvel would do with the property. Captain Marvel is, after all, one of the original cosmic superheroes from comic book canon. Leave me alone, I know I'm a nerd. However, when the movie was actually released, fans were upset with Brie's performance. According to them, she was stale and seemed bored from start to finish. When she was asked about the online hate at D23's red carpet in 2022, Brie said that she wasn't sure if she'll even continue to play the character beyond her upcoming Marvel sequel, The Marvels. She's not sure if people even still want her to do it. She's aware of all the hate surrounding her character, and she defends that role by telling people that that's how she's told to play the role. But it's also Brie Larson. She's always been a little bit stiff, and that's why things are funny that she's in. Watch Scott Pilgrim, people! Number 9. Wired. Wired is a media outlet that invites celebrities to participate in autocomplete interviews, where they will type a phrase or the celebrity's name and let them answer the questions that come up in the Google search engine. It's actually a pretty neat interview format that has resulted in some pretty fun moments over the years. 4 years ago, while promoting Captain Marvel, Brie stopped by the studio to deliver her honest answers to some of the internet's most searched questions. The interview ended up being Brie quickly dismissing many of the questions, asking why they were even being asked in the first place. The questions ranged from would Brie Larson work out to where is Brie Larson from to Brie Larson, dog? The autocomplete portion isn't always great with proper English. At one point, she was asked why she never went to college, answering with, "Because I'm bad at it." At college in general or what? Like, I'm not sure. Many people commented on the interview asking her what college offered a course called College Roasts. The roasts continued left and right as the interview began to gain more and more traction, bringing in millions of views. Of the interviews on this list, this is going to be one of the more tame ones for sure, but with over 10 million views, there are moments from this interaction that we will never forget. Number 8. The Cannes Film Festival. The Cannes Film Festival has been taking place in France for over 74 years, being the premier destination of hundreds of international and independent films, as well as some projects that will eventually make their way to the big screen around the world. A few months ago, while answering questions at a panel for the festival, Brie was asked how she felt about Johnny Depp's film opening the festival, considering how heavily she was involved in the Me Too movement. She was immediately confused as to what that question means or what it had to do with anything that she had just been talking about. The person clarified by asking if she would be watching the movie and how she felt about it opening the festival. Her response was that she wasn't sure if she would see the movie or how she would feel if she did, before moving on to the next question. We're not sure what prompted someone to think that this would be an appropriate or relevant question to ask her, but if that dude was a journalist, something tells me that they are fired. Number 7. Ellen DeGeneres. The Ellen DeGeneres Show was not just a toxic work environment, it was also an awkward talking environment. While promoting Avengers Endgame in 2019, Brie and Scarlett Johansson appeared on the daytime talk show together to share some behind-the-scenes stories and dish with Ellen about their pasts. The first question Ellen asks is, "How did you two meet?" To which Brie responds, "Dinner on New Year's Eve." Well, that's not exactly what happened. Scarlett was jokingly furious and asked Brie if she really didn't know how they met. She then had to remind Brie that they worked on a movie together called Don John with Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Brie is so embarrassed and almost threw herself right off the couch. The reason it wasn't the first thing that she thought of was because Brie acted as a glorified extra on set, according to herself, with ScarJo. The moment is played off as playful in the interview, and the interview ends up getting back on track, but that is one of the most uncomfortable ways to start an interview ever. Number 6. Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy has a bad habit of bringing people on his show and forcing them to play games. Case in point, Brie Larson on Jimmy Fallon. While promoting Endgame, she stopped by NBC to chat with Jimmy about the MCU, her position in the film, and her ability to use a lightsaber. According to Brie, she's a massive Star Wars nerd, so meeting Sam Jackson was a dream come true. To celebrate Star Wars Day and give Brie a taste of power, Jimmy invited Brie to play around a Beat Saber, a virtual reality game where you dodge walls and slice blocks to the beat of a song. Jimmy did not do very well. In fact, his song ended before it finished because he missed so many blocks. When Brie took her turn, it wasn't very different. For a woman who played a Marvel superhero, her hand-eye coordination is not great. Brie misses several blocks, and while she did make it to the end of her song, the audience was expecting more from Captain Frickin' Marvel. Number 5. Ellen again. The Ellen Show, one of Brie's favorite places to share her tales and promote new films. That place doesn't exist anymore, sucks to suck. While stopping by the Ellen Show in 2019, Brie was excited to be attending her first ever Super Bowl. Ellen is great at getting the awkward stuff out of the way as quickly as possible, because the first thing that she asked this time is how much knowledge Brie had on the sport of football. Despite being from Los Angeles, Brie has no idea who the Rams were or why they were the home team, because she's literally never seen a Ram once while she was out and about in LA. She then fumbles through an explanation before Ellen changes the topic entirely. Eventually, Ellen asks Brie how she feels about cats before a man dressed as a giant cat popped out of a box behind her. Brie sits for a moment and contemplates her feelings before saying to Ellen in a very stern voice that she hates cats. Before Ellen goes to commercial break, This is one of the most uncomfortable interviews Brie ever had to do on that show. While many guests have been scarred by the frightening feline before, Brie did not think it was funny one little bit. Number 4, Between Two Ferns. Between Two Ferns is considered to be one of the most entertaining, satirical talk shows ever created. Hangover star Zach Galifianakis began hosting the series in 2008 after a short test segment was filmed for a sketch pilot called The Right Now Show. After the show failed to land at any network, the creative team behind the series, Scott Ackerman and BJ Porter, released the skits on the YouTube channel Funny or Die, where they quickly became a viral sensation. The premise of the show is for Zach to create the most awkward and uncomfortable interviews of all time. Before the celebrity guest appears on the show, though, they're usually warned that it will most certainly go south and are asked to over-exaggerate their emotions. Considering most people on the show are actors, there have been some truly outlandish moments over the years, but when Brie Larson made her appearance on the show, the proof is in the editing. The 5-minute clip is essentially just Zach asking ridiculous questions while Brie is supposed to answer and egg him on. The entire thing feels pretty one-sided, until Zach asks Brie again if her real first name is Gorgonzola, as she gets confused with Alison Brie a lot. Get it? Cheese? This interview is definitely for entertainment purposes, but it is one of the few moments on that show that many people chose to skip. Number 3, Jimmy Kimmel. Brie doesn't just play Captain Marvel on the silver screen, she also played the character while filming segments for a roller coaster in Disney Paris. Whoa! Brie stopped by Jimmy Kimmel Live after hosting the show only 2 years prior, during a brief moment in time when Jimmy was unable to host. One of the first things the two talk about is Brie's dream that had finally come true. It turns out when you're a famous movie star, you're kind of allowed to call the shots. So is it really a surprise that Brie Larson used her power to talk the big wigs at Marvel Studios into opening a theme park ride starring herself and Iron Man? She doesn't mention that Iron Man is involved with the ride on the show. That's something that people had to find out when they went to the attraction. The ride at Disneyland Paris allows fans to walk through a replica spaceship and watch as Captain Marvel interacts with Iron Man on the walls. The ride seems neat, but the awkwardness comes from the fact that the entire time she's talking about it with Jimmy, she continues to call it her ride. She is the star. A ride just based around Captain Marvel would have been fun, but the fact that it's a Brie Larson and Iron Man ride, lame. Number 2, BBC One. BBC Radio 1 is known for delivering some pretty solid interviews from the past few years. The celebrities who stop into the studio tend to have a great time and leave with smiles. Most of Brie's interview is just that. There is some nice back and forth between Brie and the interviewer, Allie Plum, and things are very light, right up towards the end of the conversation, where Allie asks Brie if she has yet to make it onto the Avengers WhatsApp group. She's shocked and seems not to know what the heck he's talking about. He was, of course, referring to the original group chat between the main cast of the original Avengers film that many people are not a part of. The OG cast even have matching tattoos to commemorate their shoot. Not only was Brie very taken back, but she also seemed a bit confused and tried to figure out what she did to be neglected from the crew. Learning you are in a group chat is one thing, but learning that during an interview, not so fun. And at number 1, E.T. Avengers Endgame brought together almost every single character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe up until that point, including Brie Larson, who hadn't even filmed her solo flick yet when she first walked on set. While doing the press tour for Endgame, Brie regularly did interviews with her co-stars Don Cheadle and Chris Hemsworth, who play War Machine and Thor respectively. While sitting down with Entertainment Tonight, the question of competition was brought up, and Brie claimed that there was no boys versus girls type deal because everyone agreed that she is now the strongest Avenger. There is a lot of sarcasm and teasing being tossed around between these three, but Chris's reaction to the question is so serious, he gets just a little heated before telling Brie that she's actually not the strongest Avenger. Don and Chris also joke about having to put Brie through initiation, making it feel like two big brothers just mocking their little sister on national television.
Wendy Williams' inappropriate questions. In an electrifying episode of The Wendy Williams Show, we delve into the personal life of the stunning Drea Michelle. The scene unfolds as Wendy, with her usual charismatic flair, delves into the subject. So Drea, how many basketball players have you been with? Wendy Williams never fails to ask inappropriate questions. She asked about her romantic relationships with basketball players, a subject that often generates interest and gossip among fans and media alike. However, amid the juicy details and sensationalized headlines, there's an important issue that often gets overlooked: the objectification of women in sports. Drea Michelle, a successful model and entrepreneur, is no stranger to this type of scrutiny. Despite her achievements and talent, she's often defined by her romantic relationships with NBA players. In fact, many people know her more as the ex-fiancé of Orlando Skandaric rather than for her own career accomplishments. Selena Gomez being asked about X. Just a handful of years back, pop sensation Selena Gomez encountered an unanticipated moment during a television interview. The interviewer, showing little regard for her personal boundaries, unexpectedly brought up the topic of Justin Bieber's actions. Selena, taken aback by the impromptu and intrusive query, responded with a silent expression of astonishment. The interview reached an abrupt and awkward conclusion as the broadcast was hastily ended. It's clear that the reporter's approach was far from appropriate, bordering on rudeness. Selena has always been a private person when it comes to her personal life, especially when it involves her famous ex-boyfriend Justin Bieber. In fact, she has often avoided discussing their relationship or the reasons for its end in interviews. Understandably so, as breakups can be difficult and emotional, particularly under the scrutiny of the public eye. Despite this, the media and fans couldn't seem to get enough of their relationship, constantly bombarding Selena with questions and speculations. It's understandable that she may have grown tired of having to constantly address a past relationship instead of her own career and achievements. But can we really blame the reporter for asking about JB? After all, at the time, he was making headlines almost daily with his controversial behavior. It's no secret he had acquired a reputation for being a troublemaker, and it was likely a hot topic in the media. Robert Downey Jr. walked out of an interview. After an incident, Robert publicly addressed the issue, explaining why he walked out of the interview. He stated that he felt uncomfortable with the line of questioning and did not want to continue with the interview under those circumstances. This isn't the first time celebrities have walked out of interviews due to personal or sensitive questions. In fact, it's become quite common for celebrities to refuse to answer uncomfortable questions, especially those that invade their privacy. Kourtney Kardashian's no response. In 2016, a rather unexpected scenario unfolded when Kourtney was taken by surprise during an Australian TV news interview. The anchors blindsided her with a question about her sister Kim Kardashian's Paris robbery incident. For a moment, Kourtney seemed to draw a blank, leaving viewers to speculate that she was possibly tuning into a PR agent for guidance on how to navigate the delicate question. During the interview, Kourtney appeared visibly uncomfortable and hesitant to answer the question. It's understandable why she may have been caught off guard. Her sister Kim had recently experienced a traumatic event, and the media was constantly bombarding her family with questions about it. Despite the awkwardness of the situation, Kourtney handled it with grace by choosing not to comment on her sister's ordeal. Instead, she shifted the focus to her own work and accomplishments. That incident sparked a conversation about the challenges of being a celebrity and having to constantly face invasive questions from the media. It also shed light on the importance of setting boundaries and respecting privacy, especially in sensitive situations. Kourtney's response received praise from many for how she handled the situation with grace and poise, despite the uncomfortable circumstances. It's a testament to her character and resilience as a public figure. But that is not the first time that celebrities have had to face abrupt and difficult questions during interviews. In fact, it's become commonplace for journalists to push boundaries and ask personal or controversial questions in hopes of getting a juicy headline. The Emma Stone prank. In 2014, there was a memorable moment featuring the talented Emma Stone on The Graham Norton Show. Emma was touring the UK to spread the word about her latest film, and Graham Norton, the host, was keen to discuss her well-known affection for the Spice Girls. With Emma already in full-blown fan mode, Graham decided to add a twist. He made her believe that her idols, the Spice Girls, were waiting backstage, a surprise she hadn't anticipated. But just as Emma's excitement soared to the highest point, Graham revealed it was all just a prank. You could see the disappointment on her face when she realized she would not be meeting the iconic girl group that day. In this hilarious moment, Emma showed her genuine admiration for the Spice Girls and how much their music had influenced her. She even admitted to dressing up as Baby Spice when she was younger. This just goes to show that celebrities are also fans of other celebrities, and it's heartwarming to see them geek out over their idols just like us. Ariana Grande calling out interviewers. You might remember that interview where Ariana didn't hesitate to call out the the hosts for asking an overtly sexist question. But that wasn't the only time she stood up for herself. During a conversation about new emoji updates, she mentioned her preference for the unicorn emoji. As soon as she expressed this, one host suggested that the unicorn emoji is only loved by girls and boys, without explaining what the term refers to. In response, Grande quickly advised the Power 106 FM hosts to familiarize themselves with the idea of equality in what can be seen as an awkward situation. She managed to keep herself calm and collected, a reaction many of us would find difficult to maintain in similar situations. You may be wondering how someone like Ariana managed to stay so composed and collected in such a situation. The answer is quite simple. She's always been an advocate for equality and fairness. This incident was just one example of her standing up for what she believes in. In fact, Grande has been vocal about many social justice issues, including sexism, racism, and LGBTQ+ rights. She's used her platform and influence to bring attention to these important issues, often through her music. One of the most notable examples is Grande's song God is a Woman, which sparked conversations about gender roles and empowerment. The music video for this song featured powerful imagery of women taking control and challenging societal norms. It's a clear message from Grande that women are strong and capable and should not be limited by traditional gender roles. Dakota Johnson and Ellen DeGeneres. Let's talk about a certain interview that may have left us thinking that this lady might not be best suited for the media rounds. Fast forward to 2019 when Dakota had a little tete-a-tete with Ellen DeGeneres. It seems there was a bit of a mix-up over a birthday invite. Upon receiving a playful jab from Ellen hinting that she was left off the guest list for Dakota's 30th bash, Dakota clapped back, "Actually, that's not true, Ellen. I did send you an invite, but you were a no-show." The conversation took another turn with Dakota suggesting that Ellen might not be a fan of hers. Talk about a cringe moment. While the conversation may have started off lighthearted, it quickly took a turn towards tension when Dakota revealed that Ellen had missed her birthday party. This exchange sparked speculation among fans and media outlets about a potential feud between the two stars. After all, why would Ellen miss such an important occasion for someone she supposedly didn't like? However, both Dakota and Ellen quickly put these rumors to rest. In a later interview, Dakota clarified that there was no bad blood between them and that the missed invitation was simply a mistake. Justin Timberlake being asked why he wants to act. Next up, an interesting moment from the press junket of Friends with Benefits, a film featuring Justin Timberlake. When a Russian reporter questioned the rationale behind Justin's transition from singing to acting, Mila stunned everyone by responding swiftly and cleverly in Russian. She retorted, "So what would you have him do instead?" Mila Kunis's reply was an apt slapdown to the journalist's narrow perspective. Speaking in fluent Russian, she defended her co-star, subtly conveying that talent is not confined to a singular career path. Her retort not only showed her quick wit and loyalty to her fellow actor, but also highlighted her cultural versatility. This incident serves as a reminder that artists should be encouraged to explore their full range of talents and capabilities rather than being pigeonholed into specific roles or professions. It also showcased Mila Kunis's linguistic abilities and her ability to think on her feet, making her a multidimensional and impressive individual in the entertainment industry. And Tom Hardy gets defensive. In 2015, during a promotional tour for the movie Legend, actor Tom Hardy found himself in a rather uncomfortable encounter with a reporter. The reporter, trying to be subtle, decided to probe into Hardy's personal life, specifically his sexuality. However, Hardy was quick to discern the intent behind the question. Addressing the reporter head-on, Hardy inquired, "Are you asking me about my sexuality?" When the reporter confirmed, Hardy, visibly displeased, retorted, "Why? Why?" Hardy's response showcases his resistance to being defined by a single aspect of his identity. In today's society, individuals are often subjected to labels and stereotypes based on their race, gender, sexual orientation, and other aspects of their identities. This can be seen in the media, where celebrities face constant scrutiny and pressure to conform to societal norms and expectations. Hardy's reaction to the reporter's question highlights the importance of not reducing someone to a single aspect of their identity. Each person is complex and multifaceted, and it's unfair to place them in a box based on one characteristic. Samuel L. Jackson mistaken for Lawrence Fishburne. The pinnacle of awkward moments surely has to be an interviewer getting the identities of their interviewees wrong. And this situation occurred even before the interview had properly begun. The ever memorable Samuel L. Jackson didn't hesitate to correct this reporter when he mistakenly identified him as Lawrence Fishburne. At first, Jackson played along, asking the interviewer to clarify which commercial he was referring to. Then he allowed a rather uncomfortable silence to prevail before finally revealing it was actually Lawrence Fishburne who starred in the commercial. This was a cringeworthy moment indeed. The interview incident mistaking Samuel for Lawrence serves as a reminder to always do proper research and make sure you have the correct information before interviewing someone. Hello. Not only did that mistake cause an awkward moment, but it also showed a lack of professionalism on the part of the interviewer.
Starting off our list today at number 10, we have Liam Hemsworth. Thanks to Miley Cyrus's new hit song Flowers, it's been #1 on the Billboard for 3 weeks, and because because the song is so popular, it resurfaced a couple of clips that shows Liam Hemsworth visibly cringing at his ex-wife Miley Cyrus on the red carpet during interviews. In one video, Miley could be seen twerking on Liam at a Vanity Fair Oscars after party in February of 2019. As the two were being interviewed, Liam then backed away quickly and looked incredibly uncomfortable as she danced for the cameras, to which he responded by saying, "Don't do it, don't do it, you're scarring everyone on the red carpet." Miley then immediately stopped and glanced awkwardly at the camera. In another clip uploaded, the couple could be seen attending the Avengers Endgame premiere, and the singer tried to pose cheekily with her husband, and she made this move to lick his neck, and Liam was displeased and told Miley to behave for once. And when he went on to cling onto her waist, she seemed to be very annoyed at his gesture and pushed his hand away, which resulted in him walking away while she continued posing on her own. Number 9, Dakota Johnson. What was supposed to be a sweet mother and daughter moment during the Oscars red carpet show ended up becoming one of the night's most awkward interviews, when ABC host Laura Spencer asked the actress Melanie Griffith if she was going to see her daughter's racy movie 50 Shades of Grey. The actress would then quickly respond no before her daughter Dakota Johnson scowled and said, "Maybe one day." However, then her mom would respond by saying, "I don't think I can. I think it would be strange. Well, she's a good actress. I don't need to see that to know she's good." The subject was obviously still a sore subject and the sticking point between the pair, as Dakota then jumped into a pouting teenager for a moment before snapping at her mother by saying, "Alright, you don't have to see it, Jesus Christ." The uncomfortable exchange between the two then set social media on fire, inspiring some harsh criticism and some pretty serious tweets. However, near the end of the night, Melanie would opt to tell Dakota that she would watch the film just so she could smooth things over between her and her daughter. Hey my little peaches, are you liking this video so far? If so, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Coming number 8, we have Shailene Woodley. So during most interviews, Shailene Woodley is always known for being really blunt when it comes to her answering questions, especially when the questions make her feel uncomfortable. During one incident on the red carpet, Shailene had a pretty awkward encounter that caused her to be dumbfounded when it came to the reporter's question. In the interview, the reporter looked at the actor and then out of nowhere asked her if she was hungry before noting that she herself was hungry. Shailene then reacted in a way that was pretty awkward and rude in the moment, as she looked at her interviewer like she was crazy and said, "Well, you should probably eat." I don't think any of us really blame Shailene in this situation for being rude, as it was such a weird question and comment to come from a reporter. Not to mention, there were so many questions that the reporter could have asked her, but she chose to ask the actor if she was hungry, because you aren't going to get a genuinely nice answer to that question. Number 7, Selena Gomez. During a red carpet interview in 2017 Billboard Woman in Music event, Selena would be asked about how Justin Bieber impacted the person she is today, and the singer and actor responded by being a little standoffish when she said, "I don't think anyone else cares. I think for me, what's been great is that I've been able to live the life I wanted for myself, and it doesn't always look the way people think it should. But it's not really my concern anymore. Look, my family is great, my health is great, I love deeply, and that's just who I am. I'm not really ashamed." While the actress claimed that no one really cared about her and Justin's relationship, Twitter reactions would definitely prove otherwise to Selena's response, as one fan would say, "Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber will definitely last this time if they're both on the same page romantically." And then another fan would note, "So as dumb as this sounds, I'm so happy when I heard Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez are back together. It's that relationship I basically grew up with and I feel as if I'm invested in. My heart was so full when I heard the news. Even today, people are still fond on the idea that the former couple may cross paths yet again in the future, and it's gotten to the point that every time Justin is happy with another woman, his fans still chant Selena's name." Number 6, Jim Carrey. Back in 2017, Jim Carrey was clearly just really bored, so the comedian decided he would randomly show up to a New York red carpet event. While on the red carpet, he made his way to a reporter, and then he ended up telling her that the only reason he he showed up to the event is because he was trying to find the most meaningless event he could attend. If the interview wouldn't get any more funnier due to his odd behavior, he then went on this really weird rant where he stated that icons and personalities don't really exist by saying, I don't believe in icons, I don't believe in personalities. I believe that peace lies beyond personality and invitation in disguise, beyond the red S on your chest that makes bullets bounce off. I believe that it's deeper than that. I believe we're a field of energy dancing for itself and I don't care. He then turned into one of his comedic characters before walking away when he came to the conclusion to his rant and said, we don't matter. Number 5, Kim Kardashian. Back in 2019, Kim Kardashian awkwardly interrupted her older sister during an interview on the E! People's Choice Awards red carpet. When E! anchor Juliana Rancic asked Kourtney Kardashian who designed her bra-bearing glittering suit, she began to say she didn't plan her answer in advance, but then she was cut off when Kim decided to lunge in front of her and start to hype their new fragrance collaboration by saying, all that matters is that we're wearing KKW Diamond. We're all wearing that. She then went on to tell Kourtney, I was saving you since you didn't know who you were wearing. That was my save. Kourtney then went on to correct Kim by saying, no, it was Naeem Khan. I just didn't know how to pronounce it. Despite the awkward moment, Kourtney didn't appear to mind the publicity, but Kim didn't need to interrupt her sister's interview to support her new line, as the world was already talking about it. Number 4, Jennifer Lawrence. So back in 2012, Josh Hutcherson was in an interview on the red carpet for the Catching Fire press tour when Jennifer Lawrence thought it would be a good idea to punk her co-star while he was in mid-interview by asking him how his rash was doing. Later, Josh would then open up about the incident on The Late Night with Jimmy Fallon, and there he would reveal that Jennifer had this history of punking him, and while making rounds on the red carpet, he then admitted at one time mid-interview she breezed past him and asked him, hey Josh, how's the rash doing? Josh then looked extremely embarrassed before he went on to note that Jennifer was actually really crazy. The reporter then went on to question Josh about the incident, and he said, oh, my rash, yeah, my rash is doing fantastic. Don't worry about that. I love Jennifer. The actor was obviously really uncomfortable with Jennifer's uncalled move. That he wanted to end the interview and opted to say, I gotta go back to take care of the rash before running away from his interview. Number 3, Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj is known for speaking her mind, so back in 2013, after she had a mouthful to say after a not-so-good interview with Access Hollywood's correspondent, Laura Saltman, the Anaconda rapper would then throw some serious shade at the reporter on the red carpet after Laura asked the rapper about her recent Twitter rant, which included catty words about fellow American Idol judge Mariah Carey, and she snapped back and refused to answer the question. When Laura asked, are you looking forward to the end of American Idol? Because I know there were Twitter comments you made today that caused quite a stir. Nicki would then respond by saying, that question didn't even make sense, so if you want to insinuate what you're talking about, I'm not going to. Before Laura could even respond, Nicki would then roll her eyes, say goodnight, and walk away. In light of the diss, Saltman then decided to express her feelings in a blog posted to Access Hollywood's website, where she labeled Nicki as a mean girl and cyberbullying, perpetuating the problems of social media. Number 2, Amber Heard. Back in 2015, Amber would be captured giving her mom a stern lesson on the red carpet about the rules she has to follow as her mom joined her at a glitzy film premiere. At the time, Amber was still married to Johnny Depp, and she decided to bring her mother along for the ride at a screening of Johnny's new flick at the time, Black Mass, at Toronto's International Film Festival. Her proud mom then watched from the sidelines as Amber oozed in this striking black dress in front of the camera. However, the actress was less than impressed when she spotted her mom talking to a nearby cameraman. In a video captured, the star's mom could be seen in the video identifying herself to a man from Kiss 92.5, where she proudly gushed saying she was Amber's mom. Amber then stormed towards her mother and interrupted the interview, and in the video you could see Amber's face. It was so stony that she may as well have been embarrassed by her mom in front of friends at a playground. She then quickly grabbed her mother, gave her a warning by saying never make eye contact. And coming in at number 1 today, we have Nicole Kidman. Nicole Kidman wasn't necessarily rude, but she did get a pretty funny response from Tom Hiddleston when she briefly interrupted him during an interview at the Golden Globes one year. Tom was in the middle of his interview talking to Liza Koshy about one of his shows, and Nicole decided to insert herself in between Tom and Liza and then quickly said, "That's enough talking." While Nicole was clearly just pulling Tom's leg, at first he was a bit taken back by Nicole's actions, and it did take him a bit to notice that Nicole was doing a quirky little bit. Once the actor realized Nicole was only joking, he then quickly joined in on the fun. He then conducted a quick impromptu moment in the interview with Nicole, and it was definitely a moment that was awkward for a second, but then everybody laughed it off. Starting off our list today at number 10, we have the ex-wife interview. Jada is known to invite just about everyone on her Red Table talk show, so it really shouldn't be a surprise when we found out that she invited Will Smith's ex-wife Cherie, and during the interview they would talk about a time that Jada actually thought it was okay to discipline Will's son Trey. With both ladies describing their sides of the story, Jada would start things off by saying, "I can remember some times that I really crossed the line. There was one time Trey had a play date and he misbehaved, and I was like, we gotta sit down, we gotta talk about this. Trey can't be behaving this way." And Cherie shared her version by adding, "I literally walked into the house, just dropped him off, and as I walked in, Jada was like, 'Listen, we gotta talk about his behavior,' and I was like, 'Go get his daddy, please. Why were you talking about what happens at my house over here? This behavior was at my house, but you can't really discipline someone else's kids and think it's okay." Number 9, forced marriage interview. During an interview with People magazine, Jada would tell the media outlet that she never wanted to get married, and she ultimately only ended up getting married because her mother told her she had to get married. With Jada's mother being old and Will wanting a family, in the end Jada agreed to getting married as she was forced to believe that it was something she really should have done. Even though she admitted that she fell hard for Will when they first started dating in 1995, she would also admit that after she got pregnant with their son Jaden 2 years later, she wasn't necessarily down to have a traditional wedding. Later on in the interview, Jada would then say that the reason she was having so much doubt when it came to the idea to marriage, even though she adored Will, was because she never really seen a happy marriage and it made her not fond of the idea. And honestly, that's probably why she ended up cheating on Will in the first place. Hey my little peaches, are you liking this video so far? If so, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Coming at number 8, we have Willow's photo. When Jada sat down for an interview with high-end shopping site Net-a-Porter, she would have to come to her daughter's defense again after she was asked about the controversial photo of Willow being 13 years old laying in bed with the shirtless 20-year-old photographer. Jada would then go on to tell the interviewer, "Just don't pollute something that's not dirty. It's really tough. I feel like the connection to value of women on a bigger scale has decreased tremendously. Even though you look and go, women have so many opportunities," and it's like, yeah, but at what cost? Are women valued for being women, or are they valued when they have more masculine qualities? She then went on to note that she just wants her kids to be happy and just wants them to be themselves, as her kids aren't her and she can't fix things that happen to her by projecting her thoughts onto her kids because it's a terrible trap, and that's why she stood by Willow's decision and made all of us cringe in the process. Number 7, Scientology. Okay, so we all know Jada's a little weird, and that's probably because over the last decade she's been trying to deny that she has any affiliation with the Church of Scientology. And then after she was exposed by an ex-Scientologist for not only being spotted at the Celebrity Center, but also for opening a school for the controversial religion for kids, Jada would then bring Lee on her Red Table talk show, and she would clear the air by trying to settle their dispute back in 2018. And in the interview, it definitely had a lot of us raising our eyebrows because we just couldn't believe that Jada was lying through her teeth just to justify why she was going to the church in the first place. During the interview, Jada would say, "My grandmother was like, you're gonna learn all the religions, and then you gotta decide which one you want to practice. I always took the position that I'm here at the Scientology Center to learn what I want to learn, and I have no interest in being a Scientologist." And that statement would have been fine if it was the truth, but you can't open a Scientology school for kids and then say you have no intention of being a Scientologist when you're already affiliated with the religion. Number 6, parenting. With Jada and Will Smith being A-list celebrities at one point, it's no surprise that their children also grew up in the limelight. However, As any aspect of a celebrity, being a famous parent has sometimes led to increased scrutiny for Jada. Jada's and Will's parenting has often come under fire for years, which would then cause Jada to sit down with US Weekly to explain the Smiths are very open about a wide variety of subjects when she said, "I'm not a conventional parent," which I take a lot of pride in. And then in 2018, Jada would also admit that she and Will had different parenting approaches and often argued over the subjects, like their son Jaden Smith wearing a skirt. She would then take to her Red Table talk show to embarrass her husband by saying he has his feelings on that for sure. I remember Will calling me and being like, "Have you talked about this with Jaden and him wearing a skirt?" And I said, "Yes, I have. He's pretty happy about it." But honestly, the fact that she's gotten her kids to even turn on their father during interviews just proves that she isn't exactly the role model parent everybody should be following. Number 5. Open marriage. Jada and Will Smith have faced a lot of scrutiny over their marriage to the point they have become a laughingstock or a hero to other people who have a non-conventional approach when it comes to their love life. In 2013, Jada would sit down for an interview with HuffPost Live, and she would admit more fuel to the fire behind the rumors surrounding her open marriage, when she would insist that she and Will had no claim over each other's lives. She would then go on to say, "I've always told Will, you can do whatever you want as long as you can look at yourself in the mirror and be okay." She then insisted that she was here to be his partner, but at the end of the day, Will had to learn how to be his own man. After the interview started to go viral, it faced a lot of backlash, and Jada would head to her Facebook page to clear everything up by saying, "Will and I can do whatever we want because we trust each other to do so. This doesn't mean we have to be in an open relationship, this means we have grown. But if you aren't in an open relationship, how do you explain your affair with August Alsina? And how are you able to look at yourself in the mirror and be okay with the fact that you embarrass your husband every single day?" Number 4. Interviewed herself. In the aftermath of the whole August Alsina interview, Jada Pinkett Smith would admit that there was some healing that needed to take place, and she would tweet that she would be interviewing herself as the next subject on her Red Table Talk episode, and Will Smith would be joining her. In the episode, we would see Will share his side of the story, and watching him find peace in the process while bringing up all of his core thoughts of pain was honestly just heartbreaking to see. Although Jada would confirm that she had an affair with August, she also went on to clarify that her and Will were temporarily separated when it happened, and then she went on to deny August's allegations of Will giving the singer his blessings. With the interview being watched more than 30 million times, it quickly went viral, and Jada's repeated use of the word entanglement rather than affair became an online target for jokes, as did a picture that showed Will in tears. Number 3. Embarrass Snoop Dogg. With Snoop Dogg being a good friend to Jada Pinkett Smith, I don't think any of us really believed that she could do something so cruel to embarrass her good friend during an interview on her Red Table Talk show. But she did. So we all saw Gayle King come for Kobe in 2020 after he passed away and claimed that the basketball legend was accused of making unwanted advancements towards an unnamed woman. Snoop, being clearly upset with the fact people were choosing to ruin Kobe's legacy in an attempt for fame, would then take to his Instagram to post a video where he would call Gayle out by insulting her appearance and telling her, "Back off, B, before we come get you." As a result of the outburst, Jada would then force the rapper to make an appearance on her Red Table Talk show so she could clear the air. But in the process, she showed no mercy and ended up embarrassing Snoop Dogg by saying, "When you first came out and said what you said, you know, in regards to Gayle, my heart dropped. I felt like not only were you talking to Gayle, but you were also talking to me. I was like, oh no, Snoop has now taken his power flow away from me, away from Willow, away from my mother." Snoop Dogg then ended up feeling so ashamed that he even issued Gayle an apology. But honestly, even though he was in the wrong, there was no need to embarrass him in front of the whole world when this just could have been a private conversation between two old friends. Number 2. Racial bias. During a Red Table Talk interview, Jada would reveal what triggers her the most when it comes to white women, when she opened up about her relationship she has with white women and women of color, and then she revealed a surprising revelation of how she views women with blonde hair. When she went on to say, "I think what crushes me specifically in my relationship with white women, the thing that really breaks my heart, is that white women understand what it feels like to be oppressed." She then went on to admit her own racial biases when she said, "I have to admit I'm guilty to that that to a certain degree because I do have my biases, specifically to blonde women. Blonde hair on white women just triggers me. I've had to catch myself. Jada then went on to explain she harbors such hateful thoughts when it comes to white women with blonde hair because all throughout her childhood, all she can remember is being teased by them in regards to her hair, how she looked, and how they made her feel belittled. But I think we can all agree that she was just sneak dissing Margot Robbie. And probably me next, who knows. And coming in number 1 today, we have the dealer interview. When Jada appeared on Sway in the Morning back in 2017, she would reveal a lot of interesting things when it came to her and Tupac. In the interview, when Sway asked her to talk about their relationship, she would say, "One of the things that's very interesting that I've never really said before is that when I first met Pac, when we first met, I was a dealer." Jada then went on to explain that she wasn't going to jump into the full details of their relationship because she was going to write a book on it, but then she would explain that she had to leave that life behind and Pac behind because something really bad happened, so she had to leave, and as she was leaving, Pac was going into it, and there was a point in which she had to go her separate ways from Pac, and she went on to say, "And I just felt like, okay, God, one day you're going to do for Pac what you did for me, which is you saved me." It's clear that their relationship was complicated and we can't really grasp what she was trying to explain about their relationship, but it's clear that their relationship was based on survival more than it was romance. Starting off our list today in the number 10 spot, we have the entanglement. Jada pretty much devoted a 2020 episode to her relationship with her husband Will Smith during an episode of her controversial Facebook watch series, The Red Table Talk Show. When the couple sat down to discuss R&B singer August Alsina's claim that he got Will's blessing to have a relationship with Jada, on the show Jada would admit that she did start a relationship with August during a brief separation from Will around 4 years prior. Will would then come out to say, "I was done with you. We decided that we were going to go separate ways for a period of time, and you would figure out how to make yourself happy, and I'll figure out how to make myself happy. I really wished we could be over." Jada then went on to elaborate on what she was doing within the brief break when she said, "I got into a different kind of entanglement with August. It was a relationship, absolutely. I was in a lot of pain and I was very broken." Jada then went on to note that the process of her relationship helped her realize that she couldn't find happiness outside of herself, and she was lucky that her and Will realized that they just couldn't stay away from each other. Number 9. Discipline Trey. When it comes to discipline, we all know that Will and Jada have chosen to let their kids deal with their own consequences, and maybe this is because Jada once tried to discipline Will's first son Trey, which he shares with his ex-wife. Back in 2018, Jada would invite Will's ex-wife to join her on an episode of the Red Table Talk Show, and in the midst of the episode, they would talk about co-parenting Will's son Trey and how Jada had some regrets when it came to it. With the two ladies having a really tough relationship at the beginning of their blended family situation, Cherie Zampino would reveal that they once even had a heated conversation on the phone where they exchanged some fighting words, as she called to talk to her son, but first she had to speak to Jada. And in the process, Cherie revealed that she wasn't being really respectful, and she even told Jada she was living in the house that she picked, to the point Jada also said, "It's my house now." Jada would also open up about the time she tried to discipline Trey, to the point Will even had to step in and put the star into her place and tell her that it was his son, not hers. Hey my little peaches, are you liking this video so far? If so, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel so you never have to miss on what we might just cover next. Coming in at number 8, we have The Root of the Matter. In the web series' 3rd episode, Jada would confess that the head wrap she was wearing with increasing frequency wasn't just a fashion statement, because in reality the star had been losing handfuls of hair, and with it she couldn't pinpoint the reason. Doctors then suspected that it could be because she was having a stress-related alopecia episode. Jada then went on to share the moment when she first realized her hair was falling out by saying, "It was one of those times in my life where I was literally shaking with fear, and that when I was like, oh my god, am I going bald?" She then put things in a spiritual perspective to get through it. The higher power takes so much from people, and by golly, if the higher power wants to take your hair, that's it. God, you want my hair? When I looked at it in that perspective, it really did settle. Number 7, Jordyn Woods. 2019 was definitely an intense year for Jordyn Woods when she got caught up in the Tristan Thompson cheating scandal and saw the first initial split between him and Khloe Kardashian. After the Kardashians went on to drag Jordyn's name by March 2019, Jordyn would be ready to share her side of the story. And she even took a lie detector test to prove her involvement in the dissolution of Khloe and Tristan's relationship wasn't all on her. In the interview, Jordyn would reveal that she never once danced with the star, she was never making out with him, and she didn't sit all over him, and he was actually just hanging out with her and a group of her friends. In the end, Jordyn would tell Jada that she just wanted everyone to be accountable for their own actions, and she didn't want anybody to feel the way she had been feeling. By December of 2019, her results of the lie detector test would come back and prove that she passed and she was 100% honest. When she was asked multiple questions about her involvement with Tristan Thompson in the scandal. Number 6. Olivia Jade. In December 2020, Olivia Jade would make her first appearance on the Red Table talk show following the college admissions scandal, in which her parents paid roughly $500,000 to secure Olivia and her sister admission at the University of Southern California. Jade, who is a YouTube influencer, noticeably went quiet during the Varsity Blues investigation that found both of her parents to be guilty in the process. She decided after Jada convinced her that the Red Table Talk was the right place for her to share her side of the story, as when she finally made it onto the show, she would say, "I'm here because I want to leave it on the Red Table Talk show. I don't want to keep dragging this throughout my life." During the episode, Jada's mother was not impressed with Jade taking a seat, and she would say, "I just found it really ironic that she chose 3 black women to reach out for her redemption story. It's bothersome to me on so many levels. Her being here is an epitome of white privilege." Number 5. Betrayals of the Heart. In an episode posted to Jada's controversial Red Table Talk Show Watch series, she would get real when she opened up about her marriage and how it wasn't easy and that there was a lot of betrayals when it came to her and her husband's Will's heart. While Jada used the episode to explain all the nagging rumors that were surrounding her marriage with Will and apparently how the couple aren't with each other, she also went on to allude the worst transgressions she has noticed in their marriage. When Jada finally dived into the infidelity part of their relationship, she would say, "I'm asked a lot about it. Is there infidelity in your relationship with Will?" And it's like, no, but there have been other betrayals of the heart that have been far bigger than what I could think in regards to an infidelity situation. But what's more worse than cheating on your partner? Can someone just explain that to me? Number 4. Matthew McConaughey. During Matthew McConaughey's interview on the Red Table Talk Show, he would reveal that he and his mother, fellow guest Kay McConaughey, had fallen out over her interactions with the press, an estrangement that lasted from 1996 to 2004, when he said, "As soon as I got famous, I started to have my weekly Sunday call home to call my mom. Mother wasn't answering the phone. A fan of my fame was answering the phone." This then resulted in Matthew to have to take a step back in his life so he could figure out how he could balance his life and how fame was affecting it. As when he was sharing his personal details of his life with his mom, he would be finding them shortly show up in the 6 o'clock news 3 days later. So it resulted him not being able to talk to his mom as his mom for about 8 years. Number 3. The Birds and the Bees. It's not really surprising, considering Jada has been really open about her life in the bedroom, that a lot of her conversations and interviews on the Red Table Talk Show have become intimate stories that have worked their way from the bedroom into Red Table discussions. So much so, in fact, Jada has devoted an entire episode to talk about the birds and the bees. In the episode, Jada would learn Willow's first introduction and when it happened when she walked in on both her mom and dad, and how Jada even joked about it on ET, saying, "Oh my god, I need to get this child some therapy." She was actually really embarrassed. But it couldn't get any worse as she revealed information on the intimate episode and when she was acutely aware of her children's experiences and how she just wants to input it into their conversation. But the whole thing was just really weird because what kind of parent invests themselves that hard into their child's business? Number 2. Jaden Smith. Celebrity parents clearly aren't immune to parenting heartbreaks, as Jada once even had to bring her son Jaden Smith on an episode of her show to speak about his emancipation thoughts. During the episode, Jada would say, "At 15 years old, Jaden and I remember this day specifically. It's probably one of the most heartbreaking moments of my life. You got to a point where you told me straight up, you were like, 'Mom, I have to leave here to live my life.'" Despite being devastated, Jada knew that she had to honor her son's feelings, adding, Being in this lifestyle and in this world is a bubble and he wanted out. I understood that because I didn't have the bubble. I knew that having my freedom outside the bubble, what I gained from that. I knew the sooner I let him go, the faster he was going to come back. But if your child feels like they have to run away, then there's truly a problem. And coming in number 1 today, we have girls trippin'. After nearly 2 decades of not talking to each other, not even Jada Pinkett Smith knew why she and Gabrielle Union had been locked in a feud for so long. So on May 28th, 2020, during an episode of the Red Table Talk show, the host invited her old friend on the show so they could once and for all settle their beef and squabble like grown women in order to do so. When announcing their feud, Jada would then come out to say, "Gabrielle and I were never really girlfriends. We were greatly associated that at some point that dissolved. And for like 17 years, we have not really spoken. We don't even know why we were so mad and what we were mad about." Jada would then go on to note that the whole thing was just very petty. Gabrielle was just happy that the two could finally come to a place of healing, and with it she would share her side of the story by saying, "I'm a hater, I'm a troll," before explaining if it wasn't for her life coach, she would have never seen how her choices were affecting her life so negatively, and it was also taking a toll on her personal relationships.